Middle line was round the corner when she walked right in. High heels, short dress, he should've known right then. He walked over like, you the shorty I should be rocking. She told him, baby, I'm a job, you need to get clocked in. She next level, eyes full of pride, she won't settle. No brakes, so she hit the road, foot to the pedal. No days off, I mean that's often offensive. She like the ball, like the park with the fences. Yeah, so her lifestyle get awfully expensive. She might dismiss it, but it's hard to resist her. Cause she's a boss. Yeah, you can just tell when she talks. Shut the room down when she walks in. Not the type of woman you meet often. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. Holds her crown, no one can deny. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. L-A-D-Y. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. Challenge her, that wouldn't be wise. B-O-S-S-L-A-D-Y. L-A-D-Y. Cause she's a boss. B-O-S-S. B-O-S-S. B-O-S-S.
Hey y'all, my name is Devin Walker. I am a licensed therapist and yoga teacher, and I am your wellness facilitator today, and I will be leading you through a gentle yoga flow and meditation. So let's get comfortable, grab your yoga mat, and let's just move your body, sis, and breathe. So we're gonna get started in a cross-leg pose. Or if this is uncomfortable for you, you can come to your knees, whichever is more comfortable for you. So let's get started with a few breaths. So place your hands on your knees, shut down your eyes, and just start to turn your focus inward. Relax your shoulders here and just do a quick body scan, noticing if you're holding any tension. And if you are, let's just release that together with a few breaths. So take a big cleansing breath in through your nose and open, audible exhale. Again, another big inhale through your nose and open mouth exhale, relaxing your shoulders a little bit more. Another big breath in through your nose. An audible exhale. One more, breathe in. This time seal your lips, close mouth exhale. And I want you to hold this closed mouth exhale for the remainder of our class today. And matching your inhales with your exhales and just being aware of your breath throughout our flow in our meditation. Okay, now I want you to gently open your eyes. Now on that next inhale, I want you to bring your shoulders up to your ears. And on that exhale, relax them down your back. Let's do that 2 more times. Big inhale, bring your shoulders up to your ears. And exhale down your back. One more time, big inhale, shoulders to your ears. And exhale down your back. Okay, now next inhale, let's take some head circles. So right ear, right shoulder, bring your head back. Left ear, left shoulder, chin to center. Do that again, right ear, right shoulder, bring it back. Left ear, left shoulder, chin to center. Now let's switch our direction. So left ear, left shoulder, bring it back. Right ear, right shoulder, chin to chest. One more time, left, back, right, and center. Now bring your head back to center, shifting your gaze up towards the sky, opening up your throat. Exhale, chin back to center. One more time, shifting your gaze up. And exhale, chin to center. Okay, now bring your face forwards. And next inhale, reach both of your hands high. And on that exhale, place your left hand to the earth and pull your right arm over your right ear for a nice side body stretch. So it's important to stack your shoulders here. So roll your top shoulder towards the back wall, shifting your gaze up towards the right side. Breathing in. Exhale, pull deeper. Another big inhale. Now exhale, right hand to left knee, left hand behind your back, and let's take a twist, shifting your gaze over your left shoulder. Making sure your spine is tall, so pulling the crown of your head towards the sky, breathe in, and exhale, let's twist a little deeper. Another breath in. Now exhale, come back to center. Now reach both hands back high again. Now this time, right hand to the earth. Pull your left arm over your left ear here. Again, rolling that left shoulder back, shifting your gaze up towards the left side of the room. Breathe in. And exhale, fold deeper. Another breath in. Exhale, fold a little deeper. Breathe in. Now exhale, left hand to right knee, right hand behind your back, and twist. Shifting your gaze over your right shoulder towards the back wall. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, twist a little bit deeper. Inhale, lengthen. And exhale, twist. Inhale back to center, place both hands on your knees. Now inhale, push your chest forward for a seated cow pose. And on that exhale, round your spine, tuck your chin for a seated cat pose. Again, seated cow, open your heart, chin up. Exhale, seated cat, round your spine, tuck your chin in. Now let's migrate between those two at your own pace. Inhale forward. Exhale, round your spine. Inhale, chest forward. And exhale, round your spine. One more round. Inhale, chest forward. And exhale, round your spine. Okay, now straighten your spine, relax your shoulders. Now let's make our way to a tabletop pose here. I'm gonna turn around so you can see me forward. I want you to tuck your toes under, and I want you to take a seat on your heels. So this is how your feet should look. So tuck your toes under so you can really feel that stretch in your arch here. Because when you wear heels, we really don't stretch this part of our feet often. So it's important to do this stretch at least once a week, especially if you wear heels regularly. So now I want you to interlace your fingers at the base of your spine. Be sure, try to make your palms to touch here. Now inhale deep in your hands. So the hands is heavy, the heart is light, chin up towards the sky. Now on that exhale, pull your hands to the right side of your body, opening up your chest. And on that exhale, bring it to the opposite side. Great job. Inhale, come back to center. Now untuck your toes. Come to the shoelace part of your feet. Now let's stretch the opposite part of our feet. So bring your hands slightly behind your feet here and slightly lean back. And if you can, maybe lift your knees just a little bit. If you feel your ankles popping like firecrackers, it's completely okay, okay? It's completely normal. Shifting your gaze up, breathing in, and exhale. Big inhale, and exhale. Okay, inhale, come back to center. Now let's come back to that tabletop pose. Stack your shoulders over your wrists, your hips over your knees. Now lift your right leg off the earth. Now bring it to the side and put your right foot on the earth here. Okay, now on that next inhale, reach both hands high. And on your exhale, pull your left arm over your left ear and rest your right hand on your right leg. So just like we did earlier, roll your left shoulder back, shift your gaze up, breathe in. Fold deeper on your exhale. Another breath in. Now exhale, bring your left hand to the earth and your right hand towards the sky for a modified side plank here. Breathe in and exhale. Inhale, bring your right hand to the earth. Now crawl to the front of your mat. And on that exhale, take a half child's pose. So push your hips back, untuck your toes if that feels comfortable to you. Bring your forehead to the mat here. Breathing in. Hold for that exhale. Inhale back into your tabletop. So bring your right leg in. Now let's do that opposite side. So bring your left foot back. Now kick it out to the side. Now next inhale, reach both of your hands high towards the sky. And on your exhale, pull your right arm over your right ear this time, shifting your gaze up. Breathing in. And exhale, fold deeper. Another big cleansing breath in. Now exhale, bring your right hand to the earth, left hand high for that modified side plank. Breathe in through your nose. Hold for your exhale. Okay, inhale, left hand to the earth. Now crawl your hands forward and push back into that half child's pose. So remember here, you can always take a regular child's pose if that's more comfortable for you. So you do that just by bringing your left foot in. Breathe in through your nose. Hold for that exhale. Inhale, come back to tabletop pose. Now come take a seat on your heels. We're going to get into our meditation. So you have the option to stay here if this is comfortable for you, or you can come to a cross-leg position here, okay? I'm going to take a cross-leg position. So you have the option to bring your hands down on your knees if you feel like you need to get a little bit more grounded, or flip your palms up towards the sky if you feel like you need a little bit more energy. If you feel like you need a little bit of both, one hand down, one hand up, whatever works for you. Okay, now I want you to close down your eyes again and just start to turn your focus back inward, just like we did at the beginning of class. And I just want you to just gently observe what's going on in your body without any judgment. Notice the sensations you may feel. Notice your heart rate. Notice what emotions you may be experiencing right now. Again, all without judgment. Now take a big inhale through your nose. And open, audible exhale. Again, just like that, big inhale. And open, audible exhale. Breathe in. Seal your lips, close, mouth exhale. So again, hold this breath on your own, matching your inhales with your exhales. And just take a moment to take in what I'm about to say. So often we find ourselves trying to minimize and just hide our real selves from the world, just simply out of fear of judgment, out of fear of doing the most, not realizing our duality and all the things that we do differently is what create our magic. So in this moment, I want you to hold space for yourself, not only right now, but just going forward and embrace all the different types of boxes that you sit in. Embrace all the different qualities that you have. Now take a big inhale through your nose. An open, audible exhale. Another big breath in. This time, exhale through your teeth. Again, just like that, big breath in. Exhale through your teeth. Breathe in through your nose. Exhale with your tongue out, side out. Again, just like that, breathe in. Exhale, tongue out, side out. Big breath in. This time, hold it at the top. Hold for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Open mouth, exhale. Now, next inhale, place both hands on your heart. And continue to just breathe gently. And now you can be both soft and strong. You can be both beautiful and smart. You can be both sophisticated and cultured. You can even be both sad and happy. It's possible for two opposite things to exist at once. So embrace the duality within you. Now take another big cleansing breath in through your nose. And exhale, release your hands back to your knees. Now give yourself a quick body scan starting from the crown of your head all the way to the soles of your feet. Noticing if you're holding on to any remaining tension mentally, physically, or emotionally. And if you are, let's try to release some of that. So relax your jaw. Relax your tongue from the roof of your mouth. Drop your shoulders away from your ears. Taking another big inhale, reaching both hands high. Bring your palms to touch at the top. And on that exhale, bring your thumbs to your heart center. I wish you peace in your lives. I wish you peace in your thoughts. And I wish you peace in your souls. Now to all my ohmies and homies, I bow to the student and teacher in you. You bow to the student and teacher in me. Namaste. Thank you for joining me today. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Please, please, please get in your weekly or daily meditation. It will make such a difference in your mental health. Hope to see you soon. Bye.
Capital One Business knows that securing the right funding from the right partner is one of the most important things that business owners should understand as they work to make their vision a reality. In the next segment, two inspirational entrepreneurs, Dr. Enuma Okafor, founder of Herbal Goodness, and Courtney Caldwell, founder of SheerShare, will join Marty McDonald and Capital One Business's Zainab Mahmood to discuss the many paths to funding. Share your small business success stories on Slack using #MySmallBiz.
We are so excited to be a part of the Small Business Convo presented by Capital One. I'm here with some phenomenal women that's going to be leaning in, giving you advice around bootstrapping to venture capital. What does it even all mean? And I'm so excited to be chatting with you ladies today and getting real and getting in depth on the resiliency of it all. That's our word, right? Resiliency. And and how we have overcome so many challenges, but the impact that we're making for our communities and beyond. So welcome, ladies. I would love for each of you guys to introduce yourself. We'll start with you, Z.
Right. Hello, my name is Zainab Mahmood, and I run acquisitions marketing for Small Business Card at Capital One.
Yes. So happy to be here with you, Marty.
Yes.
Hi guys, my name is Courtney Caldwell, co-founder and COO of SheerShare. We're the first mobile app that connects salon and barbershop owners to empty salon space to fill it by the day. So think Airbnb.
Yes, Airbnb.
Hello everyone, my name is Nomo Crawford. I'm the founder of Herbal Goodness. We're a premium manufacturer of unique superfoods and herbs to support healthy living and impact lives. So excited to be here.
And you guys know who I am, Marty McDonald, CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Well, let's just jump right in, okay? So for our business owners, it can be rough in these business streets, okay? the stuff that people do not tell you, right? There might be a woman who's sitting out listening right now who has this idea. She has an idea. She's trying to figure out, how do I launch my business idea? And we know it's an enormous undertaking. It's not for the faint of heart.
No, ma'am.
And no punks allowed, okay?
I love that.
And it requires grit, determination, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So tell us about you guys' experience of just jump starting everything. Courtney, I would love to start with you.
Jeez, I think back to those days now. And I think what we did in the very beginning was that we just paid attention to the shift that was happening in our industry. And the way that hairstylists, nail technicians, barbers, massage therapists, estheticians were choosing to find professional space to work, it was just changing. And I think just the macro trend in total is that people want to own more of their own destiny. Like, I want to build my business on my terms. But when you think about the beauty and barbering industry, which, by the way, is the second largest industry for freelancers and independent contractors, I know most people don't know that. It was different, and we didn't have the technology tools to be able to adapt to this change. And so we paid attention to the shift. It happened in our own salon. Got this random phone call from a stylist, and then we said, I think this needs to be an app. When my husband came to me, and I was at Oracle at this time, I was running digital demand gen across 5 continents, but when he sat me down and said, I think this idea needs to be an app, because for 3 years now we were manually matching stylists to empty salon space, I didn't even think about it. He grabbed my hand and we jumped over the cliff. And it was definitely hard in the beginning. We did not know that there was a world called Silicon Valley or angel investors or VCs that would give you money to go build your dreams. We were just bootstrapping for 3 years and emptied our savings account. That was painful. Then he came to me and said, I think we need to let go of the 401k. Super painful. I still clutch my pearls when I think about that. But it was all in the focus and the goal and the accomplishment and the future goal of wanting to make sure we're doing something better for the industry. And so we just took the leap. But I think that's the first thing you have to do, is actually sit down and say, I'm going to start it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That part. How about you?
For me, my story is I was in corporate America for a few years, and then I decided to quit and to start eating healthy. I was having my 3rd child at that time.
Wow.
3. Woo!
Very beautiful. I don't know.
And I just started thinking about the amazing foods I ate growing up in Africa, and started looking for those foods, papaya in particular. Just come to find out that a lot of the papaya here was genetically modified, didn't taste anything like the food I ate growing up. And that's when the idea hit me. Somebody must be looking for the real superfoods. And I wanted to introduce the world to the superfoods I grew up on. Similar to Courtney, I looked to my savings, and when I ran out of savings, I started to borrow from friends and family. So I think that that's a real resource that a lot of people don't know that they have. When you have a true idea, reach out to the people who are close to you. And I was very fortunate to have a lot of funding to going. But also at that time, I was learning about bootstrapping ideas,
Yes.
which is rapidly testing an idea, and if it's valid, the market will tell you.
Yes.
And for us, right on the very first product, we started getting orders. So
Amen.
so we really bootstrapped, and we grew from there.
Now, how did you get your friends and family and convince them to give you money? Because our friends and family still, when we explain what we do, they're like, so you left your corporate America job to go do this? I don't know. How did you do that?
So I think it's just showing proof of concept.
Yeah.
From the very first day, it took about a week to launch our website. I had a little bit of web development experience. And from day one, we had orders flowing in.
Okay.
And so I just needed the funding to be able to, to be able to
Go to the next level.
Yes, go to the next level. So showing people that I had a valid business, and then I think integrity also. Being open about what you're doing, transparent about the finances is also really important.
No,
Call you next time.
it's beyond important. And it's interesting that you say that, right? Because I come from a family I'm first college graduate, right? I'm first generation college graduate. My family didn't have any generational wealth. So the opportunities at hand in terms of friends and family rounds, that wasn't a possibility for me, right? I bootstrapped everything. I used my 401k. I remember my first event cost $25,000 and I paid for it all by myself, right? To prove out what I was building so that I could get buy-in because I knew what Black women needed. And so I think that everybody has this story that's unique and different around that, but your network is your net worth. And it's so important. Especially when you don't come from a generation or a line that even understands the values around money. Z, for you, you're in a space where you have an opportunity to be a voice for entrepreneurs, right? What are some challenges that you see that entrepreneurs face, and any advice that you would give from what you see on the team at Capital One?
Yeah, and I think the advice I want to give is specific to women of color, just given where we are today. So I think women entrepreneurs in particular have challenges because we face a ton of stereotypes that are really unfortunate. Things like we don't have the great leadership skills that our male counterparts do, which we know is false, or we don't have as much business savvy as our male counterparts. So one of the biggest things that has to be done is putting together a sharp business plan. So both of you actually explained how distinct your ideas were, how it was different from the market. So that is something you have to call out in your business plan. What's the strategic vision for your company? What leadership team do you have, or advisory board members do you have to actually help you take that strategic vision to the next level? What is your revenue model? What is your cost structure? What are your financial projections? You have to get that succinct and in a business plan that you can start to share out with your network to get the right level of funding that you need, to share out with potential lenders if that's the way you want to go. So that to me is most critical. And then again, the network piece. I mean, you have to make sure that your network is broad enough that you can actually solicit both strategic advice and funding to really help your businesses go to the next level.
I think that's key, Z, because I think a lot of us are afraid to ask questions or to say, Marty, I'm starting this business. It's kind of like this is very raw right now, but what do you think? Because we don't want to hear the rejection. We don't want to hear people like kind of stomping our dreams. And I think just asking the questions, the doors will open. Like that's definitely one thing I've learned from my husband, who's my co-founder, is that our network is our net worth. Because I used to be the person who was like, no, I'll just let them come to me. But when I started asking people for advice and asking people for resources, they were very willing to offer that.
I think that goes hand in hand with like our next topic around confidence, right? And so you can be confident about your idea and sell it in based off of your confidence, right? I think it's so interesting. White men so often are getting funding for ideas that they haven't even proved concept on millions of dollars because they're confident. And last year we did a pitch competition with Capital One. Courtney was one of our winners for the pitch competition. But our first place winner, I talked to her a couple of weeks ago and I said, this was the first time you did a pitch. tell me, how is everything going? And she won $25,000. She said, that gave me the confidence to go pitch more. And since then, I have had the opportunity to win more grants. And I've been featured in Forbes. And so, but confidence is key. And so share with us around you guys' experience with confidence in the workplace and as a small business owner.
Yes. So I'd love to say that as women, we actually have a superpower, and I call that feminine energy. I think that a lot of times we come into the marketplace, into the boardroom, and we're trying to mimic men. You know, we're trying to bring on this masculine energy. But I do believe that our feminine energy actually is what comes natural to us, and we need to work in it. And for me, that has been really key. I've talked about before how I used to suffer from imposter syndrome, which is, oh my gosh, how did I get here? I shouldn't be here. Like, I was crawling around the room. And coming to understand that we bring value, and we don't have to modify ourselves. We don't have to change our stories. There's the power in our story, and bringing on that energy is really important. And that's been something I've learned along the journey. That's one advice I give. Bring all of you. Bring your entire story, your tribe, and lay it out on the table, and it does resonate. I think that being authentically you is what people are looking to connect with.
Absolutely.
And once you make that connection, then a lot of magic can happen.
Oh, black girl magic. All the black girl magic. Feminine energy. I love that. I love that. What about you guys?
Well, I would say, like, for example, when you walked into the room today, like, I felt your energy before you even said anything. And so I could feel that you were super confident, and that just oozes out of your pores. And so you're exactly right about that.
Thank you.
I think it was Deion Sanders who said, when you look good, you feel good.
That's
you feel good, you do good.
That's right.
And you do good, you be good.
So Pastor Deion Sanders,
love that.
And so, you know, I try to do the things that, you know, are the non-sexy things every day, but that get me like one step further, because they all add up to eventual like success. And so 5 things I try to focus on every day. I try to eat right. And so, you know, trying to subsist on lettuce and like Snicker bars doesn't work. I've tried that. I try to hydrate well. My coach one time told me that wine does not count, although I tried to convince her it was a fruit. I try to sleep well, and whatever that means for you. Some people that can do 2 4-hour sessions. I need to be out for 7.5 hours minimum. I try to move well, whether that's yoga or it's meditation or it's walking the dog around the park. And then I try to socialize well. I try to make sure that I'm doing those things every single day. And then I feel good about myself, and that helps to kind of rebuild my confidence every day.
That's really good. Come over to my house. Help us out.
I will be there, Marty. I will be for you. I will be there.
For me, honestly, positive affirmations. And I will say, women always over-prepare. So it's not that we're not prepared for these conversations or these pitches, etc. So it's just reminding yourself, I'm prepared. I have done the work. I know this stuff. I am powerful. You know, whatever it is that you need to tell yourself, just literally talk to yourself and hype yourself up before you walk into those conversations. So that works a lot.
I think that's probably like number one. I'm going to switch mine. I'm going to say what she said. There's my therapist reminded me that what we don't realize at an early age, and I wish I had known this in my 20s, is that our brains don't know the difference between a truth and a lie. I know. And so if we keep telling ourselves, oh no, I'm going to fail. Oh my, I forgot that last line of the pitch, or I forgot what I was going to say to the investor, or when I walk into the bank to ask for a loan, then our brain tells our body, respond this way.
Yes, I believe that.
Right?
I believe that.
And so we have to tell ourselves the positive affirmations, because then our bodies will respond.
That's right. That's right.
I believe that.
Magic.
You know, it's interesting. I've never lacked confidence. I've always been in situations where I had to level up, protect myself. And so because of that, it's just come strong and through to me in just such a unique way. But I will say this. When I started my business and I quit my corporate job, I was just on fire not to fail because I was trying to prove someone wrong, which gave me confidence, right? But I come from a background of data-driven decision making. And so how Black Girl Magic even started was a pitch to the CEO of Sugarfina, who was at a conference that I went to. I went up to her after the conference and I said, do you know what Black Girl Magic is?
Wow.
And I had just read this Nielsen, right, this older white lady. She's looking at me like, girl, no. And so I went up to her. I had just read this Nielsen data report that said Black Girl Magic is real. And it talked about the buying power and behavior of Black women, and that we're the highest spending consumer out of any ethnicity, but brands are not paying attention to us. They do not place us in advertisements, or they don't have us as top of the line as target audiences. So I went up to her. I said, because I was confident because I had the data that backed me. I said, are you familiar with what Black Girl Magic is? She said, what? I said, Black Girl Magic is a rallying call. It is the buying power of Black women. And I said, and I bet you don't even have them as a target audience. I said, you should create a gummy bear called Black Girl Magic, and Black women will buy it.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And so she looked at me and she said, send me an email. And it was a generic email address, like info at.
Right.
And I said, I'm going to go home and I'm going to write you the most powerful pitch deck that you ever saw. And you're going to call me back. In 3 weeks, she called me back.
Wow.
And I said,
That is Black Girl.
I said, we're going to do pop-up events in 5 cities across the U.S. I'm going to do a Black Girl Magic tour, and we're going to sell Black Girl Magic gummy bears.
Can I get the gummies?
Right.
At the time, you could.
Oh, bring the gummies back. Whoever
Seriously.
bring the Sugarfina.
Yes.
Bring the gummies back, please.
And so that's how Black Girl Magic, that's how this event started. It started from confidence.
That's amazing.
It started from confidence because I was assured of myself and what I could bring to the table, but most importantly, what Black women could bring to the table. And so I think that that's a part of our confidence, but a part of our story too.
Yes.
So switching gears just a little bit, life has just changed so much post everything.
Everybody exhales.
So we're in this post-COVID movement, kind of, but we're in a post-George Floyd movement as well, right? And so landscapes of being an entrepreneur are forever different. Good, bad, or indifferent. It will forever be different. But there's a lot of things happening for communities of color right now that can be super impactful. Can you guys share how you guys' business has changed?
So for me, we've seen an amazing awareness of people now understanding the value of women-owned and Black-owned. It's actually been very refreshing to see. I think for the longest time, we've been trying to make space for Black women in business, Black women in the boardroom, and now corporations are taking it seriously. A lot of corporations are speaking up. They have put out statements. They have put out revenue or some funding to go to Black businesses. And we have customers who are buying from us because we are Black owned. So that's been a shift that we've noticed in the industry, something that we're very excited about. So part of what we've done is to put out a statement on our website talking about our history and our entire story coming from Africa as a Black woman and now being an African American with our entire story and our history and how our cultures are very interrelated, both, Africans and African Americans. I think part of also what's happening is we're starting to have that conversation. And I think it used to be that there was a divide where you say, oh, these are Africans and these are African Americans. And now we're saying that we're one people and we're one culture. And we need to come together and understand that our cultures were interrelated and we're very much connected. So that's something that is happening, especially in the herbal industry, in the health and wellness industry. We're speaking up about the sources of our food coming from Africa, the power of herbs that grow in Africa. And that's one of the things I'm really passionate about. Because when I looked at our industry, there's a lot of herbs from Asia, from the Amazons. Everywhere else is represented but Africa.
Yeah.
And one of my goals is to bring the herbs of Africa to the table, and talk about how impactful those herbs are to our health.
Can you put that in a gummy bear too?
We're looking to do gummy bears.
We need a black girl magic tea now.
We just need a black girl magic herb. That's it. How about you, Courtney?
Oh goodness. Well, externally, so you mentioned the Nielsen data, right? About the spending power and the buying power of Black women. And many people don't realize that when you think about the beauty industry, we over-index by 10x.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I mean, we're in the salon weekly. We're
Yes,
getting our
yes.
nails done all the time. If I feel sad, I'm changing my lip color, And so, that was important for us when we walk into the room with these investors. They are starting to understand that a bit more. Instead of us having to go through, oh my gosh, this is how a hairstylist lives. This is how they find professional space. This is why this is an evergreen industry and it's never going to die. And so those conversations have gotten better for us, I think, just because people are trying to pay more attention to how the industry is moving and that we do have a loud voice and we do understand what the heck it is we're talking about, right? And then internally, we've been paying attention too to how people want to support Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, LGBTQ businesses. And so we've tagged our salon hosts on the Share platform now so that you can see this is a Black-owned salon, this is an LGBTQ salon, this is a women-owned barbershop. And so we're doing our part there too.
That's amazing. Z, for you, and specifically in the space that you sit, how have you seen businesses shift pre, George Floyd, and how can businesses continue to build wealth in this moment in time?
Yes. That is a great question.
Tell us more.
So it's so interesting. We run a really regular survey at Capital One, and where we connect with small businesses, and a lot of small businesses are actually finding that their financial situations are the same or better than pre-COVID, which is really interesting. So in this moment, businesses are actually doing quite well. And so looking forward, a number of things are top of mind for businesses. Hiring has been challenging.
That's right.
There has also been challenges with supply chain management.
Absolutely.
I bet you might have experienced that, right?
Huge, From
supplying your goods all the way through to shipping delays have been really challenging. So businesses are actually doing well. They're expecting to see sales increase over the next 6 months. It's just a matter of coming out of the pandemic, there are some critical things that they have to focus on correcting and getting back to pre-pandemic levels. But financially, it looks like small businesses are actually doing well.
Absolutely.
What could small businesses be doing with their additional capital? Are you guys seeing any shifts in the industry that we could, as a small business owner, could really just be taking advantage of right now?
Yeah. So a lot of businesses are actually investing in growth. So a lot of businesses have been thinking about, okay, we've mostly gotten over the hump, hopefully. What can we do to actually invest in scaling our businesses? So that is one area. Another is tech adoption. With the pandemic, it has become even more critical to understand how to make your business digitally enabled. And so businesses have been taking advantage of free resources to understand how to make their businesses more e-commerce friendly, to make sure that their finances are actually synced with their digital tools to help with cash flow management. So those are two things that I think businesses are really, really focused on.
Listen, I could talk to you guys literally for the next hour and just be like, okay, so what should I go do with my business? But I definitely appreciate you guys being here and leaning in just a little bit to our community on how, we just shift and how we continue to make impact. And this is the small business convo. The conversations continue. It's not a one lane convo. It's two ways. And the thing that really stood out is that we have to lean into one another. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this conversation.
Thank you for having us, Marty.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so there are 3 words we hear a lot nowadays, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. But what does that mean exactly? Well, we're going to find out today because I have three amazing corporate queens that are going to be joining us, which I'm so excited to introduce you to. First, we have Miss Ezinne Okoro. Hi, Ezinne. How are you? Thank you for joining us today. Also, Miss Wendy Osefo. How are you, Wendy?
I'm so good. Good morning.
Good. And Miss Halima Nash. Hi, Halima.
Top of the morning, everybody.
Top of the morning. Yes, absolutely. Well, I could literally read these long bios because you have some outstanding bios, but I want to hear from you. Who are you? We'll give you about, a little over 60 seconds to share with us exactly who you are. So we'll start with Ezinne. Ezinne, who is Ezinne Okoro?
Oh, favorite question. Hi, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. So who is Ezinne? Ezinne is a girl next door, passionate about giving back to the community. She is a corporate executive badass.
Yes.
That is advocating for change and using her privilege and her expertise in order to do better for the future.
I love that. That's great. Well, we definitely appreciate you being with us today, and I know you have a lot of gems to drop. Wendy, we'll go with you next.
Wendy is, I always lead with I'm a mom, I'm a wife, the things that are near and dear to my heart. I am the daughter of immigrants. So when I walk into a room, I carry them on my shoulder. I am a first gen. I'm a professor. I'm a commentator, but most of all, I think that I am someone who is fortunate enough to have been able to step into the many rooms I have entered. And I never want to forget who I am and whose I am. So whenever I speak, I make sure to speak from that place and know that it's not okay to be the first, because our job is not to occupy that space, but rather to make sure that others that look like us also occupy that space. So that is who Wendy is.
Wendy? Look, snap. Yes, Wendy. I love that. See, I couldn't have said it as eloquently as you did. And also Miss Halima. Who is Halima?
Halima is God's daughter. It is how I enter into spaces. I am a Compton raised, Howard University developed, and Chicago and Los Angeles and globally bossed. Say that in my career, I am a underrepresented talent specialist. Where I work to really ride for secure opportunities for and ensure that there are space for people that feel like they are only, for people that feel like they are the first and don't want to occupy that space, as Wendy just mentioned. How do we ensure that there's opportunity for them? Because I am also a woman who is always in service to the younger girl on the inside.
I love that. Ladies, look, I can already tell we're going to go over time today because there is so much to discuss, so much I want to touch on with you all. But we're going to start with what our topic is. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it seems like those three words should pretty much be understood, right? But I think people really do not fully understand what those words mean. So anybody just feel free to jump in and we'll just go around the table. What do those three words mean? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let's clear it up today.
I'll go ahead and jump in. Yeah, I can start. I think you're right. I think a lot of people know it by definition, but don't really know what it looks like in practice, right? So diversity, simple definition, it is representation. It is the differences that we have in each other. As we look at each other and we see commonalities as being Black women, there's still diversity amongst us, as Wendy mentioned her background, as Halima mentioned hers, and I mentioned mine. So that is diversity. It's the mix of experiences, personalities, personal identifiers, et cetera. When we talk about inclusion is now how are we bringing all of those experiences, identities into a mix, right? So that we are utilizing that to optimize whatever it is that we're doing. And we're having this wonderful conversation incorporating the differences that we have. And then when we talk about equity, is creating an equal playing field for all of us to be able to succeed, to be able to get the things that we want into life. and to be able to really advance. So equity is making sure that we are really on the same playing field. And if we're not, what are the additional programs and opportunities that can be provided to get us to what our definition of equal may be? So that's almost like the simplest form of putting it. And then I also want to make sure that I think when you go around from country to country, even state to state, diversity also differs, right? I think here in America, we always talk about race first, right? But if you go to another country that's predominantly one race, one ethnicity, they're not talking about race first. They're maybe talking about something else and maybe talking about nationality. So when you start moving around the globe, you'll see how it differs a bit more, but underlining the definitions I gave is pretty much the core of what each of those are.
Sure. Are you surprised? And I'm not even going to say surprised. Explain to me the word that you feel to know that there's still a push, right? Y'all, this is 2021. Like, come on. That we literally have to continue having this conversation over and over and over again, right? I mean, doesn't that make you feel like, come on, where is the progress? And we are progressing, right? But to me, sometimes it's just like, wow, we still have to push for this. It's a fight for this, right? Don't you agree?
I agree. And if I can say something, I think that where there's a gap sometimes is between diversity and inclusion. So many times people put emphasis on diversity, just even working on a college campus. You see people want to be able to say, we have one of this, we have two of this, we are diverse. They tout diversity. And oftentimes I am the only person in the room saying, yes, we have those things. But now the question becomes, how do those people feel in this space? And that's where inclusion comes in. It's not about you being able to tout how many Black women you have, how many people from, the Pacific Islands you have. It's about when we talk to those people who check off those boxes for you, how do those people feel like they are part of the fabric of the community? Do they feel inclusive? And quite frankly, let's look at your retention rates. If you are able to bring them in, are you able to retain them? And that is where I think in 2021, we're having these conversations and it's still mind blowing because I think a lot of corporations, a lot of big, universities are really hounding diversity and, Black Lives Matter. And that sounds great. But what is the next step for you after that? And that is, like Ezinne said, we're talking about inclusion and we're talking about equity, and that is that next step.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will. I'll chime in and say there's even a further step. Like I love how Ezinne was like deep in the work every day from a corporate perspective, can define what this looks like, wherever context you're in, and then the additional step that needs to happen, which Wendy just spoke to. But diversity really is like the information, right? Like that's just the reality of the thing. Equity is talking about justice. Right. Like how do you actually, like, what are the choices of your company because of the information, the diversity that you get? And the inclusion is the actions, right? Like what are the actions behind the diversity that you see and the choices you want to make in terms of equity and justice? And then the last or the next step, even after that, is belonging, right? Like, can you create a sense of belonging for those people that, as Wendy said, are checking the box? And that's the outcome. You want to understand the information, you want to make the choices, you want to have actual actions that keep these people in the company and ensure that they are retained. But it's also, do I feel like I belong in this space? I think that anchors these definitions that you're hearing us talk about.
Well, that's great. So let's address that. Let's talk about that. You guys, literally, if not over 100,000 women joining us today, watching you. A lot of corporate queens. Some of them may be applying for new positions. What are some of the questions that they need to ask before accepting a new position when it comes to diversity and inclusion? Is there something that they need to ask up front?
I think, if I could chime in here, you need to ask about that retention rate, right? Yeah. Like, what does that look like? I would really say, what is your retention rate for people who look like me? That is a question that opens up the doors for other deeper questions. because I don't want to know how many people you have that look like me. I want to know how many people that look like me stayed here.
Yes.
Because if they stayed here, that means that you did your job well. So tell me that number. That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm. Something as simple too, I think, to that point of asking, how did this role come about? You know, how was it open? Is it a new role? Because, you know, I think companies can get a bit defensive, right? They want to show you that everything is truly roses when we know in the reality it's not, right? The role probably opened because somebody quit. But why did they quit? And I think it's also asking, what did you learn from that? And what is changing from when the person previously held the role to today? And I think also too, especially if you're looking for a role right now, over the last year and a half, there's so much conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Black Lives Matter, you know, Stop Asian Hate. I think ask directly, what does your company stand for with these social economic issues that has happened across the world? Oh, I noticed that I saw your company was doing something in the news. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that and how you're sustaining that program? Because then you get an idea too. Is it a one-off? Was it performative? And I think that when you get that type of information, you can dig a little bit deeper. And maybe the person that's interviewing you does not have those answers, and you ask them, well, can I speak to someone else that was working closer to that may be able to address it? Because it's important to me that I'm walking into a space where you truly are valuing who I am, and I have that sense of belonging, and I want to stay. I want to contribute to the progress of the company. So it is very critical, as much as you may be looking for a new job, that you put yourself out there. And as me, that hires a lot. For me, it shows critical thinking. It shows that you're thinking beyond that specific role. And it also shows that you actually plan to be there, and it shows that longevity. So it's fantastic questions to ask.
Those are definitely fantastic questions to ask, but I do want to address the reality of so many women that are applying. You know, maybe Ezineh, you're not sitting on the other side of the table. The person that they're speaking to doesn't look like you, so it is taking that risk of kind of shaking things up a bit. Let's talk to the reality of the fear, because a lot of times when people are applying for those positions, they do need the income, right? So it's like, I am in a critical moment. Do I ask this question with the possibility that maybe I'm already stirring the pot too much and they may not offer me the position, which of course, what is for us is for us. But the reality of facing, I have children, I need to pay my bills. So let's speak to that woman that is out there that's like, this sounds great, and I want to be bold like you are, and I want to be a boss like you, but I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I appreciate that question, because I feel like I have this conversation so much. And that's when things like imposter syndrome, that's when things like lack of awareness of your beautiful, magical bossness really creeps in for us. Because I do think that women, Black women particularly, often we enter salary negotiations, we enter employment talks from a very feeble space.
Halima, say it again, please. Oh my gosh, yes.
Instead of coming in like, I am a top talent and it is an honor for you to interview me. And
Period.
I am interviewing you. You know, like, this is when I sit in this chair, I'm not just trying to take an opportunity because I got to pay my bills. I want the kind of opportunity where I can go back to my home and take care of my children in more of a peaceful place, because I'm not saying yes to a space that is going to break my soul and my spirit just so I can make $1. Yeah. Right? Because peace is that priceless thing that you're also negotiating. So I think that corporate women that are interviewing for entry-level positions where you have very little influence as you think, know that you still are in a position of power. You still are in a position to interview that company. And those questions that you heard that Ezineh talked about and Wendy talked about, those are just fundamental to understand what the environment is going to be. But the question that I also think is important based on this question is, what is a meaningful work experience in your eyes? When you think about your bottom line, your mission, excuse me, and your values, what's a meaningful employee experience? And what does that look like for me?
Yep.
That's so good. Oh, you look, you need to write this quote down. You said, peace is a price that we are negotiating. Listen, if we can't pass the plate on that one right there, Lord have mercy.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, because how many times have we compromised our peace, like you said, for the check? Oh my goodness, this is so amazing.
Oh my God.
So let's talk about that. Let's talk about those equity-based initiatives that either you yourself, maybe your company, that you have provided for employees. So you could speak on it from a personal perspective or from a company perspective. Ezinne, I'll let you take this one first.
Yeah, I think it's important too. I want to kind of add on to what Halima's saying. I think it's important to be clear as to what it is that you need. There's an assumption that your company knows what they need to provide for you. But I think that you also have to be a bit vulnerable. Hopefully they're creating that space to be able to share that says, oh, I need this extra accommodation, or how are we negotiating this? And I think that that's the powerful piece of equity. You know, a lot of times when we're talking about diversity, you know, I get a lot of questions about neurodiversity, which is of like the brain and science, and then also people with disabilities, especially non-visible disabilities. And when you're considering that, if you have a non-visible disability, I need you to share that with us, you know, whether with me or your HR partner or whomever you have a relationship with, so that they can provide the additional accommodations that you may need without you feeling like you can't get it. And when we're thinking about equity, I think that what comes to mind often too is performance management, it's pay equity, and some of those things, unfortunately, people just don't have the visibility for. But what you can do is always to inquire about it and to make sure that your company is thinking about it, and to say, you know, like, we have performance management, for example, and performance management, you're supposed to meet with your manager once a quarter. So maybe once a quarter is not efficient for you. Like, you want to get direct ad hoc feedback. So then ask for it. You know, I think that that's the important thing here is, as you're in these spaces, whether you're entry level, you're more senior, we have to be comfortable with the asks. And if you don't ask, you don't know what you're going to get. And I come from the school of, what's the worst thing that they're going to say? No. But here's the thing, they're not going to even say no. They're probably going to give you some, not the right time. Let's talk about it some more. And I think that that's fine, because you built the conversation, that you've already started to plant the seed. And then when they see that you are starting to disconnect from the work, trust me, they're going to go back to that conversation. Oh, I remember having that conversation before. I need to tap back into that and follow up. So we have to own our own career. We have to own how we step into these spaces when we are often the minority. And then how are we able to excel in there and find those sponsors and those mentors and those peers that's going to help you along that journey.
So I think Ezinne brings a good point when she talks about accommodations, and especially for me, I have a personal example of that. When I was interviewing for my professorship, I had a schedule like most people do when they interview. It starts from 7 a.m. and it ends around 5 p.m. So you're on campus all day. You're meeting with deans, you're presenting to students, you're presenting to faculty. Well, what they didn't know was that I had just given birth. And so I was currently nursing my son. So I had to make a judgment call on whether or not to share that with them, because what that meant for me was I would have to break away at some point to go pump. But I decided not to share that with them because I didn't want to lose the job, because they'll say this is a new mom, and if she's already taking breaks from her interview, she's going to do the same thing when we hire her. So I came to my interview. I pumped for 2 hours before I started that morning. By the end of my interview, my breasts were rock hard. I mean, I was completely inflated. And I sat in that parking lot after my interview and I pumped again for another 2 hours. And that is something that I had to do, but I don't necessarily blame them. But the truth of the matter is that professorships and university jobs are solely around like men and older individuals. Whereas me, even right now, I'm still the youngest faculty member in my department. And although I've been there 5 years, I'm still the only one that has given birth while working there. So accommodations is something that goes both ways, meaning if you come into a position, you have to bring with you everything that comes with you, because you never know who will come after you and how they may need that accommodation as well. So for me, I know that I have changed the ways in which we look at nursing mothers, because now there's accommodations for nursing mothers, not just when I look at an interview schedule, but also when it comes to day-to-day working. Where is there room for our faculty members to nurse if they have to? So that was just something I wanted to share.
That's so powerful. I'm going to tell you how powerful it is. We have a new mom with us today, the founder of Black Girl Magic, Boss Woman Media. You all know Marty. Y'all, this has never happened before, but Marty is standing up during this entire conversation. I'm going to invite her in, because that's how you know this is so powerful, because she's like, I got to jump in. She's like, I can see her. Tag me in, coach. Tag me in. So, Marty, if you could come join us on the couch, y'all. Look here. You come on this side. I'll let you sit on this side.
I'm like, listen. This is my story, Wendy. Like, our baby was born with a disease. We were in the NICU for 35 days. And
I was in the NICU for 9 days, Marty. Oh my God.
Oh, and it's an experience that nobody can ever understand. It's the most paralyzing experience. And so I did a pitch call 3 days after my baby was born. Wow. And it was almost like I got scolded for protecting my business, because I'm a small business owner. And so when you think about equity and inclusion in ourselves coming to the table, and as a Black woman who is building an empire, but also building a family, right? There is something about our resiliency that isn't everyone else's story. And so how do you show up with your story, but then also how do you allow them to accept that you're not going to let your business fail because, oh, by the way, I don't have full-time staff right now. I'm building right now. And so respect my build while I produce for you what I know that I can produce. And so it's so interesting when we think about the landscape of diversity, equity, inclusion through it all. It's not synonymous, and it's not a one-sided street, because everybody coming to the table are not equipped with the same tools that someone else has. The privileges are very different. And so I can relate to that on so many levels, because, oh, by the way, as a small business owner, nobody's giving you insurance. Nope. If your business stops today, my business stops today, right? So I understand what it takes to be multifaceted, you know, and I have to put my big girl pants on and say, no, these are deals. I'm sorry, Jay. These are deals that I had in the works. These are deals that I cannot let fall through. Respect my hustle that way. Don't scold it that I'm, taking an approach that may be different than if I get to leave on maternity leave somewhere, right? Yeah. So I just love that you shared that, because I can relate to it so much. And I was just sitting there while my baby was in the NICU. There was nothing else for me to do. So I'm going to engage in work. Because that takes my mind off
Marty,
of it.
I think earlier we were talking about what does diversity, equity, and inclusion look like in action, right? I think a big component of it that we underutilize is the power of storytelling, right? Because if you get on this pitch call and at some point, if you feel comfortable enough and you say, oh, you wouldn't even believe I'm in the hospital, I just gave birth 3 days ago, I guarantee they would have been like, oh, do you need some time or whatever? Or they would have been more cognizant of the next person coming forward, similar to you, Wendy. So now you're more cognizant of, wait, what provisions are we not allowing for someone that may be in a situation where they don't want to have to disclose all of these things? So the more that we can share and the more we create spaces that are safe enough to share without feeling scolded, that's how change happens. We're changing things based off of one action to another. So if people can share more on both sides on anything, then it's like, wow, it's something that I never thought of. I mean, I thought of it because I'm a woman and I can relate to you all. But if we think about the white man that's not even thinking about it, and we share that information, I guarantee the next time he's interacting with the woman, it's not that he is overcompensating for her, but he is going to be a bit more aware of maybe there's something that she may be going through that he cannot relate to, and he'll make those provisions.
Right.
That's really good. Y'all just, look, I'm over here like, I feel like I got my popcorn because this is so good. And you brought up a point, Ezinne, let's speak to that. We have been empowering our Black women. We've been speaking life into them, but we have a diverse audience today. And you brought up the fact that there may be a lack of compassion, or maybe just a lack of knowledge if there is a white man sitting on the other side of that table. Maybe he does not understand. So let's speak to him. What can he do to help with the diversity and inclusion in this fight that we fight every single day for equity?
Yeah. I think that, if I go back again, think about the last year and a half, this probably was the most challenging in my entire career, because we were asked to show up when we were facing adversity on a public scale, right? And I'm in meetings with like the only, and then trying to make policies and communication and talk to PR and the media. And it's kind of like, wait, I need a minute. I need a minute to get myself together. And that's exactly what I said. And I think for my white male counterparts, what they were able to do was pause and say, how are you doing? Are you able to do this? Do you need some time? Let me know what I can do, because that's how we infuse change. I think the assumption is, unfortunately, because of the way of the world is, that there's all these racist white men in the world, but there's some people that really believe in the work that we're doing, believe everyone should be equal, but really don't know where to start. So I think that the way that white men can lean in is to give space. Give space. I think sometimes it's calling my name when I'm not in the room. It's giving that credit when the person is there. Is looking around the room. If all of us are sitting there and you see that I have not spoken, is to say, hey, what do you want to contribute to that? And I think that when we work with more intention in that manner, that's how you truly see change. Because the reality is, guys, I've been in corporate forever. The numbers are going to take time to change. They're going to take time to shift. But if someone is, for example, retiring, or if someone is leaving the company, how do you make space for another Black woman, brown woman, someone from the queer community? How do you make space for them to be able to get into those positions? And I think in order to do that, we need to be very much aware of the privileges that we have.
That's good. Halima, what do our non-Black or non-female counterparts, what do they need to know?
Well, I would say, consider if you are in a position of influence, because if you are in a position of influence, you have an opportunity to be an ally. And I think that there's a lot of people that stop at the offer. What can I do? What can we do? And there's no action behind it. And there really is a difference between position and power. I think that there have been a lot of organizations that have given a position in response, and they feel like giving the position is the only way to be an ally. But being an ally is providing position that includes power, includes the opportunity to wield power through your individual story. And so I think taking it a step further is the generation that we're in right now. So if you are interested in allyship, think of how you can really take allyship farther than just how are you. And it is, as Ezinne said, creating space and thinking about what that space can create.
Yeah. And I would even add to that, fund me. You want to help as an ally? Fund me. That's exactly how you can help. And put someone on your team who's going to, who is not only eager, but is willing to do the work to change the Black community and fund me. That's how change is going to happen in our community. Don't give me the crumbs. Fund me.
I love it. I know that's right. Wendy, I'll let you answer this question as well.
I think that what everyone has said is spot on, right? It's not about, and I even say this. I always say we use the term allyship a lot, but I would extend the conversation and say I don't want you to be my ally. I want you to be my accomplice, right? The accomplice is if I'm in jail, I'm looking at you because you in jail beside me. So I need you to be lock and step beside me. And I think that that's what's really important. And as Anae brought up a good example, is not just about, you know, saying, lending an ear. It's also about speaking our names when we're not in the room, or knowing that when your voice is used, sometimes whether we like it or not, it has more power than if we say it. And I think it's important to do those things. I had a colleague who did something that I thought was so amazing. I had a white male colleague who brought up my name when another white male colleague took my idea and made it seem like it was an original thought. My white male colleague said, "That's a great idea. That's something Wendy mentioned last week in our meeting." And that is what an accomplice does. They speak up for you. They leverage their platform for you to utilize your voice. And we just have to keep on going lock and step in those ways.
Well, I know we have to wrap. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I know the audience wants to stay connected. So, Wendy, if you don't mind sharing, how can our audience stay connected to you?
You can catch me on all social media platforms at Wendy Osefo. I do the Facebook, the Twitter, the Instagram, and on those sites, I also have my business email address if you'd like to reach out.
All right. Thank you. Halima?
You can follow us at Rosecrans Ventures, and it's actually at Rosecrans Made, and we are across all social platforms as well.
Sounds good. And Ezinne?
Yes, I am at I am Ezi, EZI, the first three initials in my name. And I'm on all social platforms. And my email is on there too when you get on.
Sounds great. And you can stay in touch with us as well. Keep connected at Boss Women Media. You all have been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm super excited about today's conversation around investing in yourself. And today I have the privilege to speak with Lauren Simmons and Kaylin McKibben around investing in yourself and investing in the future. Thank you so much, Lauren, for being with us.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm so grateful. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. Look at your little fur baby over there. That's super cute. He's like, I'm just going to chill and watch Black Girl Magic right now. Okay, so we're just going to hop right into the conversation. As I mentioned earlier, we have Kaylin McKibben, a new high school student who aspires to be an investment banker, or pretty much anything she wants to really be in life. But we have the opportunity to connect her with you and to ask a couple of questions as we're chatting today. So I just want to start with, obviously, you have all of this buzz around you being the woofette of Wall Street, right? You're the youngest Black female to be in the stock exchange, to be on the stock exchange floor. Tell us how that experience has changed your life. Tell us a little bit about that experience. And how did you get there, sis?
Yeah, so my journey to Wall Street was not linear or traditional whatsoever. When I was in college, I had studied genetics. And when I was in high school, I had studied architectural engineering. I really thought after I graduated high school that I was going to be in pursuit of going into an engineering program. I didn't end up getting into a program. So I pivoted to genetics. I have a brother with cerebral palsy, and it made sense at the time. I really wanted to impact families the way that doctors had impacted mine growing up. And I was getting to my senior thesis and realized that we weren't as technologically advanced as I had hoped. And so I had to once again pivot. And I found the day I graduated, December 13, 2017, I hopped on a plane to New York City with no connections. And I networked with any and everyone. I sat down with any and everyone, and I was presented with an opportunity to come work at the New York Stock Exchange. And I said yes. And I remember distinctively years later talking with Richard Rosenblatt with Rosenblatt Securities on why me. this is a woman from the South that didn't go to an Ivy League, that had no previous background in finance. The little that I knew was statistics. I had studied that in college. And he said for him, I had the audacity, that was his quote unquote words, I had the audacity to move to Georgia, to New York, and end up at the New York Stock Exchange out of all places. And he said for him, he felt like there was someone bigger than him that had dictated that had moved those parts. And who was he to say no to that? Because people live in New York City their entire life and never end up at the New York Stock Exchange. So he was very grateful, very eager to bring me on board, to mentor me. And that is how I ended up at Wall Street. And I think my experience was great. I had such a great mentor. I had such great mentors. I worked with 250 men, being the only woman on the floor and being the youngest person on the floor at the time. And I think, not everyone was great, but what I always say is like, it doesn't matter how many allies you have. If you have that one ally, then make that opportunity. And I think the men that definitely leaned in and showed support and guided me were absolutely incredible. And the ones that weren't, I just, removed the noise and kept pushing forward.
Talk about courageous, right? Talk about a woman who said, I'm going to leave the South, I'm going to leave Georgia, I'm going to go to New York. What you said was really interesting. You networked and you connected. Talk to us about that, because that is not, number one, it's not easy. Networking is very different right now than what it was traditionally 10, 15, 20 years ago. Talk to us around how you navigated your waters, and you told these people, hey, no, I deserve to be here. Give me a chance.
Yeah. So 10, 15 years ago, I would have been, I would have been 10. I think, this digital era that we are in is absolutely incredible, because you get to connect with people all over the world, even if you're not in the same room. And I think even more now through this pandemic, we are utilizing tools such as Zoom. We're on a Zoom call now. But one of the things that, social media is wonderful. And yes, Instagram and Snap and TikTok and all those things. But I also think in a professional setting, LinkedIn is your best friend. And as soon as you can make a LinkedIn account, I suggest people to do so. Reach out. I did a whole lot of, I guess if this was 10, 15 years ago, cold calling, but it was cold emailing and reaching out to people in executive C-suite positions, people that could move mountains to get me into a company. Because there were two things that I learned before I moved to New York. My mom worked in HR for a Fortune 50 company. And for one job posting, there is anywhere between 8,000 and 10,000 applicants. And this is down south. So you can imagine what that would look like if it was up north. How do you stand out amongst those 8,000, 10,000 applicants? Everyone's resume is pretty much going to look the same. Yeah, you might go to an Ivy League and that might, turn some heads, but for the most part, a lot of people's resumes are the same. So really it's networking and relationship building. And so I put that as the focus in the forefront. When I reached out to people on LinkedIn, I was very intentional saying, can we have exploratory meetings? Now in the digital era, exploratory meetings can still be done over Zoom. And I think it's even more convenient because you don't have to get in your car, on the subway, get dressed and meet at a location. And I would pick their brain. And I had a lot of individuals who told me I had no clear direction of where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And I think that is really unfair, because I think at any point in your career, whether you're 18, 25, 60, 80, you should be able to change and adapt at any given point. The second thing is really being comfortable with being uncomfortable. I did do a lot of cold reaching, and in my mind, my strong point was statistics. I was very thorough in statistics, and what that translated into a job, I wasn't completely sure, but I knew I wanted to do something that involved numbers and I could speak to that. So for me, I don't know if life needs to be so linear, in the sense of, how we connect. Your networking group should be a rainbow of people. It should be people from different backgrounds. It shouldn't be my network group should not all look like Lauren. If it does, that's a problem. And that is one of the reasons why we see, especially a lot of minorities, not being able to get a seat at the table or being given different opportunities. Not to say that that fully falls on me or the individual person, because I think on the other hand, the corporate side, they could have better recruiting practices and et cetera, et cetera. But how do we get to that middle point? It's me reaching out to the individual, and it's the individual reaching back out to me saying, yes, I'll engage you in an exploratory conversation. I reached out to so many different people saying I was reaching too high. Again, you don't need 12 yeses, you just need one. And what are you going to do with that opportunity? And I got the opportunity and I said yes, even though I, knew little of the New York Stock Exchange. And I'm so grateful that I stepped outside of my comfort zone to do something new. I tell individuals, be adaptable, be open to opportunities, talk to any and everyone. And do that as early as possible. If there was any advice that I can give to my high school self or even my early college, I really don't think it's necessarily about the school that you go to, because I know many people that go to Ivy Leagues and don't end up doing anything. It's really going to be networking, and it's putting yourself out there, being adaptable, being open to opportunity. And the biggest growth, I believe, comes from being comfortable with being uncomfortable. I think every opportunity where I was, a little anxiety driven or, unsure of what would happen next has always paired out very well. Because I just believe that there are opportunities all around. We just have to lean into them.
No, that's very important. And being comfortable with being uncomfortable is definitely something that's not for the faint of heart. But you had a grit in you, you had a determination in you, and you were courageous. And so as we think about the next generation to come, and I often think about this myself as Kaylin is the next generation. She is going to be sitting in spaces and places that I didn't have the opportunity to, but because of the way that the things that I've paved, now she can, right? And so how do we lean into that next generation? What are we telling? What are we teaching them? What are we showcasing to them? And I just think it's so cool that she gets to be here to connect with you, to ask you questions of what you've learned, because my experience is different than yours, and yours will be different than hers. So, Kaylin, what's your question that you have for Lauren?
So what sparked your interest in stock marketing?
Honestly, I think the stock market sparked interest in me. I again, had no previous background, but I was minimally just wanted to make my mom proud. Like, I graduated college and I could do this. And, and on the other side of that, I wanted to make myself proud by just doing well within my first job. I would have never in imagined years would have thought that my career would have gone the direction that it did. But I have always, I've always been a person who has been adaptable, and when given opportunities, I'll say yes, and I'll be the best version of Lauren. I'm not going to, thinking of a word, but I'm not going to say this because probably can't say that word. So I always put my best foot forward. That's the word I'll use. I'll never, not give my full self. And I think when it came to the stock market, it definitely, if you were asking my high school self or even my college self, was not on my radar. But once that opportunity came, I was so excited to lean all the way in and give the best version and do very good within my role. Before you go to the next question, I do want anyone who's listening today, especially high school and college students, or, people who want to pursue college, realize that you don't need to have all the answers now. Like, I wish that someone had told me that at 18, because we love making plans, especially in high school. Okay, I'm going to go to this college. I'm going to get this degree. You get to college. Okay, I'm going to study this major. I'm going to get this degree, and this is going to be my first job. Statistically, only 32% of people go into the field in which they major in, which means a lot of people do not have any linear or correlation with what they study those 4 years. of college, and it is okay to change. And that is what life is all about. You might do 4 years of college and realize, you know what, I actually don't enjoy what it is that I'm doing. I think what should be driving you at all times is passion, purpose, what gives you joy. Even if in moments you are in a job and you don't completely love it, it's okay, because there are skills that you can learn, and you also can understand a little bit more about yourself. Identify why you don't like that job and why you don't want to be in that position, but also identify what you do like about that job, and then take those skills for that to be your next step in your career. So I think every opportunity you should take as a learning experience. It's for the good, it's for the growth, it's for the better. And it's okay if, at 18, at even freaking 26, like I'm still, figuring it out. And it's okay if you don't have all the answers.
But no, that's so key, right? Like, what truly 18-year-old knows what they want to do for the rest of their life? Like, it's a bit of a reach, and it's okay. I mean, that's really what college is for you to explore and for you to kind of figure out who you are and what you like and the things you're good at. But there is definitely a pressure, especially that's put on African American students who don't necessarily have generational wealth that's come to them in different spaces, that they can just be free in the world, but instead that they have to graduate and get a job, right? So that's really good. Kaylin, what's your question?
Who inspires you?
My mom. She is just absolutely incredible. She, had me and my brother, twins, and my brother was in and out of the hospital a lot growing up as a child. And one of the stories that really resonates with me now as an adult is, my brother had a lot of medical issues, and she had to go to the hospital a lot. And one day her superior said to her, "Are you really going to put your kids before your job?" And my mom quit on the spot, no questions asked. And it took her years when she quit before she got a second job, at least 7 years. And we never needed for anything. We never wanted for anything. She always was, positive, optimistic. And as an adult, I'm like, oh my goodness, like, how did you even manage? And so I just think she has instilled such great values in me. I mean, she was strict. I love you, Mom, if you're watching. She was very strict, but she instilled so much and showed me the importance to be independent, to earn my own money, to be very good at my personal finances, to budget, to save. And what it means to go through a rainy day and to not have to rely on people in a healthy way. Because I do think, support system is great, but she instilled so much, and I'm just forever grateful for all the lessons that she ever taught me. But she definitely carried the weight of the world on her and did it so sophisticated and so chic. And she inspires me in so many ways.
That's just like a mama, right? Like the job that no one will ever understand. That's a mama's job for sure. Kaylin, what's your next question?
Do you have a mentor? And if so, why are they important?
I have quite a few mentors now. I think mentorship is really important, but I think that it happens organically. It happens naturally. I think that a lot of people have their person in their head who they want to mentor, and if given the place and time, if they met them, would say, oh my goodness, please be a mentor to me. And mentorships don't work that way. I think mentorships work very parallel to how relationships work. On a first date, and you're in high school, but on a first date, you wouldn't ask someone, will you marry me? It doesn't work like that. It's relationship building, getting to know the person. And I think mentorships are very much the same way. It's a two-person relationship. So both people have to be willing to come to the table. What is the value add? Mentors don't necessarily even have to be someone who is older. They can be someone who's younger. And what can they teach you? Because I think people can teach people regardless of what stages that they're at in their life. But for me, mentors should be critics, but in a healthy way. You should be able to soundboard. They should be able to motivate you. When you have ideas, they're not critiquing you in a way that, like the poor advice that I got that you're reaching too high. It's how can we make this idea better? How can we, fine tune this idea, and what are your strengths in what you're asking for? They will always be an advocate for you. They will continue to push you forward. And again, I believe your mentors should look like your networking group. It shouldn't be the same ideology, and I think the best mentors are the ones that push you the most. So you will have a very honest conversation, get very constructive feedback. But they, at the end of the day, are there to support you. And as much as they're picking your brain, you should be picking their brain as well. And it's mentors. It's something that it takes years to develop. And I think every mentor that I have, and it's funny because this question came up the other day at another speaking engagement, they didn't even realize they were my mentor. Like, mentor is not something that you just say, hey, like, I really like you, even after knowing them for years, like, will you be my mentor? It's just, again, organic. And those people definitely have an impact on your life for the better.
No, for sure. What's your last question, Kaylin?
If a young girl in college wanted to step out and do it big like you have done, what would be their first steps?
To make it big? Was that the question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
God, did I make it big? I think the first steps, it definitely would be networking. It definitely would be open to having exploratory conversations and picking people's brains, and again, figuring out what you like and what you don't like. But I think the biggest thing that I think at any given point in anyone's career, and it's not just someone coming out of college, is really developing a relationship with yourself. Because if you don't know yourself, you will get easily manipulated, is not the word, but easily impressionable. You will do things because society or family or etc. outside voices say you should do something. And really, the one thing that I truly believe in this world, once you have a very great, healthy relationship with yourself, you have all the answers, not in an ego way, but you have all the answers to be your own North Star to guide you down the right path. And I think once you can tap into that intuition, tap into what is your strengths, what are your vulnerabilities, what are your weaknesses, and work on developing and strengthening that relationship with yourself, you will be absolutely limitless. I'm glad that I had a mom that encouraged me and, said, do your thing, you'll figure it out. She never worried. But often I don't think that we always get that great support, even from direct family members. And I think one of the ways that you know you're on the right path, even if you quote unquote make a mistake, is because you developed a relationship with yourself and it makes sense to you. It doesn't need to make sense to anyone else in this world, but if you have that strong inclination to move forward and to say, this is what I want to do, then you're absolutely going to do it. I truly believe that. Like, that's something that parents say to kids, growing up, like, you can do anything that you set your mind to. And I really do truly believe that. But it does take hard work. It does take building that relationship. And once you get to a good place with yourself, I think you can absolutely do anything that you want in this world, even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else. And that's okay. It doesn't have to.
That is absolutely our same sentiment. Like, you can do anything in this world. So thank you so much for just leaning in a little bit. Thank you for sharing. But listen, one thing about you, Lauren, is what we learned from this conversation is that you are brave. You are courageous. I feel like and you are smart and you are kind and all of the things above. But seriously, like, you have a grit and a determination like no other. And that's exactly what pushed you through to all of your success. So thank you so much for sharing how you invested in yourself and how others can invest in themselves today on today's talk.
Thank you. And oh my goodness, I cannot believe that those 30 minutes went by so fast. I'm like, what? Who even? Where did the time go? This conversation was so great. And I really hope that you guys enjoyed the conversation. And got some little gold nuggets from today, and I thoroughly enjoyed y'all's questions and talking. You hear the Southern coming out, but talking with you guys, and yeah, forever grateful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So excited about our next conversation because this is something that I'm absolutely passionate about. Social responsibility, social impact, but even more excited about who we're going to be having the conversation with, okay? None other than Miss Ivy McGregor. Let me, sis, before you say anything, let me run down this. I can only share a little bit of the bio, okay? Look, she is the CEO and Chief Architect of Ivy Inc. Innovative Vision Strategic Consulting, offering solutions to help individuals and organizations evolve, expand, and uncover cutting-edge social impact strategies. Check this out, you guys. She is also the Director of Social Responsibility for Be Good. Okay, I'm about to fall out. Okay, yes, which is the philanthropic umbrella of Parkwood Entertainment, the company founded by, yes, Beyonce Knowles Carter. Miss Ivy, thank you so much for being here with us. I know you get it all the time. I was like, hey, tell Beyonce we said hey, but we are so glad to have you because when I tell you, you are bossing it up and making a difference in our nation. Thank you for taking your time to have this conversation today.
Listen, Jade, I'm so honored to have this discussion with you. I see all that you do too, my sister. So it's great that we get to just pour a little wine and just have a girlfriend's discussion this afternoon.
I love that. I love that. First, I also have to say congratulations. I saw that you recently were named one of the 2021 International Women of Power by Heirs of Africa. Congratulations.
Can you even believe that?
That is so cool. I know you had to be like, oh my goodness.
I'm so, when I got that information, honestly, Jade, I was like, me? Are they talking about me? You know, because Jade, and we'll get into the discussion, like me, you do the work, but we don't do it for the awards, right? And so when people that are in the community recognize and see what you're doing from your heart, it hits a little different. I have to be honest.
It does. But you know what? God has that way, right? Of just saying, keep going, keep going.
That's right.
We see you. So I much deserved. You definitely deserve that.
Thank you so much, my sister.
So let's talk about that social responsibility.
Let's jump in it.
You say that there are more than 7 billion answers.
That's right.
To today's global issues. There are women that are watching today. Matter of fact, we have over 100,000 women that have joined us. And they're like 7 billion. I'm trying to find one. So tell us about the 7 billion.
Right. So I was honored a couple of years ago, Jade, to do my first TED Talk. And, I was thinking about all of the issues in the world, right? That all of the sustainability goals that global citizens and the United Nations are working on. But what came to me is that there are more answers than there are problems. And I'm going to lean in so that soaks in with our sisters that are watching. There are more answers than there are problems. Currently, there are about 8 billion people in the world. And I believe that each and every one of us are an answer, right? And so when we think about social responsibility and social impact, Jade, it's really essentially us finding a problem and determining that I am going to be the answer to that problem. And all we really have to do is look within ourselves and find the thing that we're passionate about, or the thing that keeps us up at night, or the thing that makes us cry. You and I talked earlier, Jade, and we're both mama's girls and look after mamas. So there might be some people that are passionate about programs and services for our aged, our seniors. There are some people that may be impassioned by, we're seeing a rise of mental illnesses, right? We just came out of a pandemic, and I think everybody dealt with depression or something. And so whatever it is, when I say that there are more answers than problems, because there are more people, and we can truncate all of the world's issues, Jade, into about 7, 8, 9 issues: water and sanitation, equity, employment, resources. We can truncate all of the problems, and there will be less than 50, but there are about 8 billion people. And if we look within and find what we're passionate about, I believe that we will all uncover that we were designed and destined to be an answer. And so my TED Talk was, you are an answer. And I fully believe it. That's my story, and I'm not changing.
I love it. And if you have not seen that TED Talk, you need to go check it out. I mean, it is astounding. You will literally stop back and say, you know what? I'm going to stop doubting myself, because I've been placed on this planet for a reason, and I am going to be an answer. I love that. I kind of want to take a step back, and then we'll dig a little deeper, because I do think it's important for everybody to understand who you are, right? And this is outside of working with Beyonce, and you weren't always hanging out with the Oprahs of the world. Many people can identify with your story, because you came from very humble beginnings.
Very humble.
And I think when people look at you and they're like, oh, she probably grew up with a silver spoon. I want you to tell briefly your story, because when I heard it, I said, I like her even more. I do.
Right. And Jade, I share this every platform that I have an opportunity to share. My parents were married, and like many marriages, it went south. So it left my mother raising 5 children alone, and we were raised in the projects. So Jade, I know about government housing, Section 8 housing, government cheese, that good government cheese, great macaroni and cheese. We didn't have a family car until I was a senior in high school. And so I know about very, very, very meager beginnings. I know about the food stamps, and my mother not having enough money. And so I know about it being end of the month and there being no money, and my mother simply grabbing our hands around the breakfast table, and we were praying. And I remember people knocking on the door from the community and say, we were thinking about you, Miss McGregor, and we know that you've got these 5 babies. And Jade, they would bring groceries upon groceries upon groceries into our house and just say, we went to the store and we were thinking about you. So let's fast forward, Jade, and there was no fancy word then for social impact or social responsibility, but guess what? It was that innate thing on the inside. So when your mother had extra sugar, she would just run down to the house and bring it to my house. That was social responsibility, right? When you've got more, you remember the person that's got less. That's it. Now in our days, we need fancy words and we need these big, long words, call it social responsibility and social impact. But it's, what is your heart saying? What did your eyes see when you saw the lady going down the street trying to get her 5 babies on the bus? What did your eyes see? What did your heart feel? And what were those pervasive thoughts to think that could have been me? Every homeless person I passed, Jade, I say to myself, it could be me.
Yes.
And so social responsibility, started back in my upbringing. And so my mother helped other single mothers, right? Because she remembered where she came from. So we had very meager beginnings. And I think that, Jade, in all candor, is the cement that allows me to do the work that I do globally, right? So I look through a lens that's non-judgmental because I remember the seat that I sat in, right? And so I don't look at people and assess their situations and why are you there? My mother wanted her marriage to work just like everybody else, but it didn't work. And so she had to do what she had to do. And so she got a job and she didn't stay on welfare long. My mother retired 35 years from a job and had never called in late, never been sick in 35 years, right? And so, you know, my life and the work that I do, I simply had one goal when I started, Jade, and that was just to be good to my mother because of all of the years that she had been good to us. So very humble beginnings, but thank God the prayer that my mother prayed in the projects was like this: God, the projects, food stamps, government cheese is where we are right now, but it will not be like this always. And that stayed with my siblings and I. We just kept saying, it's not going to be like this always. It's not going to be like this always. And so you're right. People often look at where you land, but they don't know the story that got you to where you are today. So that's a bit of my story.
Which gives you your passion for it. This is why you want to, like you said, this is why this is such an important conversation for you to have, because you know what it's like. And I'm so proud that you didn't get stuck, but you don't forget. That's the thing. And I know that you know this, but I just have to reiterate. You literally just in this moment of our first few minutes of conversation have spoken life and purpose into people. You are so right when you made the comment, we have to put a fancy term on it. We have to make it look a certain way. No, we all have a responsibility and we can all impact this globe socially in a positive way.
Simple. Think about things. So Jade, every single month I purge my closet, right? You know how it is.
Hold on. Stop the press. Everybody, no, you can't. Where can we go get the clothes?
Jade, you have stuff in your closet that still has tags on it. You know how I know? Because I do. You know what I'm saying? We see that thing and we just know we're going to put it with something so we get it, right? So every single month, if I've not worn it in a certain amount of time, I purge my closet, right? And I think about just that in terms of excess. So if we looked at our lives and said, where do I have excess? That is a place that we can be socially responsible, right? So it's not complicated. It's not difficult. It doesn't warrant this arithmetic computation. It's simply, where do I have excess and where might I be able to help somebody else?
Miss Ivy, I want to give you a hug. I think when we make life simple, we make life doable for so many people. And you literally have just broken this thing down into the most simplistic version of what we offer. Okay, I'm sure you've had plenty of conversations with women, men, that sometimes they don't know what they have to offer, and just those small little simple, thank you for sharing that, because I think it was an aha moment for a lot of our women that are watching right now. I really appreciate that. One thing about you, there's a word I want to use. I think it's relentless. I think, you know, and I'm going to go with that word, because you relentlessly advocate for homeless. You relentlessly advocate for those in need. And I get it from you. I can sense in your spirit, you are not going to stop until you've eradicated across the globe, right? And so the work never stops. I love that about your spirit.
Right. You know, I talked to somebody, I was attending a conference. It's so crazy in Brazil, right? Years ago for the United Nations. And someone said, like, you know, why do you attend all of that stuff? And, you know, hunger will always be around. You know, the Bible says the poor will be with us always. And, you know, they were basically saying, like, things aren't going to get better. There will always be some issue. And to a certain degree, that is correct. But the point that I challenged Jade was, things will always be a thing if we always look at it in that posture, right? Instead of turning it and saying, but what can I do about it, right? So if I help one person every day make sure that they have something to eat, I've helped the hunger situation, right, in the country with just one person. And since there's 8 billion of us, if 8 billion of us did that one thing, we really can make a dent in things. But I think we often look to other people and we look to other organizations instead of just looking around in our own community, in our building, people that we pass every day, and see what can we do personally.
Oh, that's so good. I love that. What do you do? Because you give me so much energy, Miss Ivy, and I don't, this is not in a negative way. This is really in an inspirational way. What do you do on those days where you're tired, where you don't feel like being socially responsible? Today, you know what? I don't have it in me. What do you do?
That's such a good question. And one of the things we talked about earlier, Jade, was vacation time, right? Just that getaway. And of course, we're just coming out of COVID, so we can't get away every day. But there are things that I do. One, family is everything to me. Family is everything. So I connect with my power sources. Of course, I'm a woman of faith unapologetically, right? And so I connect with my power sources. One is God. And so I look at prayer not as me praying to something that's going to do something, but prayer to me is no different than meditation. It's a moment of me to still myself, to communicate with my ancestors, with the power and strength that resides in me. One of the reasons why I love going to Africa, because I watch the women walk down the street with heavy pots on their head. And Jade, they're so posturous and so graceful. And Jade, what I say is, I've got that same grace in me. So what do I do? I connect with my power sources. One is my God. One is my family, and my friends are part of my family, right? I keep a small, tight circle, but if you're my friend, you're my family, right? So I connect with them. I make sure that I'm refueling myself. And that can be a montage of things. That can be laughing hysterically. I have a friend that's a comedian, literally. So that can be laughing hysterically. That could be reading a book, writing. I've learned, and I share this with my mentees, it's real important for us to sit in silence. And I'm going to just allow that to sink in for a moment, because we're so fast paced, Jade, we often don't. But sitting in silence allows you to hear things that the hurried rush of your life silences, right? And so that's one of the things that I do. I connect with my power sources, family, friends, my God. I give myself time to breathe. I laugh hysterically. I love music. I love turning on my own music in my own house, doing my own dance.
And you can dance. Hold on. They got to follow you on Instagram, because when I tell you you can move, Miss Ivy, boy, you can. I said, look at her getting down. You will dance.
Look, I got a birthday coming up, Jade. You're going to have to come. I'm going to send you some details about this birthday.
I can't wait. When is your birthday?
September 8th.
Oh, okay. Virgo in the building, right?
Right. Virgo in the building.
Oh, I know that's going to be a fun party. Yes. Y'all make sure you follow her on Instagram, because when I tell you Miss Ivy, not only is she providing social impact and impacting this world in an amazing way, she can get down. She really can dance. I love it.
You know what it says, Jade, is that, I've seen people, like I said, at the UN and all uptight, and it's like, you can't convince people of a better life if yours isn't better.
Oh my goodness.
Right? You can't help people live if you're humdrum and down and wounded and broken. I posted something the other day that said simply, heal so that you can hear, so that you don't hear things through the lens of your wound.
My goodness. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
I'm gonna read it to you so that I don't.
That was good.
But no, it's necessary. And all of this, and I know people think, okay, y'all supposed to be talking about social impact. We are, because you can't impact anything if you're broken. And okay, here it is. It says heal so you can hear what's being said without the filter of your wounds.
My goodness. Ooh.
And then I'm going to just say this one thing, and then we'll pick it up. I shared several weeks ago in my mentorship community that we've all experienced pain. So we all have wound of daddy wasn't there, wound of somebody said you'd never make it. We've all got that, but it's a choice of what you do with it. Will you allow it to push you forward, to push you to greatness, or do you allow it to be your stumbling block? And I had this revelation that pain doesn't come as an assassin, Jade. It comes as an assignment.
Oh, I cannot deal. I cannot deal with you today, Miss Ivy. You are.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, and honestly, I'll be done. So when I got this revelation about pain, and this is important because a lot of people don't operate in their best selves and don't move forward in giving and helping and serving and in social impact because they've been hurt, because somebody used them, because somebody tried to get over. So people are like, I'm gonna just take care of me and mine and let people figure out their own stuff, right? But if pain didn't come as an assassin, it comes as the assignment, then I have to learn what is the assignment for my life and be about it. So when you think about a baby is taken out of the comfort of the mother's womb and it's safe, and then the baby is introduced right away, first thing in life, to pain. The baby is spanked. Do you think the doctor or the midwife came to kill the baby? No, they came to awaken what's necessary in the baby to thrive and to live. Do the vocal cords work? Do the little legs work? Do the hands work? Do the tear ducts work? And guess what guess what lets you know it works? Pain. So pain didn't come as an assassin. It came as an assignment. So to everybody watching, many people who aren't operating in their best selves, aren't moving in a space of helping other people, typically 9 times out of 10, it's because you were hurt. Somebody tried to use you. You helped somebody, you never co-sign for folks, let that go. But something kind for somebody, and they used you, or they didn't say thank you, or they told you, I didn't have to do that. Whatever it is, pain didn't come as an assassin, it came as an assignment. And if the doctor doesn't come in that room to kill the baby, whatever pain you've been through, it didn't come to kill you, but it came to lift and awaken what's necessary for you to go forward.
My God, today, listen here. Okay. Can we just take a moment aside? I'm about to run. You're about to make me run. Look, I have on a microphone. I'm about to run around the studio. I want to talk. I can only imagine what it is like to be a part of your mentorship program that you've started. What is it? The Ivy Inc. Soarers?
Yeah. So listen, let me tell you this story. So I never pledged. Are you Greek?
I am. I'm a Delta, actually. Yes.
Oh, I love you. So my sister and the women in my family are Delta. So had I pledged, I would have been a Delta, but I never did. Right. I went to school in Minnesota, and it wasn't the group that I would want to pledge with. So I was like, I'm not going to do it. But later in life, I was like, man, I should have done that. I kind of like that girlfriend community, right? So I said, if I ever start a community, I'm going to have my own sword. Sorors. So I created my SOARERS. So we have the SOARS community. It's unisex. So we have men, women, from over 100 countries, about 70% women, 30% men. Our men population is growing. But I'm super excited about it. It has transformed my life, and I'm honored to know that I'm able to play a small part in helping to transform people that are passionate about social change.
Oh, nice. So how do people become a part of that, really that tribe?
Right. It is a tribe. People can go to the Facebook group, Ivy Inc. Soars, and they can simply click a link and they're part of the community. Someone sends them information about, okay, this is when we meet. We meet virtually every single Monday night. And I only have missed one Monday night, and that was when I was in Houston attending the George Floyd service last year. But every single Monday night, it's absolutely free because I believe so much in life, Jade, is such a bait and switch, right? And I said, God, as long as you remain my helper and keeper, I want to keep this absolutely free because, Jade, much like you, many people aspire to do great things, but they never had somebody to kind of tell them the behind the scenes stuff. Like, you don't do that. Like last year I hosted Oprah and Tyler and and that was the 1-year anniversary of my mentorship community that started at 75 people and grew to now 13,000 people. And people were asking, oh, I want to send Oprah a letter. And I was like, it doesn't work like that, right? But you have to have somebody that can kind of, share with you the ropes. So I'm delighted for people to come check us out on Monday nights and be a part of the community.
That speaks so
David,
much.
I have to have you on as a guest, okay?
Oh, I'm there. I'm signing up. I'm going to be mentored. I'm going to do whatever you need me to do, because when I tell you, I love everything that you stand for, and it's so authentic and it's so genuine. And the fact that somebody at your level of success will literally take the time to pour into others. Like you said, there's small things that, like you said, it doesn't work like that. People need to understand. What do they say? We perish for a lack of knowledge, right? And you are taking that time to instill that knowledge in so many people. Right now, 13,000, probably next year, 13 million. So
let's do it. Let's say it. Speak to that.
I love it. I absolutely love it. We're in the age of social media. So let's talk about how we can use our social media for social impact.
That's good. That's good. So there are a number of things. First, I believe that people, as we started off talking about, have to understand what's important for you personally, and what is something that you will put your DNA, put your brand, put your voice behind. So how can we use social media? I heard a number that 74% of Black folks are on or use Facebook. 84% go through YouTube and check out things, and they want to discover how to put on makeup or, how to fry fish, and they go to YouTube. So that's a large percentage of people using this social space. So it is vibrant. I read a number that Facebook has over 231 million users a day. That's insane. Yes. And so if that's true, and it is, then we have to understand that there are eyes and ears literally everywhere. So I say that from the vantage point of understanding that the stuff that we put out there that we just think is fun and just jokey joke, and it's out there. And some stuff you can't pull back. And so the first thing that I would say about social media, be intentional, right? Just as when we were preparing for this, and, as the moderator, I wanted to share with you that I jotted down some notes so that at some point, and my clause to you was, I take every opportunity to use my voice in this space seriously, so I come prepared. Likewise, I think we need to be intentional. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have jokey joke and fun stuff on social space, but I think we have to be intentional, right? Secondly, determine, where do I want to target my intentions, right? So is it around women and girls? Is it around women there's a large population of girls that are going missing? Where do I want to lend my voice? And sometimes your voice is just coming in behind and supporting an effort that is already there. So on social media, it's so easy now. Many of the organizations, many people that are starting grassroots NGOs have links that you can simply say, I support the Jade Foundation. And many of these organizations will even have assets that say, if you support, hypothetically, the Jade Foundation, here's a social toolkit that you can use to repurpose and post. So the first thing, be intentional. Secondly, determine, where do you want to target your intentions? What's the organization that aligns with your core values, your beliefs, or something that you believe in? When all of the things happened with George Floyd, we were all looking, who's in charge in Minneapolis? Who's leading that? Is it NAACP? Is it Urban League? Is it Black Lives Matter? But we ran to the internet to find that information. So how we can use it as research, as reposting, and determining, how do you want your voice represented?
I love that. Real quick, as we wrap, I do want to ask you, can you recommend some organizations that we do need to make sure that we're staying connected with? I want to give you the opportunity.
And so there are many, and because there are so many people watching, I would get in trouble, Jade, if I called out your organization and then your sister would say, hey, I do plug hers and not mine. So this is what I'd say. There are so many great organizations that are doing work. I'd say instead of focusing on the organization, focus on the initiatives. Right now, one of the key things, and Jade, we have to talk about this, but voting rights and stopping voter suppression is key. I don't care what state you live in. Everyone needs to connect with an organization or a reputable entity that is supporting that. Another one, police brutality and racial injustice, poverty, economic inequality, the racial wealth gap, access to health care and health disparities exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I could go on, but if people just took those and went to Google, did your research for your community, your neighborhood, and understand what's happening where you are, and then be intention about aligning your voice and connecting with programs that they're already doing, I think we will all find incredible organizations where we are that we can lend our support to.
Miss Ivy, when I do not mean this lightly, you are love. That's what you are. You are love. You are humility. I love to give people behind the scenes really quick. At her level of success, you guys, she was 15 minutes early, and she took the time from her vacation in Brazil to come and speak to you, to me, to pour into us. You're supposed to be on the beach, Miss Ivy.
Getting on the beach. Trust me, my swimsuit is right over here. As soon as we finish talking.
I love it. I cannot thank you enough. Literally, your spirit through the camera has just blessed everyone watching today. Thank you so much. Please, you guys, make sure you go follow her on Instagram to stay connected at 4IamIvy. Check out her dance moves. Check out everything that she's doing to impact our nation in a positive way. And she's teaching us how to live life, not just be alive, but to live life. Miss Ivy, oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jade. Thank you for all you're doing. And we're going to connect because you got to come out to LA and come and dance and celebrate with me in September.
My bag is packed. What do you mean? I'm on my way. All right.
Thank you so much, Jade.
Valerie Jarrett is the president of the Barack Obama Foundation and a senior distinguished fellow at the University of Chicago Law. She is the author of the New York Times bestselling book, Finding My Voice, My Journey to the West Wing and Path Forward, published in April 2019. And she serves on the board of the chairman of Civic Nation, co-chair of the United States of Women, and senior advisor. Listen, I just could continue reading this bio and it can continue to serve as so many accolades, but Valerie Jarrett is a boss. I just want you guys to know, I don't know who is out there listening, but she's going to drop so many gems to women from all over, from her childhood to how she got next to Obama and Michelle and our forever First Lady, and we're just super excited to have her a part of Black Girl Magic. Hey, Valerie.
Hey Marty, how are you doing today?
I am good. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I just want us to, ground the conversation in who is Valerie? Where did she get started? Where did she come from? What did your childhood stem from? Share a little bit about your childhood and how everything got started for you.
Well, so all roads begin, of course, with my parents, Barbara and Jimmy Bowman. My mom was raised in Chicago and my dad in Washington, D.C. They grew up children of the Depression, the Jim Crow era in the United States. They lived in segregated communities, but they came from families that valued education. And my father went to Howard undergrad, Howard for medical school, and he moved to Chicago to do his residency. And that's where he met my mom. And they married and he joined the Army. They moved to Colorado for a couple of years. And then life changed. He was trying to find a job at a major teaching institution for medicine in the United States. And Marty couldn't find a job comparable to his white counterparts. So he and my mother decided to start looking outside of the United States for job opportunities. And he landed a job offer to start the first hospital in Shiraz, Iran. Now, at that point, the United States and the government of Iran had very strong diplomatic ties, not like it is today, but they didn't speak the language, they'd never traveled, they didn't know anything about the culture, but they knew that this country was offering him a job he couldn't get here. And so off this young couple goes, and I was the second baby born in the hospital my dad helped start, and we lived in Iran until I was 5. And then we moved to London for a year because of the research he did in Iran, caught the attention of some folks at the at a university in London. And from there, he was given some international paper. And the dean of the University of Chicago Medical Center was at the conference, was impressed by his research and offered him a job in Chicago, in Hyde Park, the very neighborhood where my mother's mother and her sister and her whole extended family live. And so I think the first lesson that I learned from my parents is that sometimes the shortest distance you want to go means you better be prepared to take the scenic route. And if he had not taken that leap of faith and traveled halfway around the world, then he may not have ever caught the attention of the University of Chicago. And he ended up being the first Black tenured professor in the Division of Biological Sciences there. And I spent the rest of my life growing up on the south side of Chicago.
Listen, first of all, what incredible heritage you have, right? The background that you come from, the education that your parents invested in themselves, and then in return invested in you, is not anything easy at all, especially being Black back then, being Black now, right? And so you definitely have had an incredible career from the public sector to the private sector. Tell us how you really have defined your career. How did you get started? And then how have you been able to define goals along the way?
Well, I got off to a rather inauspicious start, if you will. I made a 10-year plan when I finished college of what I wanted to do by the time I was 31. And it went something like this, Marty. I wanted to go to law school. I wasn't really sure why, but my best friend was in law school a couple years older than I, and she said, come on to law school, you'll love it. I was going to figure out what my passion in the law was. I was probably going to move back to Chicago, and so move home, fall in love, get married, have a baby by the time I'm 30, and live happily ever after. And I begin my book 10 years into my 10-year plan, and I had done everything on my checklist except for the live happily ever after. And I'd gone to good law firms. I'd married figuratively the boy next door. Our moms had grown up together. He was a doctor like my dad was a doctor. I'd had a crush on him since I was 8 and he was 12. He didn't pay any attention to me until I was 25. And when he looked at me, I thought, oh, you're perfect. I'll marry you. I didn't actually bother to get to know him very well, I have to add. And it didn't work. And it was really the first time in my life I can think of where I really put my mind to something and I couldn't make it work. And I felt when my marriage crumbled that I was a failure. And at the same time, I'm working in a law firm and I'm not enjoying the law firm. And so I begin the book looking out the window in my fancy office at this very hotshot law firm, the envy of my family. I was the first lawyer in my family. And so my parents were really proud of me. My friends were proud of me, and I was miserable. And I share this with you, Marty, and I want the folks in the audience to hear this, because people sometimes see me now and they go, oh, you must have always known what you were going to do. No, I didn't. And I started off on a track that didn't end up being fulfilling. But the real key, I think, to success is you have to listen to the quiet voice inside of you. And even though everybody else is telling you you should be happy, if you're not happy, you have to shift gears. And the adventure actually begins when that perfect plan crumbles. And I think the motivation for me, honestly, was when I had my daughter on schedule, just shy of my 29th birthday, and I would look at her and I would say, will she ever be actually proud of what I do? And the answer was no. And I thought, am I showing her a good role model for a good marriage, a marriage like my parents had? And the answer to that was no. And so she really motivated me to swerve. And Mayor Harold Washington was the first Black mayor of Chicago, and he had just been reelected to his second term in 1987. And a good friend of mine said, why don't you consider public service? You'll be a part of something bigger than yourself, and you can give back to the city that you love so much. And I took this big leap of faith, and I left that fancy office, and I moved into a cubicle with a window facing the alley. And I did walk in there and take a deep gulp, but I never looked back. I never looked back. And so I want folks to not do what everybody else says you should do. I want you to discover your own dreams and recognize that it's an adventure, and don't let your failures define you. You will fail. If you're not failing, you're not pushing yourself far enough outside your comfort zone. But what you'll discover is that you can get back up. You can brush yourself off, you can learn from whatever went wrong, and you can do better. And you do get to have multiple chapters in your life. And so I think, in a sense, the best thing that happened to me was to hit a wall and be miserable, because it catapulted me into really figuring out what would be fulfilling for me.
It's so many women that have been a part of Black Girl Magic have shared that, right? From the 22-year-old who was the Wolfette of Wall Street that we spoke to, talked about chapters in life, right? And I think that society puts on us, you have to do this one thing, do it perfect, and then, right? And that's success. That's what success looks like. That's how you define it, right? But in actuality, what you just said is so important, that there are chapters to your life, and that there's not one way to do it. And sometimes we get so caught up in just this one way, we miss the moment, right? And I'm so sure you've been a part of so many interesting moments of how you've had to bring and show up as yourself. How have you been able to do that? And how are you owning your voice? And what advice would you give to a woman who's wanting to show up authentically as herself?
Do it. Do it for sure. And I'll tell you a story about the former First Lady. And when I first met her, it was 30 years ago, actually this month, the summer of 1991. And I was, by this point, deputy chief of staff to the mayor of Chicago. And I was looking to hire people in my office. And a lawyer who was the head lawyer for the city sent me a resume, and across the top it said, brilliant young lawyer, not interested in being in a big law firm, would like to explore public service. And so I thought, well, that sounds like me. I didn't want to be at that big law firm either. And so I called up Michelle Robinson. And I can tell you all, she walked in my office. She was strikingly pretty, but almost no makeup. Her hair was pulled back, dressed in black. She shook my hand. She looked right at me, right in the face. She saw her resume sitting on my desk. She never mentioned anything about going to Princeton undergrad and Harvard Law School. What did she do? She told me her story. And everybody's story is unique, and I learned so much. Now, her story was new to me back then, but you all know the story. Growing up on the south side of Chicago, working class parents who had not gone to college, but who valued education and encouraged both she and her brother Craig to go to school, to work hard, to be resilient, and to give back. And she said, I'm in this law firm and I don't feel like I'm living up to my potential. And then she shared with me that in the last year, both her father and her best friend had died. And it was such an excruciating wake-up call to the finality of life, and that you can't take a single day for granted. And when I was listening to her story, it reminded me of having a child and thinking there must be more to life than this, that I could be a good role model for my daughter. And so in a sense, we connected because of our stories. And I shared her story with why I had gone to government. And I gave her a job offer on the spot. She was so impressive. And wisely, a few days later, she said to me, well, I need to think about it. So when I called her, I said, are you going to come? And she said, well, my fiance doesn't think it's a good idea. And I said, why not? And she said, well, I'd be going right from a law firm to working in a political environment, and I haven't been in one. Would you have dinner with us to talk about it? And at that dinner, he opened up to me, and he started asking me all kinds of questions about my time in Iran. And he talked to me about his time in Indonesia. So I tell you this long story to say, what if we hadn't opened up to each other? What if we hadn't made that connection? Would she have ever come and worked with me? Would I have become lifelong friends of the two of them? I don't think so. So you have to show up and you have to be honest about who you are, because ultimately you want people to know you, because if they don't know you, they can't trust you. And in any profession and any relationship, doesn't it all boil down to trust and honesty and authenticity? And people can sniff out a fake, right? You know it. Marty, I'm sure you have encountered some people and you're like, you're not real, right?
I can tell you some stories.
We all can. And so if people are worrying about whether they should show up authentically, the answer is yes. Now, I will say, I hasten to add, oftentimes we're not in a position to choose. If we have got to make that paycheck and we are looking for a job and the only job that's available is one where we cannot be who we are, you better go get that job. But if you are in the position where you can choose, if you don't show up whole, it will squash you. When I was in that firm, I tried to pretend that there was nothing happening from here down. Like, right? So when I was 7 months pregnant, I didn't tell anybody I was pregnant. Of course, they all knew I was pregnant. You could take one look at me. But I didn't talk about it because I wanted people to believe that all I was this, workaholic. When I worked in city government, my mentor was my client and she became my friend. And I told her all kinds of things about my life. And it's what made her decide to invest in me. And so I encourage you to be as authentic as you can, because if you have to keep suppressing who you are, eventually it's going to catch up with you and it's going to make it untenable. And so if you can, be as honest as you can.
That's a word, Valerie. Listen, I'm motivated and moved by what you just said, because I just think about conversations when sometimes you feel like you have to show up as someone else because that's their expectation. But in actuality, you haven't put out what your story is and what your expectation is. So that's so powerful.
Two-way street. It's a two-way street.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We talk about the next generation, and today we have watch parties happening at HBCU campuses across the U.S. because we know the importance of investing into the next generation and to really providing the next set of women with tools that we didn't have. See, Valerie, what you're giving is you're giving my generation tools that you didn't have, and it's my obligation to, in return, do the same to the next generation. How are you creating space for the next generation? What advice would you give to this next generation of women who have voices and who are not afraid to shout them from the crowd?
Well, I will say one of the things that gives me so much hope is that this next generation, they're so much smarter, more worldly, more experienced than I was. I think I was kind of sheltered and a bit naive, even though I'd had these incredible travels. I was an only child and I was shy, painfully shy as a young person. And so I think I missed a lot because I was in my little kind of sheltered world. But young people today their eyes are wide open. They're curious. They ask good questions. And my daughter asked me when she turned 30, what would I tell a 30-year-old Valerie Jarrett? And part of what I said is that don't be in such a rush that you treat your life as though it is a sprint, because it's not, it's a marathon. And you have to pace yourself and you have to replenish yourself. Oftentimes young women say to me, well, can I have it all? And I say, no, and don't set yourself up to think you can, because particularly for women, having it all usually means you're doing it all by yourself too. And so we create this unrealistic expectation. And when I was young in my 30s, I thought, well, if I were just smarter or more experienced or better organized, maybe it wouldn't be so hard to be a young single mother. No, it's just really hard. And part of what I've devoted myself to is to try to remove those barriers for the next generation so that it can be a little easier. I spent a lot of time talking to employers about the importance of diversity and inclusion, not because it's the right thing to do, although it is, but because it makes businesses more competitive if you're surrounded by people who don't look and think just like you, but might share your values. And so for this next generation of leaders, I want you to pace yourself. I want you to build relationships, because no matter where you go in life, you're going to need relationships to advance. You're going to need people to care about you, to mentor you. Find people who are willing to show up for you by opening up to them and making that bond. And all the mentors I've ever had, I hold on to tight to this day. And in many cases, those relationships have evolved, and people who I started out mentoring, like the Obamas, go on to be the president and first lady, or people who started out mentoring me when I was younger. I now am maybe more senior than they are. And so recognizing that this next generation of leaders needs to have the tools that allow you to look at, well, first of all, work hard, look at evidence-based strategies that allow you to be an effective leader, listen actively. Don't be so busy thinking about your next question that you're not listening to what the person with whom you are speaking is saying to you. Be resilient, which comes with practice, and get outside your comfort zone. And recognize, look, opportunity doesn't knock at opportune moments, but if you are prepared and if you are working hard at your current job and you're willing to advocate for yourself, something I learned to do later, then the world is your oyster. And own that voice inside of you. It's your life. Don't let somebody else lead it for you. Be intentional about your life. And one of the many reasons why I love my position at the Barack Obama Foundation is that we are devoted to training the next generation of leaders. We want to give them the skills and the benefit of our experience and help them be an inclusive leader, one that looks out for those who are not competing on an even playing field and tries to help those folks along. So leading with purpose is how I want you to lead your life. Be intentional and own your life.
That's amazing. You know, Finding Your Voice was the name of your book, and you talked about that just a second ago a little bit around advocacy and finding your voice. What inspired you about the book, and what are the nuggets in the book that our audience can really just take and learn and apply?
Well, I tell my story about, being born in Iran and growing up shy and trying to figure out when we moved back to the United States about my own identity, the racism and sexism I experienced in life, and my parents' attitude, which is, look, you're going to have to work twice as hard, so get used to it. And what a good life lesson that was, so that I never resented having to work hard. I just knew I had to do it, and I had to be over-prepared. And every job I've had, I have tried to be over-prepared for work, over-prepared for school, excel the best I can, not just trying to achieve a great job or a promotion, but for my own personal growth. I think that's really what I attribute it to. And so each of the opportunities that I've had have opened themselves up because I was prepared, and opened themselves up because of the relationships I made with people who created this opportunity for me. And you have to be willing to do that, and you have to be willing to be vulnerable. I think so many times we're so busy trying to be so perfect and so impenetrable, people don't actually know who we are. And if you think about the people in your life, right, Marty, the people that you know and care about and take their calls and respond and try to nurture them are people who you care about and with whom you have a relationship. And so over the arc of life, what I want young people to know is, you don't have to do it all on day one. Some of it will be in the next chapter, and that there are trade-offs. And this is a really important point. I think, I made the decision to have my daughter relatively young, and all my friends were going off and traveling and going to parties, and I had to go home and take care of my daughter. At work, I would wake up in the morning trying to figure out how to get home before bedtime, because that was my priority. And I made the decision about when to have her. And those decisions have trade-offs and consequences, and so think them through. Don't be envying somebody else's life because they're going off doing something you can't do because of a decision you made. I have friends who waited to have children, and now their kids are in college, and I'm a grandmother. So all I'm saying is that these chapters should add up to a whole. Don't try to make every chapter, squeeze every bit you can and expect everything in that chapter to go easy, because I can't think of an easy chapter of my life. They have all been with different challenges, but different opportunities and growth. And even as I described to you in the beginning, I was so miserable in that law firm. I learned a lot in those 6 years about the practice of law that benefited me later. And so look at yourself like you're the sponge, and you're growing. The sponge is growing, maybe not physically, but it's growing intellectually and emotionally. And don't be afraid of failure. Don't be so afraid you don't try. That's a lesson my parents always said to me. Whenever I wanted something, I was like, well, I'm afraid I might not get it. And they'd say, well, you're definitely not going to get it if you don't try. So what's the worst thing somebody says to you? No. Well, you know what? Ask them why and come back later and ask for it again.
You talked a little bit about you being a shy kid, right? And
I know it's hard to believe, right? Because I can't shut up right now.
Listen, you're just dropping gem after gem after information, and I'm like listening to you, like I could just keep talking to you. But you talked about being shy. Tell us about what was that moment when you found your voice? What happened in those spaces and places that this was my time right now, and I found my voice and I spoke up for myself?
You know what? It was a gradual process, I have to tell you. I think when I started working for the city, my mentor, who was my client, she really taught me how to listen actively. She taught me all about public service. You know, once I became recognizable, I couldn't go to the grocery store or the dry cleaners or take my daughter to the park without some citizen coming up to me and asking for something, right? They always wanted to tell you what they thought. And at first it was a little surprising because you think you're in your private life. And she said, no, when you're a public servant, you're always in service. It's 24/7. And she kind of drilled that into me, and it was helpful. It changed my mindset in a lot of ways. And she also taught me how to take a punch. She was tough. She was demanding, and she was rough on me. And it was good for me to see that I could take that punch and get back up and learn and keep going. And she looked out for me. And I will say, she taught me how to advocate for other people first. The citizens of Chicago, particularly those who didn't have a voice. And having grown up on the south side of Chicago, you could see like the difference between the north side and the investment that it received from the public, from the city, the state, federal government, all the monies, beautification, nice houses, et cetera. And on the south side, we kind of got short-shrift. And I thought that was so unfair. And so part of what I wanted to do when I was working for Mayor Washington was to try to level that playing field. And my mentor gave me the tools to do that. And then after we'd worked together for a couple of years, she said, you should go ask for a promotion. And I said, well, when my boss thinks I'm deserving, she'll give it to me. And she said, no, first of all, she's not thinking about you. And no, she won't. But second of all, I want you to ask for a double promotion so that your current boss reports to you. And I'm like, well, that's crazy. I'm not going to go do that. And she just kept bugging me and bugging me and bugging me. Finally, I went to the head of the department, really just to get her off my back. I figured he'd say a quick no and we'd be done with it. You know what? He said yes. Now, I found out 30 years later, after I wrote my book, and I called her to tell her I'm writing this book and you appear in it. And I said, I thought about that promotion. Did you ever say anything to my boss before I went in there and asked for it? Because he said a pretty quick yes, and it was a double promotion. And she laughed and she said, yeah, I probably said something to him. So not only was she my mentor coaching me, this is really important, Marty, she went to bat for me when I wasn't in the room, but she made me go ask for it myself. She could have just said, I think she deserves it. Why don't you just give it to her? But no, she wanted me to feel that uncomfortable butterfly in my stomach and perspiration when I was saying, this is why I deserve this. And it was such a good, useful tool. And so I think that helped me grow in a lot of ways. And so pretty soon I wasn't just advocating for other people, I was advocating for myself too.
Listen. Your advocacy and your work and you finding your voice is exactly what we needed to hear today. You said something that just really stood out to me around storytelling and how you tell your story. And you don't whitewash your story, or you don't make your story so perfect that it doesn't resonate with someone else. And I can definitely attest to that, the perfectionism and wanting the story to be so perfect that you miss the journey along the way. So thank you so much for leaning in, and thank you so much for being a part of Black Girl Magic Digital Summit 2021.
Thank you so much, Marty. Thank you for doing this. There's so many young girls and women out there who can't be what they can't see. And the authenticity and the kind of rawness with which I told my story was so I could reach people where they are. And I want them to see themselves in me, and I want them to stretch hard, because really the sky is the limit if we try. And we may not get to the sky we started out, but you might find another sky along the way.
Yes. Thanks, Valerie.
All right. Bye-bye, Marty.
Female business owners wear so many hats to keep so many balls in the air that understanding how to best support them is critical to what Capital One Business does. That's why we're thrilled to be engaging small business owners through the upcoming pitch competition. We want to empower female entrepreneurs as they establish and scale their businesses, navigate challenges, and thrive in the new normal. Without further ado, let's get into the Black Girl Magic Small Business Pitch Competition.
Hello, how are you all?
We are good, Ashley. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on being a top 5 finalist for the Black Girl Magic and Capital One Pitch Competition.
Thank you for having me this evening. I'm so excited.
Yes, I am Marty McDonald. I'm the CEO and founder of Bosswoman Media. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much. We have on the line 3 judges from Capital One, Dana, Z, and Emmanuel. We're going to give you 3 minutes to introduce yourself, introduce your company with your pitch, and then we're going to take 2 questions from the judges for you to answer.
That sounds great. Just let me know when to get started.
Okay, time starts now.
Wonderful. Bridal Babes actually was started during my wedding planning process. So when I envisioned my big day, I knew I wanted my girls, my bridesmaids, to be standing next to me, not in traditional bridesmaid dresses, but definitely in dresses that were sexy and stylish. So I knew I could not start off at a normal bridesmaid dress boutique. I knew if I started off there, I'd find tulle dresses, flowy dresses, kind of muted color tones that were really not going to accentuate my bridesmaids of all shades, shapes, and sizes. So I also searched around and I found other dresses that were as stylish as I wanted, but I could not find them in plus size. And that was a mandatory for my bridal party. I could not find group orders, right? I needed 7 of the same dresses for my bridal party. And finally, I wanted them to be affordable. And this was just not available. So I continued to search for these dresses, high and low. And I just remember thinking to myself, it should not be this hard to find what I'm looking for. But I finally found something. And when I gave it to my bridesmaids, it was definitely worth all of the hard work that I put in. They literally lit up. They were taking pictures in their dresses all evening. I woke up the next day and our wedding had gone viral because people had never seen bridesmaids in curve-hugging, attractive, trend-setting dresses. So I turned to my then husband and future co-founder and I said, we got to do this. We got to get off the ground. And we did just that in 2019. When we came out with the brand, we never could have expected the response that we received, not just from our clients who were thrilled and purchasing our product, but also from the industry because they were so excited to see a Black-owned brand really breaking through the bridal fashion industry, which was frankly very vanilla. So that first year we broke even, but our biggest accomplishment was our community of over 60,000 brides and bridesmaids of color, and even some aspiring brides who supported us along the way. Fast forward to 2020, the pandemic hit, but we did not panic. We knew we were primed for success because marriage is one of the longest running institutions in the world, and we were already online. So all we needed to do was bolster our online presence, lean in and continue to engage that online community, and kind of enhance some of our virtual options like consultations to recreate that in-person experience. We also had to tighten up our supply chain. So we no longer could purchase in small batches, kind of as demand prompted us, but we had to start pre-ordering in bulk. So as you can imagine, that takes a lot of capital. So the funds from this pitch competition would directly contribute to us building up our inventory. But we ended the year actually at $200,000 in revenue. So we made it through the pandemic. And then this year, actually halfway through the year, we hit $500,000 in revenue, and we're on track to hit $1 million this year. And we know that we have to keep up with this demand. We knew 2021 wedding season would be huge, but we have to keep up with this demand by making sure we have inventory, products in stock, the ability for return, expedited shipping, because that's so important for weddings. And we really are a referral business. So every bride we get brings us 6 to 8 new clients through her bridesmaids. And then when they're in another wedding, they might refer us, or the best referral is when that bridesmaid becomes a bride and she selects Bridal Babes to be a part of her big day. We know that every single social media post, every viral review or video of our work, and every client brings us to a larger piece of that wedding industry pie, which is $72 billion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Ashley, thank you so much for your pitch. And I love this idea. As you can imagine, I have struggled myself finding bridesmaids dresses that are for curvier women. So this is such a great idea. One of my questions for you is, for the designs that you have on your website, do you within your company design those dresses and then have them made, or do you source them from other manufacturers? And I think the second question to that is, and how do you keep up with those trends in this industry?
Great question. So we kind of do a combo, and this was another result of the pandemic. So we have some items that we produce domestically, which we design, and others that are produced overseas, which we do some of the design work. So we make some modifications, recommend colors and cut and all of that. So that has really been what has helped us weather the storm of the pandemic, having 2 different points of manufacturing. And as far as the trends, it is really tough to keep up with, but one of the things we wanted to start off our brand with, and the importance of having this community, is that they see us as the trendsetters, right? They see us as like their fairy wedding godmother, right? So we're helping them understand, like, this is an awesome style. And guess what? It's going to look good on your girls because our models are diverse, they're curvy, so you can actually see your girls in the designs.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so actually, I didn't realize how big a problem this was until my wife more recently is she's attending a wedding in September, and she's looking for a bridesmaid dress, and she spent all of 2 months looking.
Yes.
So I realize what a problem this really is. My question for you is, in terms of the community that you talked about building a community from, I think from 5,000 to over 55,000. How do you see that scaling out? What specifically are you thinking you're going to use these funds to do if you win to help build that presence?
Yeah. So as far as growing our audience base, thankfully, our organic social media, which is primarily based on Instagram, really has contributed to that growth because we're almost like the, Calendly model or the Dropbox model, where we're just constantly getting referrals through our current customers. We're able to grow our customer base that way through word of mouth and also through our social media. We also work with an ad agency to help us run more ads to continue to create traction in this space. So those areas have definitely helped us with growing. Of course, our newsletter and other marketing tactics have helped as well. Did that answer your question? I think it was a 2-parter, so I want to make sure I got it.
Yes, thank you. You did.
Okay, wonderful.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ashley. We'll be in touch.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you, everyone. Great speaking with you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Manisha. Hi, I'm Marty McDonald. I'm the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you for being a part of the Black Girl Magic and Capital One pitch competition.
Thank you for having me.
So who I have on are 3 judges from Capital One, Z, Emmanuel, and Dana. You're going to have 3 minutes to pitch your business, and then they're going to ask 2 questions. You can start now.
Okay. All right. Did you want me to share my screen?
No, it's a verbal pitch.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, my name is Manisha Edwards, and I'm the founder of Scent and Fire Candle Company. After my father was shot in paralyzed in 2017, I became his 24-hour caregiver, and it took a toll on me mentally. I was diagnosed with PTSD, seasonal affective disorder, and severe anxiety. I eventually turned to aromatherapy healing practices to help lower depressive episodes. Mental illness is prominent in minority communities. Only 35% of men and women consistently make time for self-care, and that percentage is significantly decreased within Black communities. Furthermore, only 1 in 3 Black adults in the U.S. need mental health care, and they will actually receive it. Mental health care is oftentimes stigmatized and looked at as a pricey privilege amongst minorities. However, aromatherapy is a low cost and holistic means to help with certain mental illness issues, such as depression, anxiety, and insomnia. But many people are unaware of this. To battle these statistics, we are providing green manufacturing, community, and technology to create access to clean home fragrance and personal care alternatives, as well as an online platform with affordable resources and content on sustainable wellness practices to fight mental illness in marginalized communities. Our market share opportunity includes the $11.8 billion US fragrance industry, as well as the $4.24 trillion global wellness industry. We have a major advantage over other eco-friendly fragrance brands by utilizing technology to enhance the aromatic experience for mental wellness. Scent and Fire is a tech-based manufacturer of eco-luxury scented candles and other fragrant consumables made from domestically sourced raw and recycled materials. Our products are paired with a mobile app that offers digital wellness, music playlists, and a safe community for those who suffer from anxiety and depression. Our current business model is direct to consumer, and our primary target buyers are men and women aged 21 to 65 who seek clean fragrances and eco-friendly personal wellness products for daily self-care regimens. Our products are $4.15 on average, and our retail prices range between $8 and $45. Our company launched in April 2019 and has since gone on to grow from our living room into a warehouse with a team of 4. Within 2 years, we have established notable partnerships, including collaborations with Showtime and Palmer's, and press features on Essence.com and The Today Show. We grossed over $150,000 in 2020, and we're expected to reach $250,000 by the end of 2021. We are in need of funding to finish our app build, acquire and retain customers, launch our wellness initiative to provide sponsored therapy sessions for men, women, and kids in Black communities, and hire new talent for production, marketing, and admin work to ultimately scale the brand. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, so really impressed with your brand here and what you've done. My question is around your product line. So with the funds, you talked about entering yet another product line. And my question really centers around, do you want to, or is your model to maybe focus maybe more on sort of your breadwinners and concentrate there? Or do you think that launching this product line gives an advantage to your existing product line? How are you really thinking about sort of this new line that you want to launch?
Are you talking in regards to the app that we're developing?
No, you talked about a mental wellness initiative that you were going to launch.
So our mental wellness initiative kind of go hand in hand with our app. So our app is going to be teaching sustainable wellness practices using aromatherapy. And that app pretty much, our initiative, because right now we have a couple of initiatives that we do to give back as far as sustainability. But for mental health, we've been partnering with different organizations to help provide, like we partner with the National Alliance for Mental Illness to provide resources to the Black communities in regards to mental health, things that they can get into, and then sponsored therapy sessions. The reason why we're launching an initiative, it's actually in partnership with NAMI. So with them, they have a segment for small businesses who want to give back to the mental health community. And so we have to create an initiative to be able to utilize their services to the full extent.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions?
Yes, in your materials, you reference either a proprietary product or something new that you had that you were looking at to offer. And similar to Emmanuel's question, is that going to be something that is different, or it's going to be complementary to what you are already offering?
That is complementary to what we are already offering. Again, with our tech component, our app, people are going to be able to access those resources through our app and also be able to purchase our products, because our products are going to be used within the teachings that we are going to be distributing through the app. We're trying to promote aromatherapy around here.
And also, thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
No problem. Thank you for listening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We're going to be in touch with you at the end of today's pitches.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Princess. I'm Marty McDonald, CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you for being a top finalist in the Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition with Capital One. Today, I have with me Z, Emmanuel, and Dana, who are all associates of Capital One. You're going to do your 3-minute pitch to them, and then they'll ask you 2 questions.
Awesome.
You can start now.
Okay. Hi, I'm Princess Jenkins. I am the CEO of Glamland. Glamland is a beauty brand that makes glam a lifestyle from the inside out. Glamlandofficial.com is a world where we have fashion, makeup, lip gloss, and lashes unite with love, joy, and a zest for life. I am a freshman in college, and so I'm obsessed with makeup. And in high school, I decided to do a project about how psychology and makeup correlate, because I always wondered, why do I feel so confident when I wear makeup? Why do I feel so beautiful when I wear makeup? And I found out that there's a study by the name of the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And one of them is self-actualization. And so when you realize that it's important to feel good on the inside and it's important to live your life to the fullest, then certain things can help you get to that point. And so for me, it's makeup. So makeup makes me feel beautiful from the inside out, but I also wanted to find a way to make people feel beautiful from the inside without having to wear makeup. So I started a series on YouTube entitled Glam from the Inside Out, so that people could learn how to feel beautiful mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So I think that it's important that the person who is giving makeup or selling makeup to care about how the person feels on the inside. So Glamland is a brand where we not only care about the quality of the product, but we also care about the quality of the wellness of someone's soul. And so in that, I try to give different outlets to make sure that people who are my consumers feel like they're beautiful by writing them notes in their packages when I give them different products, and let them know that I value their trust in me. And so I think that it's very important to showcase that, not only through like packaging of my products, but through paying attention to detail and letting my consumers know that I care about them.
Thanks, Princess.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yep. Hi, Princess. First, let me say, amazing what you've done here. I am really impressed. I don't think I was this entrepreneurial at 18 at all. So I'm really, really impressed with what you've done here. My question for you is, if you were to win, what would you do with the money? You talk about expanding into products and services, but maybe get a little bit more specific about what would you do? Are you going to go into products and services, or are you going to focus more on maybe building out your product line a little bit more, looking at your online presence? What would you do if you won?
I want to expand my brand by curating something to like a glam day type of deal, to where people can come and get empowered by listening to different people talk about how important it is to feel beautiful on the inside, as well as learning how to do makeup while they're doing that. And then I would also like to later down, I want to do skincare so that you don't have to wear makeup to quote unquote cover your blemishes to feel beautiful. The skincare that I would provide would help you get to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that partly answered my question. I think my biggest question for you was, what do you see for yourself in this brand in the next 5 years? So you mentioned skincare. Was there anything else that you're thinking about down the line?
5 years, I also want to have a glam truck to where I pop up to different people who want to get glammed up and they may not have access to it. My glam truck would provide that, and they can get on the truck, get their makeup done, maybe get their hair done, something to make them feel beautiful even if they feel like they can't access it. So I would go to the consumer as opposed to waiting for the consumer to come to me.
Thank you, Princess. We'll be in touch with you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, Jacqueline.
Good afternoon.
I'm Marty McDonald. I'm the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you for being a top finalist in the Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition presented by Capital One. We're super excited to have you. You have with you, judges with you, Z, Emmanuel, and Dana. You're going to present your pitch. You have 3 minutes, and then they're going to ask you questions. You can start now.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Rogers, founder and CEO of Green Top Gifts. Growing up, I can remember my mother putting Christmas trees in every corner of our house. We decorated bunnies, Santa Clauses, and angels and painted them all black to look like our family. We created memories from those moments, and those memories are part of the inspiration behind Green Top Gifts. In 2014, I had my son, and I knew that I wanted to celebrate those moments with him. And I quickly realized there was a void in the celebration category, and that's when I decided to start our company. If 2020 has taught us anything, is that representation matters. People want to see themselves in the products they use. And for children, it's important for them to see themselves in the television shows they watch, the books they read, and even in their family celebrations. And it's not just important for Black and Brown children to see diverse images, but it's important for all children to see diverse images. And as parents, we're intentional about the images we show our own children. We want them to see these images in everyday moments. And our customers are letting us know that we're filling a void that most retailers just aren't. If you look up and down the aisles of gift wrap and celebration section, you'll note there's a lack of diversity for multicultural children. And that's why Green Top Gifts is filling that void with Clarence Claus, our Black Santa, and our birthday celebration crew. In 2019, the gift wrap category made up for $8.5 billion in sales in the US. And to think, this is a category that lacks diversity for Black Americans. In 2020, we more than quadrupled our annual sales. Our products are on Amazon Prime, and we ship via the Shopify platform. In 2020, we were also invited to Target to pitch our brand to their category buying team. It's not just about Christmas and birthdays, but there's so many other moments that lack diverse images for celebrations. And we're planning on expanding to that with our product roadmap, with additional birthday products, creating content and cartoons and a book series. Now, how do we keep the party going? We do that through partnerships, digital marketplaces, print and television, and our social media platforms. Green Top's been featured on Essence, Good Housekeeping, and in 2020, we were the official gift wrap sponsor for Oprah's Favorite Things. And earlier this year, we were selected by FedEx as a small business grant winner. Now, to wrap things up, how we use this prize money to continue to grow our business. We use it to invest in future innovation, expand our team, and increase our marketing efforts. Yes, we started with Clarence Claus and expanded to birthdays, but Green Top Gifts is focused on love, joy, and family. And we hope to continue to do that by bringing diverse images to every celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jacqueline?
Yes, I have a question. Before I ask my question, I would just like to say I celebrate you for making sure that our little brown boys and girls are seeing their faces in places where they normally would not. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
My question, you are so welcome, is around, I think you touched on this a little bit, was around how are you really driving awareness of your products and services? And and I have a second question, I'm sorry. And who do you see as your major competitors?
To answer your first question, the way we drive awareness is we do that heavily with social media, advertising on Facebook and Instagram. We also have a large newsletter following. We reach out to influencers. We also do partnerships with publications. And right now we're currently on Aspire's marketplace and looking to do a partnership with BET at the end of the year. And then for your next question, you asked me about who we see as our competition. Right now, there aren't a lot of large players in our space. If the major competition, I would say, would be like a Hallmark, which is really starting to close a lot of their retail stores. Their focus hasn't really been on expanding in the holiday moments. I think what makes us different is that we're able to be nimble and we can create and innovate quickly. And we really have a pulse as a Black mom and speaking with our core customers, understanding what our consumers are looking for and products that really look like us and serve us with shades and hair textures.
Thank you.
So if I understand, thank you. So if I understand correctly, you're primarily an e-commerce shop, is that right?
Yes.
So I'd be curious to understand, are you thinking at all about diversifying your distribution channels? And my second sort of follow-on question is, you mentioned wanting to invest in innovation. I'd love to hear more about what you're thinking there as well.
Sure. Yes. Most people, when they're buying gift wrap, they're on their way to the party. They are headed. That's the Saturday morning as the mom and a dad. You know, you're going out to the stores or aunt. We have a lot of professional aunts, no kids that are our core customers as well. And so you're going to the store and you want to buy it. And there's nothing in the stores right now that really serves our demographic. And so, yes, this is a really important part of our business as we want to scale is to be in retail, which is why we've had opportunities to speak with Target. We actually pitched in a line review recently. So we would love to be in retail locations that make sense for our brand to help us grow with our core customers and to bring retailers bring our customers into their stores. We're also right now on the Fair Marketplace, which is really for smaller businesses, more independent retailers, more gift shops. And so we just recently launched on that platform and we've done a soft launch on Amazon. We haven't announced to all of our customers yet because we're still getting some kinks out. We are on Amazon right now. So we're also always looking at ways we can scale and grow our business outside of just e-commerce. And to answer your second question, yes, we have, I'll actually show you, we have some baby shower products that we're about to launch. And so these are some of the mock-ups of these. And so we have a cute little boy and girl in 2 different shades, different hair textures, really to kind of appeal to our core consumers because Black moms have let us know they want to just see Black babies on their products. And so we've heard that loud and clear. And we also have kind of a unisex for if you don't know what you're having, if you're having a boy and a girl. And so this is kind of that product here. And then we also have one that features just girls. And then we have a set for older kids for Black boys and Black girls with different hair textures and shades, as well as one that we're hoping to pitch to museums and to gift shops. So if you're going in and you're just buying a gift just because it's got an array of different children of multicultural backgrounds and hair textures and head coverings.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jacqueline. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. Have a good evening.
You too. So thank you guys so much for being a part of the Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition. Today has been such an interesting day, to say the least. But I appreciate you guys' time, your hard work, and everything that you've put into the businesses that you have created. And so our 3rd place winner is Green Top Gifts. We are super excited to have you as a winner this year. Thank you, Jacqueline, for what you're doing for our community, how you are creating and making impact. Our 2nd place winner is Bridal Babes. Thank you, Ashley, so much for being a part of this year's pitch competition. And our 1st prize winner is Monisha Edwards. Thank you so much for what you are doing for our community, the impact that you are making, and how you are changing lives for better around mental health. Thank you guys so much for being a part.
Thank you. I'm going to cry, but I'm going to do it off camera. Thank you.
It's all good.
If it's at all possible, if I can get your address as well as the judges' addresses, to send you guys some of my candles because I would love for you to experience them.
I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Ashley, I'm so excited. You are our second place winner for the Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition presented by Capital One. You will receive $15,000 from Capital One and Boss Women Media. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marty. This is wonderful news. On behalf of the entire Bridal Babes team, we are so excited that we've been selected as the second place winner.
Thank you, Ashley.
Hi, my name is Anya Holmes, and I am a junior sports medicine major and chemistry minor at Howard University, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My business is called All the Rage, and it's an accessory business that aims to connect with young, fashion-forward individuals who want to elevate their style without breaking the bank. All the Rage solves the problem of young people like me having to spend a lot of money on expensive accessories just to add to their daily look. Being a college student, I understand the need for saving and also understand how limited our funds can be. All the Rage offers accessories such as sunglasses, handbags, and jewelry with the emphasis on high quality and affordability. While affordability and quality is one of our main goals, our vision is to empower people through our accessories. Fashion is a symbol of freedom, and being able to confidently express yourself and showcase your style can help you with your personality, identity, and mood. I started this business in 2018, just selling sunglasses out of the trunk of my car to high school friends. And since, my business has become an online accessory store selling to people all over the US. I package and ship all of my own products to my customers, as well as thoroughly decide which type of products I sell based on current trends and what I believe to be next up in fashion. I would love to be a recipient of this award to continue to turn my passion into a career. For my business, I currently receive my products wholesale. This was okay for me in the beginning, but as my business began to grow, I struggled with finding vendors with creative pieces, as well as vendors who could deliver my products to me and in a good time frame. If I'm a recipient of this award, I will use the funds to help me begin the process of sourcing better manufacturers with faster shipping, as well as begin the process of making my own custom accessories. I want to make my own accessories because I want to be the person that makes the trends. I believe that with some of my sketches, manufacturers will be able to create beautiful accessories that are the future of fashion. I'm also planning to use the funds for marketing purposes such as photo shoots, social media ads, and partnering with influencers. Lastly, I will use the funds to potentially look into having a storefront or doing several small pop-up shops in other stores. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anya, for being a part of the HBCU pitch competition presented by Amazon's presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. I couldn't get that all out. I'm Marty McDonald. I'm the founder and CEO of Boss Women Media. We are thrilled to have you be a part. On the line, we have Carla, Tiffany, and Tara, who are associates and small business owners connected with Amazon. Someone's going to ask you 1 to 2 questions for you to answer, and then we will connect with you soon. So go ahead, someone off the team.
Anya, I'll go ahead and get started. It's lovely to meet you. It's so inspiring to hear that you started this business at such a young age with such a clear vision. What would you say differentiates your strategy from the competitors in the marketplace?
I feel like what differentiates me is that I'm actually a person who I would sell something. So I'm actually a person who would buy my own stuff. I'm selling it because I'm passionate about it. I would buy my own stuff. I know what people my age, people in my budget want and what they need. So I feel like that's what makes me different. And also I have the market right in front of me. I go to Howard University, the Mecca. I have my market right in front of me. Everybody wants to support me. Everybody supports each other. So I feel like that's what differentiates me.
Thank you.
I have one question for you, Anya. What a great pitch, and +1 to Carla. It's so good to see young people start in businesses that is impactful. And I love your story. The fact that you started selling sunglasses out of your car trunk, like that right there is really inspiring. One question: what are the outlets you're using to sell your products, and are you part of the Black Business Accelerator? I had to ask that question.
No, I'm not a part of it, but I currently just use social media. I have a website, but I use social media such as Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter to promote my brand. So I sell through those. And I also do many pop-up shops in Philadelphia. So anytime I hear somebody say pop-up shop, I'm like, yeah, me. I want to buy a table. So that's how I sell my products.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anya. Stay by your phone. We'll be connected with you soon.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Hi, Brooklyn.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Thank you so much for joining the Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition for HBCUs presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. I'm Marty McDonald, the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. I have on the line Carla, Tiffany, and Tara. There are judges for today's pitch competition. You have 3 minutes to present your pitch, and then they'll ask you 2 questions afterwards. You can start now.
Okay, perfect. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Brooklyn again, and I am a biology major, chemistry minor student from Howard University, at Howard University, and I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. And today I will be pitching to you my clothing and lifestyle brand entitled No Faces. So this brand was first founded in May of 2021. Originally stemmed from a photography project that I did in high school. It was basically what I did to help build my confidence and allow others to see the world from my viewpoint, which was that looking at others for who they are on the inside out. Seeing what I like to call their nucleus and or their center is what I like to look at it as. I felt that in the age of social media, we have been subconsciously conditioned to judge people on their outer persona, and we have been seen to see as perfect all the time. And for me, this is just not realistic. I believe that humans have their flaws, that we mess up, and no one of us are at all the same. And each individual has something about them that is wired differently, whether it be which is the beauty of us as a human race altogether. And I want people who wear my clothes to understand that being different is a plus, and we must be open to learning that about one another in order to form a stronger connection. Love and community for me is the goal when it comes to No Faces. This brand, however, is not just about the apparel, but is seriously geared towards everyone's mental health. Working on our mental health day by day has been what allowed me personally to experience maximum joy. And that's just what I want for others in this world overall. The highlight of being a brand that focuses on mental health is that it's a constant battle that you'll work on every day of your life. And it's not something that you'll just master one day and then be completely done with it. Mental health is forever. And I feel like that's what No Faces is. It's forever. It's a forever brand that I feel like can go on for years and years to come. No Faces brand, it is here to be a constant sense of reinforcement and a support system for people to be who they are and to share that with the world. My brand, the personality is sophisticated, confident, honest, and altruistic. These are the feelings that my brand radiate, and this is how we want our community to feel when they wear our clothes. Our slogan is for the misjudged and misinterpreted. We are telling people to come as they are, the same way I am coming as I am. with my flaws, my imperfections, knowing that this is what has crafted me to be the person who I am today. And our flaws are what is not what is negative about us, but it is what has crafted me to be who I am, and it is what makes us individuals and makes us different from the next person. It is time that the world, for me, sees no faces, builds a community of light and love, and overall just comes together and learns how to care for one another and really focus on being better people and mentally stronger, mentally confident in yourself, and sharing that with each other as we go on. And that's the conclusion for my pitch.
Thanks, Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Judges, do you guys have any questions?
I do have a question. Great pitch, Brooklyn. You were a little bit nervous, but you got it, girl. You got through it. Can you talk about some of the designs as it relates to mental health and just bringing that awareness on your social media now? So can you just tell me a little bit about what designs that you're bringing to the world to put those messages that you very clearly just told us into the world?
So for our designs right now, I decided to keep it a bit simple for the start of the design because I really just wanted to get the name out there and get people to like start to see who we are, who No Faces is. But what I have planned is to really put, as a part of the clothing, put on there like, questioning like, how are you mentally, really like making that the forefront and like getting people to think themselves, okay, how am I doing? Like start asking them those questions and getting to see like, how am I doing mentally? What do I need to work on? So that they can, once you ask those questions, I feel like that's the gateway to like really making mental health the forefront. And then that's how they'll start to basically represent the brand overall. And I think that'll help us to share it with other people and things like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I was wondering, Brooklyn, a lot of times brands that have such a strong sense of mission also have something that they do to help the buyer connect with the mission. Is there any other connection you anticipate coming to life in your product line or through your offering, in addition to the things that are said on the clothing?
I definitely have goals of doing something more than just the clothing, of course, because as I said, it's not just about the apparel. But I still kind of brainstorming with things like that. I definitely want to make it a space where maybe do something where we can have like conversations with our customers or something so they feel like, okay, this is not just clothes. I'm not just buying something, like I'm working on myself as well. I'm like, this is a whole entire like brand. It's like functioning, it's moving. It's not just like, okay, here's your clothes, here you go, we're done. Like, no, it goes way beyond that.
Thank you so much. And really, thank you for bringing attention. It's so timely to bring attention to this topic and make it something that young people feel like they can integrate in a way that, is just out in the open. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooklyn. Stay by your phone. We'll be connecting with you soon.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Jade.
Hi.
Thanks for being a part of the Black Girl Magic pitch competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. I'm Marty McDonald, the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. On the line today, we have Carla, Tiffany, and Tara, who are going to be the judges. You have 3 minutes to pitch your business, and then they're going to ask 2 questions to you at maximum. You can start now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jade Fisher, and I am the owner of Jewelry by Jade Marie. When I first started my business, I know that I wanted to sell jewelry with high quality, so all of my products are made from stainless steel, the least. I also wanted my products to scream culture and have value to my customers. So everything that I sell usually has a value. I have different items called the Black Girl Magic necklace. I have
Another necklace, it represents the Black Lives Matter movement. And my biggest project that I'm working on right now is my FAMU collection. So that's basically where I paid for a CLC license to get licensed in order to sell the FAMU jewelry and work with the school. So right now I'm in the process of that, and I have custom FAMU jewelry, which has the Rattler logo on it. And I have like these big, nice hoops, and they kind of go in with the culture. They're like jumbo bamboo hoops, and they have the Rattler snake on there. I have custom FAMU belly button rings. I also have these charms for bracelets. So selling these products, even though it means so much to me, I hope it also means something to the customers when they buy it and it holds value to them. So right now, I'm kind of just working on the big project, which is the FAMU project, and teaming up with the school for that and getting a vendor spot on campus and selling the jewelry. I'm also going to keep the other jewelry that I have, which is the Black Girl Magic and the Black Lives Matter necklaces, because those still hold value to it. And other necklaces like tennis stainless steel necklaces and anklets and stuff like that. Nothing ever turns green, or nothing is made with nickel or anything. Everything is stainless steel and holds value to my customers and screams culture, have culturistic value as well.
Thanks, Jade.
You're
you guys
welcome.
Have any questions?
I actually have a question. Jade, wonderful pitch. We're so excited to have you a part of this pitch competition, and congrats on getting this far. It's a big deal, and you should celebrate after this. What I love most about what you said, is the fact that you mentioned you want your customer to love your pieces. And that's something we pride ourselves on at Amazon. Customer obsession is one of our number one principle. And we always start with our customers and work backwards. And it's good that you've noticed that at a young age. One question that I have for you, and I wrote it down, is what do your customers love most about your product instead of your competitor's solution?
Well, what my customers love most about my products is a lot of them are actually customized. So some of the things I'm selling, you can't really get them anywhere else. And another thing that even if some of the products that I am selling that I got from a vendor, I'm very careful of how I package things and how I present things and make my customers feel extremely appreciated. I have these customized boxes and cards, and they come inside confetti papers and stuff like that, just so my customers feel like really appreciated and that they didn't just pay for something that's going to get slapped in their face. They'll have a nice box, a nice jewelry velvet box that'll come inside with confetti papers and stuff.
Amazing. Thank you. Keep obsessing over your customers. It's so important in business.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Jade?
Great job, Jade. That was wonderful. I have to ask, are you wearing your pieces right now?
No, I'm actually at a hotel. I had a really bad.
Okay. I was like, I want to see the pieces.
So I had presented them on my PowerPoint presentation. I uploaded. I was really excited about them, so I uploaded them on my PowerPoint presentation, and I have all of the upcoming FAMU jewelry that I will be presenting soon, hopefully when that drops. And I also have in the presentation jewelry that I have already dropped. So the collection, the FAMU collection that's upcoming is in the presentation, as well as the things I sell. I wish I had it now, but I'm in a hotel.
No, you're okay. No, great partnership. I think that's fabulous that you're already thinking of bigger partnership versus the smaller, whether it's your website, you're already thinking big. So that's excellent. And congrats to you on the partnership.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jade. Stay by your phone. We'll be connected with you soon.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Sequoia. Am I
Hi,
saying that right?
Yes, you are. How are you?
I am good. I am Marty McDonald. I'm the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you so much for being a part of the Black Girl Magic HBCU pitch competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. Today I have on the line Carla, Tiffany, and Tara, who are going to be our judges for today's pitch. You have 3 minutes to pitch your product-based business. And then from there, they're going to ask you a couple of questions. You can start now.
Okay, perfect. So good evening. My name is Sequoia Holmes. I am the owner and curator of Bliss Boxes Co. We are an intentional self-care subscription box company exclusively featuring Black artisans. While stationed in Okinawa, Japan, and working as a first-time entrepreneur, I found myself overworked with little resources around to be able to support that. And previously, I was curating thousands of client gifts, and I thought, like, why can't I create something for myself? Although I initially launched in 2018, I relaunched in February, March of 2020. While we were still stationed in Japan. And when I relaunched, I had the sole intention and purpose of bringing pure bliss through the means of self-care. Our mission is simple. We want to make self-care achievable through luxury items for our audience, AKA our Bliss Besties, while showcasing a variety of Black artisans. As I mentioned, we exclusively feature Black artisans in our boxes. We've been able to support customers all around the world by way of Japan, Korea, Dubai, Germany, and then, of course, all over the States. And we were even able to support customers with our boxes. Most famously, Stanford University placed an order for their graduating class in the spring. With the subscription box company, some stats: about 70% of Americans state that they patronize subscription box services, and 86.5% of Americans stated that they wanted to focus on self-care in 2021. Unlike some of the big name competitors such as Birchbox or even the Black Box, who feature sample sizes in their boxes, we provide full-size items in each and every box. We have been able to feature over 60 Black brands throughout our various collections and themes. And we most recently feature some of our staples. So they include Posh Candle Co., the London Grant Co., Heath Made, Moonbeam, etc. Some of our brands have been featured in Nordstrom, People Magazine, Essence Festival, and the list goes on. Bliss Boxes Co. answers the call for combining self-care with luxury items. We're committed to remain debt-free in business. That was one of my staples, and it's probably been one of my biggest hindrances with running our business, but we are committed to remaining debt-free. We're excited about the opportunity to pitch to you all tonight with the option or opportunity to receive grant funds. Like many women-led businesses, some of our biggest challenges are the lack of access to capital, specifically as it relates to maintaining inventory to match our demand. We also are looking to expand our marketing services. Presently, we only advertise through our social channels, and then we have a subscriber list of about 400 subscribers. And so with the support of the grant, if awarded, we would like to expand those services and then also be able to support staff to meet our goals. That's all that I have. I have some boxes if you want to see them, but short and sweet.
Thank you so much, Sequoia. Do you guys have any questions for her?
Sequoia, I'm going to race to the front of the line to have the chance to talk to you. Thank you so much for putting together such a great presentation. Your preparation materials were really clear. And I'm a big subscription box user myself. At Amazon, we really believe in the subscription box business model. But I know that there are some real difficulties with that business model, the quit rate versus trying to keep it fresh versus trying to enroll new subscribers. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you think about those challenges and where you're going to put your emphasis?
Absolutely. Great question. So as the sort of chief curator, one of the challenges that I have is, as you mentioned, providing the services or the boxes that our subscribers or audience actually wants. at a rate that is available from our vendors. Last year, especially during COVID, we were sort of in a topsy-turvy with suppliers not being able to make the items while I was stationed out of the country. So I'm also dealing with the shipping challenges that are in place. And so one of the things that I wanted to mitigate was being able to have higher quantities on hand. We go through an average of about 30 to 50 orders per month, which may not seem like a lot, but when you're thinking about keeping that inventory on hand and reaching back out to our vendors, it was a process of having that just ability to service that. We've had to turn down a lot of orders. And as I mentioned before, wanting to remain debt free, that was also the caveat. So you're having to play, I don't even know how to say it. It's a challenge because I'm having to meet the needs change throughout the year. Item availability fluctuates, and then wanting to remain current while also giving our vendors the opportunity to supply. So hopefully I answered your question, but that's the direction.
Thank you. That was great.
Any other questions for Sequoia?
I just wanted to ask the cost of the boxes.
So our current price model, we like to stay at about 58 to 60% of the retail rates of the boxes. Some of them we've been able to bring down. So for example, our most popular boxes, which is our Pampered, it retails for a rate of 58. And we are able to produce that box at about a $38. So we're looking at about a $20 profit margin.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Sequoia. Please
Thank you.
clear your phone. We'll be in touch with you soon.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Too. Asia, thanks so much for being with us. I'm Marty McDonald, the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. I feel like I just keep on saying that over and over and over. Thank you for being a part of the Black Girl Magic HBCU pitch competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. We have on the line Carla, Tiffany, and Tara. There are judges for today, and also associates are connected to Amazon. You have 3 minutes to pitch your business, and then they're going to ask you 2 questions in totality. You can start now.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Asia Jackson, and I am the proud founder of Angelic Hair Care. We specialize in all natural hair and skincare products. We offer the organic flaxseed jelly, the African black soap, the multi-purpose flaxseed butter, and our raw and unfiltered shea butter. Our slogan is, to know the roots of your hair is to know its beauty. So I'm going to pull up my actual slide deck. Is that okay with you guys?
You just do a verbal presentation.
Okay. All right. So, okay. While being natural, I realized a large percentage of hair care products marketed to women of color can cause serious damage. According to a Mental Press report, the Black hair industry is currently valued at $2.5 billion, and that is not even half of it if you include all women of color. Within this number, people of color are purchasing products that claim to promote natural, healthy hair growth, but in reality are bad for our hair. Chemicals in hair products and beauty products are mostly untested and unregulated. Hazardous products can carry such health risks as cancer, allergies, hormone disruption, and developmental and reproductive damage. We have strived to be the complete opposite. Our company officially launched on May 2nd. We focus on incorporating organic and natural ingredients in order to ensure our products are shelf-stable and are perfect for the hair and skin. Our products are 100% all natural, and we are women-owned. Our products possess antiviral, antifungal, antibacterial qualities, and are paraben and alcohol-free. The global natural hair product market size was valued at USD 8.74 billion in 2019 and is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 4.7% from 2020 to 2027. The global natural skincare products market size was valued at USD 10.84 billion in 2019 and is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 5.0% from 2020 to 2027. Rising awareness related to the benefits and ingredients of natural and skincare products has been fueling market growth. Natural skincare and hair products that are free from chemicals and transparent about the content have been preferred by customers, which is likely to drive the demand for our products. Our current annual revenue for 2019 is $980. Our total GP is $325.25. Our annual revenue for 2020 is $1,490, and our total GP is $835.01. Our annual revenue for 2020 was $2,340, and this is just for the first quarter. We are currently in the second quarter. Our total GP for that year is $1,289.06. So as you can see, within these 3 years, we have continuously grown, and we have learned so much while being in this business, in this industry. Other companies are addressing the problem by adding fragrance, not adding alcohol, or many times hiding the ingredients that they put in their products. However, our products are paraben and alcohol-free, healthier for their hair and skin, and we also strive to encourage women of color to be confident with their natural hair. What we need from investors, so we currently sold 833 products for the last years, but we want to increase that to 5,000. So with this funding that we truly desire, that will help boost our sales and help put our company out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Asia. Judges, do you guys have any questions?
I do have questions. Wonderful, wonderful pitch, Asia. Love the enthusiasm. So one of the things that I pride myself in as a business leader is the voice of the customer, simply because it helps the business hone their product or service into something the customer truly wants or truly appreciates. My question for you, what are your customers saying about your product? What are some of the success stories that you've heard about Angelic Hair Care? I'm just curious because I'm a Black girl and I'm probably thinking about buying your product.
Alrighty. Well, as you can see from my personal experience with my products, when I was in 9th grade, this is just my personal, then I'll get to the customers. This is what really inspired me to really push my product. So as a child, I had very bad acne. I mean, dark spots, acne. It was just horrendous. So as I got older, I was just like, I need to find a product that's for my skin and the people around me that really desire to get their skin clear. So I started using the multi-purpose flaxseed butter and the African black soap, and I started to see results. So then I started going out and venturing out to get other people to try my products, which are my consumers, of course. So I remember the very first time I felt this amazing joy when I heard my customer say that it really cleared his skin, because he had it was like a skin condition that he actually had on his face and nothing could clear it up. So then he started using my African black soap. He was like, Asia, I truly appreciate your African black soap. It is authentic. It smells amazing. It didn't dry his skin out. It simply cleared it up. And from that point on, the success stories just came in and they're just overflowing. And I'm so grateful for that. And so, yeah, I have some reviews on my actual Instagram that I post daily to get more consumers in, to generate more revenue and things like that. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Such a great success story.
Yes, indeed. Any other questions for Asia?
I have a few questions and a few comments. So congrats, Asia. I'm so super proud of you. I actually have a hair care brand as well, so I know how hard that industry can be. I would definitely say, I'm looking at your social media. I love the enthusiasm towards the end. And next time, just be yourself. We want to see that we started to feel your story towards the end because we started to see you. So don't be afraid to be yourself. We were literally looking at your social media drooling before you got on here. So we wanted to see more of that, but you did awesome. And the question I had for you, because you kept mentioning that your products were natural and shelf life, which is really, really important when you're trying to scale. So can you talk a little bit more about how you want to keep your product 100% natural, but it being in stores, or what platforms are you also selling on right now besides your website? And I know that was a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one question at a time.
Yes.
As far as the ingredients, that's why this funding will really come in handy because not only will it allow me to pay for more research and partner with more chemists that actually know more about the the ingredients and things like that. Because me personally, I did my own research and I also partnered with my chemistry teacher in my high school back in 9th grade. So it's like I feel like I want to keep it authentic as possible because being in this industry, it's sometimes hard and you kind of try to fold because it's like, okay, these ingredients, they're working, but they're not as strong as I want them to be. So I feel like I just really want to do more research on more ingredients that I can possibly add while also keeping the ingredients that I currently have. Because the ingredients that I currently have are perfect for right now. I'm also thinking for the future. So the second question, what was that? You said, what other platforms do I sell on? Okay, currently, I only sell on my website and in person. So I've gotten into Square. I only use Square at my vendor events, if that's where that question, I can answer that question the best way possible with that. But I want to look into selling on Amazon and Etsy, but I'm not all the way there yet. As far as that, I want to get some more things like established before I jump into a deep pool of water and drown myself. Like I want to take everything as slow as possible because I know God has me and everything is going to go in his plan. So with that, I'm not too really focused on that because I still want to grow my own personal online marketplace, my actual website. So I'm really pushing for that. But the Amazon and Etsy, those other platforms are kind of on the back burner right now, if that answers your question.
It did. Thank you so much. And I love that you actually broke down what you were going to do with the funding in your actual deck. So I'm rooting for you, girl. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks so much, Asia. Stay by your phone. We'll be connecting with you soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Am I free to go?
Yes.
Okay. Nice meeting you all. Thank you so much for selecting me and having me.
Yes. Thank you. Hi, I'm Marty McDonald. I'm the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you for being a participant in the Black Girl Magic HBCU pitch competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. Who I have on the line is Carla, Tara, and Tiffany, who are all associates of Amazon. You have 3 minutes to pitch your business, and then the judges are going to ask you a total of 2 questions. You can start now.
Okay. In our pursuit of a degree, we are taught a variety of disciplines, including physics, trigonometry, statistics, but often we overlook the most important discipline in life, health. One's health gets them to complete the daily tasks such as walking, eating, or starting their own business. My name is Zipporah Sowell, and I'm the founder and CEO of Rooted Vibes, LLC. We are a holistic health brand that educates people on how to implement plants into their self-care routine. We focus on exposing college students to the importance of their health through a self-care routine while pursuing their degree. We will be providing herbal products via our online storefront starting September 15, 2021, that have the power to alleviate common ailments while nourishing the human body. Rooted Vibes is not just a holistic health brand, but it is a lifestyle. We encourage our followers to stay rooted in everything that they do, including their dreams and aspirations. When you are rooted in something, you have created an unshakable foundation for yourself that continues to anchor you through good and bad times. And one must always remember that everything that you think, say, and do is vibrational. Our first line of products are herbal glycerites, which are simply liquid extracts that are made with organic herbs and vegetable glycerin. These products will address energy, immune, and cognitive health support. We are not just focused on educating and providing, but we also value self-care as being the best care, health being the greatest wealth that one can attain, and inspiring the upcoming generation to turn their passion into prosperity. These products are very easy to use and convenient for someone who's really on the grow, aka a college student. As Rooted Vibes continues to expand, we want to offer a diversity of products, including herbal capsules, herbal tinctures, tea blends, and more. Our products will be a beneficial asset to anyone in their health and self-care journey, alongside a balanced diet, proper hydration, and consistency.
Thank you so much. You guys, judges, do you guys have any questions?
I do. Zipporah, it's so nice to meet you. You're looking fabulous. I caught one of your videos on your social media, and I feel like the mysteries of how powders get into capsules has been really demystified for me. So thank you for the education is hitting on all levels.
Thank you.
The category you're entering is one that can be highly regulated. So I'd love to know your perspective on how you're preparing to enter an industry where there's both regulatory considerations as well as just reputation considerations.
Yes. So, of course, my main thing about my approach is being careful of my language, because dealing with herbs and medicine, using certain words like can, or it treats, or it cures, you can really get in trouble with that type of things. So as someone who's into herbology and becoming a herbalist, I come more for the education standpoint. So I'm not saying like, hey, take this herb because it cures this. No, I'm just educating, and I am also encouraging others to take responsibility for their health. I'm not saying like I'm a medical professional and this is what should be done. I'm just educating people on what's out there, and of course doing my research as well to make sure that I am giving proper information. So those are the main ways I'm looking at, just trying to deal with the ups and downs, and like you said, the regulatory process, and yeah, just doing the best I can. And then two, making sure that I'm sanitizing correctly, and products and things like that. Just make sure everything is done to a T and keeping it professional as I can.
Thank you so much for the answer.
Any other questions? Thanks so much. We will be in contact with you soon. So make sure you stay by your phone.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Yes, absolutely. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. I'm Marty McDonald, the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. Thank you for being a participant in the Black Girl Magic HBCU pitch competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator.
Thank you.
Who we have on, we have Carla and Tiffany, who are Amazon associates, and Tara, who's a small business owner. These are the judges for today's pitch competition. What's going to happen is you have 3 minutes to pitch your business, and then the judges will ask a total of 1 to 2 questions. You can start now.
Okay, perfect. Is it okay if I share a presentation with you guys?
It's going to be a verbal pitch.
Oh, okay, no problem. So again, hi everyone, my name's Tiana Sankey. I'm currently a third-year business administration at the Florida A&M University from a small town in Kingston, Jamaica. And basically the story of Black Girls Apparel started in 2013 when I moved from Jamaica. I lived there my entire life. And it's not a secret to anybody that there's a huge colorism issue in Jamaica. It wasn't until I was 14 in 2015 I realized this is not just a Jamaica issue. What's going on in Jamaica was just a side effect of something bigger, something beyond just Jamaica. And there was a global problem that nobody was talking about. There was a problem that carried down for generations, a problem that was shattering the confidence and self-love in millions of women around the world. And the problem was the lack of space for Black girls and women, the lack of representation, and the lack of inclusivity in general. The world ultimately got comfortable leaving Black women out and counting Black women out. So in 2015, at 14 years old, on my iPhone 6, on Instagram, I made it my mission to do everything I could to change that narrative. No matter who I needed to make uncomfortable, that was the birth of Black girls. After the rapid growth of Black girls in features in major like media platforms such as CNN, Teen Vogue, The Root, and Ebony Magazine, I wanted to expand the brand from just outside of Instagram. I wanted Black women to have a piece of the brand at home, at brunch, at work, everywhere. So in 2018, I started Black Girls Apparel, where I custom designed different products such as jewelry, clothing, handbags, which are currently our hottest products and have been for a while. And I had a few statistics. I wasn't aware. It was just like a verbal thing, but there's a few statistics that I had in like my presentation. And if I were to receive the honor of winning this competition, firstly, I would like to get a warehouse. I'm currently working out of a 10 by 20 foot warehouse. So I can only order so much inventory at a time because the storage only holds so many things. So my distribution coordinator, she actually only goes to the storage to get what we need, and she'll come back to my apartment to package. And that's really inconvenient for her, myself, and my 3 other roommates. Next, I would invest in higher quality materials for the purses, which will increase the longevity of those purses and ultimately the longevity of the brand itself, sorry. And when we think of our favorite brands, Nike, Marc Jacobs, Apple, Kate Spade, Telfar, a huge part of the reason we love these brands is because we can rely on the quality of their products, which is what I want for Black Girls Apparel as well. And finally, although organic customer photos in our products, it increases the credibility of the brand. We recently experimented with influencer outreach with micro influencers, which did improve the quality and the content we posted, and it did generate great traffic. But I would use the awarded amount to reach out to macro influencers so we could reach a wider audience. And that's my presentation.
Thank you so much. Judges, do you guys have any questions?
Big up yourself, Tiana.
Thank you.
I knew Tara was going to say that.
I couldn't help it. I'm super proud of you, obviously, just the fact that you're Jamaican. Let's put that out there. And I'm literally on your page and I'm obsessing over this bag. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. And I was going to ask you about like trademark, just because that's such a popular term, but it looks like you are already on that. Yeah. So no questions, girl. Just super proud. I'm definitely going to look at this bag because it's cute.
Well, I'm going to get in on it. I'm Panamanian. Many Panamanians are Jamaican by blood, as you may know. So somewhere back there, we're family. I wanted to just ask you why the Protect Me dress is sold out.
Why are they currently sold out? Okay.
Yes.
But honestly, I do want to move in a more accessory based direction with my brand. Like I've been selling different products since 2018, currently 2021. And I do find like my earrings, the belts, the bags, they sell the quickest and people are always eager to buy those. So I do in the future want to move towards like an accessory based thing. And it's just, it's the accessories you can put with anything as opposed to like the dresses or the shirts. It's kind of hard to like wear that everywhere, but like earrings, purses, you can do whatever you want with those. And people can have a little bit of Black Girls Apparel with them. So that's why it's sold out. It's coming back though. It's coming back.
Great job, Tiana.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Make sure you stay by your phone. We'll be in touch with you soon.
No problem. Thank you guys again for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for being a part of the Black Girl Magic pitch competition for HBCUs presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. I am Marty McDonald, the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media. And on the line, we have two associates from Amazon, Carla and Tiffany, and a small business owner, Tara. What's going to happen is you're going to pitch your business for the next 3 minutes, and then our judges are going to open up to questions. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Shanae Bryant. I am the owner and operator, along with my husband, of the Adams Cake Factory. Just to give you a backstory on our business, we opened our business back in 2013 in Maryland. It started actually from a loss of my husband losing his job of 18 years. So I saw a need. We've been baking, having a passion for baking for years. And we were home based, so we did door-to-door sales prior to the pandemic. We did fairs, festivals, trade shows. That's what we specialized in, as well as special orders here and there. But when the pandemic hit and everything got shut down, we had to figure out what was next for us. In the middle of a global pandemic, no one wanted to eat from a home-based business, unfortunately. COVID, has it, what are the risks? So we had to figure out how we were going to sink or swim. So at that point, I took on a position. I was recruited for a leadership position at the United States Census Bureau. So I took on a position for a year to supplement our income. And in doing so, I was able to see firsthand at that point how Black businesses was only 6% retail businesses in the U.S., which I saw that firsthand working at the census, and even a lower amount with being a woman minority business owner. So I was able to figure out what was next, and what was next. Postmates were booming, Grubhub, DoorDash. Those were some of our other options, but we couldn't tap into it because we did not have a storefront. So in the heart of Raleigh, we were able to successfully open our business in March of this year, and we were able to tap into that target market of delivery and takeout customers. So now that we're open, we need access to grow. We still want to, now that the fairs and festivals are opening back up, we want to be able to tap back into that market and grow our business from there.
Thanks so much, Shanae.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any questions for my judges?
I loved your story, and I love the resilience of, just picking back up and even having a business or working on the side to fund your dream. I think that is so amazing. A lot of times as a small business, we have to do that. And that's so amazing that you pivot. That was your pivot during that time. Can you talk a little bit about your products? Like, what are your top selling products? What are people like? When I heard cake, I just got instantly hungry. So can you share with us like your top selling products that keep your customers coming back?
So we specialize in homemade cakes. So we partner with local farmers. We use fresh farm eggs, and we use quality ingredients. We've been working on our recipes. Some were handed down, but a lot of our recipes were crafted just from me and my husband, crafting our own recipes for our products. We started off the business literally with just a pound cake. Our 7-Up pound cake was our #1 seller. From there, we've grown our flavors to 30 plus flavors, including cookies now, brownies, puddings, cobblers, and we want to grow with more product offerings. But yes, we started with just our homemade 7-Up pound cake. That's how we started.
I have a question. First of all, I know you're not going to answer my question about what makes your red velvet cake so different that people who never liked red velvet cake before like yours, but I did see that on the video on your social media. It's a testimonial. I saw it. But I know you're not going to tell us that secret. I'm wondering, what is your vision? If 5 years from now, success comes after success, what would you like to see?
Wow. So about the red velvet, just a little quick tip. It's not a chocolate cake. It is indeed not a chocolate cake. So we get that all the time. And when people realize that it's not a chocolate cake, they're opt to try ours. And they were like, oh, wow, that is not a chocolate cake. So
I love it. I love it. The one I'm in line for is your vegan pistachio because I can't eat dairy. So I'm all on your website.
Yes. And it's amazing, by the way. So 5 years from now, what I see for our business and what I've learned is running a successful business is based off of a lot of micro decisions. I know some people think, oh, it's going to be one big thing that you're going to, and boom, it's there. No, it's a lot of different micro decisions that get you to the next big thing, the next successful thing. And that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that we are incorporating the right decisions, the right micro decisions. Okay, do we need to add this? Do we need to take this back? What are our customers saying about this? And growing our business from there. And one thing that we want to do is add another location. We've been getting a lot of, Durham is home for me. We've been getting a lot of feedback with our location proximity to our Durham market. You know, are you going to be able to tap into that? You know, what about us? You guys kind of got to your store and forgot about us. I'm like, no, we still want to include you guys, but we have to, you know, work our way there. But we want to be able to reach our market that's been there from the beginning, and getting another store would, even a satellite option where we use our Raleigh location as our kind of warehouse to where we're baking from, so we can have other satellite options to reach more customers. That's our goal in the next 5 years.
Thanks so much, Shanae. We'll be in connection with you soon.
Okay, perfect.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, ladies. I am super excited to let you guys know that you are the winners of the HBCU Black Girl Magic Pitch Competition presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
So excited.
You all will receive $10,000.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Thank you guys so much.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Much deserved.
Absolutely. Keep hustling, keep grinding in college, keep doing your thing. The world needs you. You are valuable, and you're just getting started. We are so excited to be a part of your journey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey girl, hey. My name is Maxine Gray, and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Small Business Empowerment Team at Amazon. The Small Business Empowerment Team is focused on supporting Amazon's small business partners around the world. I'm excited to share more about Amazon's Black Business Accelerator with the Black Girl Magic Summit community. We launched this bold initiative in June to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses, and are deeply invested in helping accelerate that advancement in the Black community. We have committed $150 million over the next 4 years to help thousands of Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs reach our more than 300 million customers. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator provides access to financial assistance, strategic business guidance, mentorship, marketing, and promotion, providing sellers in our store with the tools needed to take their business to the next level. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator is a step towards ensuring more Black-owned businesses have the opportunity, resources, and support needed to enjoy this success. We are thrilled to welcome many more Black business owners and entrepreneurs and boss women to the opportunity of selling on Amazon. To learn more and join the program, visit amazon.com/BBA.
Grace Byers, actress and now New York Times bestselling author, is best known for her 4-season run as Anika Calhoun on Fox music industry drama Empire, opposite Terrence Howard and Taraji P. Henson. She can also be seen in the crime thriller feature Bent, starring alongside Sofia Vergara and Andy Garcia. Grace currently stars in the Amazon series Harlem. Previously, she starred as the villain Reva on Fox Marvel series The Gifted. I'm super excited to have Grace Byers with us today. Latasha Gillespie is the Executive Head of Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Amazon Studios, Prime Video, and IMDb. In her role, Latasha builds mechanisms to improve diverse representation of talent in front and behind the camera, above and below the line. She dismantles long-standing barriers to success in the entertainment industry and tells inclusive stories that are accessible and marketed to a global, diverse audience. I'm super excited to welcome Latasha as the moderator for Grace Byers' conversation.
Thank you so much, Marty. It's such a pleasure to be here with Boss Women today. And I'm really excited about the conversation that I get to have with none other than Grace Byers. She was born Grace Lillis Geely in the US, but raised in the Cayman Islands and moved back to America to attend the University of South Florida in Tampa, where she received her Bachelor's of Arts in Theater Arts. And during her time at UCFF, acting afforded her the opportunity to communicate viscerally a desire that came from being a child of deaf adults, or a CODA. So interested to talk about that. But upon graduating from college, Geely was accepted into the University of California Irvine's graduate program and obtained her MFA in acting, successfully showcasing, which took her from Los Angeles to New York City, where she performed professionally. Several theater productions, short films, national commercials, all led her to Chicago, to Empire in 2015, where we all knew and loved her as none other than Boo Boo Kitty. Please help me welcome to the screen, Grace. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today.
Listen, I can't think of a better person to have, especially as we talk about this concept of knowing your worth. And let me just tell you, you have been killing it on the screen, and we have so appreciated the work that you've been doing and the characters that you've been bringing to life. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very kind. Thank you.
And I'm also excited to have you because you are starring in the upcoming Amazon show, Harlem.
Yes.
Yes, which is Tracy Oliver's newest original comedy series. And you're performing against, or not against, but alongside some heavyweights that I think you also call close friends, right?
That's right. Megan Good is my girl.
We love watching you and Megan on Instagram, especially with the spades tournaments with the husbands. Love it.
Yes.
But we also are really glad that people are going to meet people like Shaniqua Shonde and Jerry Johnson, who also do an amazing job alongside you and Megan Good in Harlem. What was it like to work with such a talented, beautiful cast of Black women on a show created by a Black woman?
Let me tell you something. This is my favorite role to date. This is my favorite job to date. I just love being surrounded by a plethora of beautiful, talented Black women. It's like you can't get enough of it. But one thing that I really loved was in the chemistry read when we were all doing our callback. Everyone just kept asking us. They were like, "Are you sure you guys don't know each other? Are you sure you didn't know each other before this?" And Megan and I did, but Jerry and Shaniqua were new, and so we just really clicked. And I'm telling you, like, the chemistry that we have on our cast is just so genuine, so authentic. We like genuinely love each other. We've fallen in love with each other. We celebrate each other. We hang out when we're not on set, you know, and so there's just this synergy that we have that I think will really translate to the screen. And I just feel so blessed to do it. And I'm going to shout out Tracy Oliver here because I really come from a dramatic background. I've done a lot of drama. And so I've never really done comedy before. And so, you know, just sitting down with Tracy and of course, Scott King, you know, they just, like Tracy said something that was really powerful that I don't hear a lot in the industry, where she said, you know, one of my favorite things to do is to cross-pollinate. And so she said, I just love the idea of you coming from a dramatic background and stepping into comedy. And so she really gave me a shot. And so I'm just really grateful to her and Scott and of course, Amazon and NBC for giving me the chance to just really step into a new realm. And so we've been having a ball.
Well, listen, the chemistry comes across so beautifully. I've had a chance to watch some of the early episodes, and I'm so excited for our customers and our fans around the world to get to experience it. I just keep telling people, wait for Harlem. Just wait for Harlem. And so I love how beautiful the cast is. I love how you live. I love your professions. I love how you love everything about the show. I'm obsessed with. And I'm really grateful, as you are, for Tracy Oliver being very intentional about writing for and about Black women.
Yes. And I think the thing that really stands out in our show for sure is that you definitely see a rainbow of Black women on there. And I think that it speaks to the fact that Black women, Black people, we are not a monolith. We are not monolithic. And so, you know, there's no monochromatic way to be a Black person. And Tracy really leans into the things that make us different as Black people, as Black women, and uses that to like weave together this beautiful, you know, ideology and narrative that says, you can't really put us in a box. We're here, we're living life in many different ways and forms. And the idea is that if you connect and relate to one of us physically, that maybe you'll connect and relate to another one of us with our career or with our relationship issues or with the way that we talk or the way that we think or the way that we rationalize. And so I'm really interested in hearing what the response will be and how many Black women will feel represented in so many different types of ways.
And listen, this show is not just going to resonate with Black women. Because you leaned into the authenticity, it is going to transcend and definitely reach other communities. So for sure, it's going to, I think people are going to resonate with the friendships, the relationships, the whole thing, the whole time. So listen, hats off. And I want you and I to be as intentional today. So today we are here to talk directly to Black women about knowing your worth.
All right. One of my favorite things to do.
Right? Yeah. Because oftentimes we don't. And people want us to feel grateful for the positions we have or the opportunities we have when we have worked just as hard as anyone else and everyone else for those opportunities. When did you know you were going to be you?
Oh my gosh, can I tell you? I'm still becoming me. I think that it's a ing. It's an evolving. It's a becoming. And I think that the more, and you used a perfect word, I think the more intentional I become at really paying attention to my heart, my soul, my feelings, my mind, the things that move me, the things that make me excited, the things that I actually have full permission to say no to. All of these things, they all are kind of showing me that and giving me permission to become who I am today. And so it's still a process. It really, really is. But I feel more authentically me today than I ever have.
Yeah. How did growing up, I know you were born in the US, but you spent a lot of your time in the Caribbean where there were other beautiful people who look like you, going back to the whole thing around Black people not being monochromatic or a monolith. And how was growing up in the Cayman Islands influential in you really understanding your worth?
Yeah, I think that as Black people, just in general, I think that we understand that, whether it's Black people in America, Black people in Africa, Black people in the Caribbean, Black people in other countries and continents, I think we understand that culturally things are different, right? And so although there are similarities between certain elements of history when it comes to Black people all over and the transatlantic slave trade and all that kind of thing, there are similarities, but there are huge differences as well. And I think one of the bigger differences is growing up in the Caribbean. Yes, there is colorism. Yes, there is racism, but a lot of this kind of denotes the socioeconomic status of people. And so for me, growing up in the Cayman Islands, I didn't really have, I saw a lot of people who looked like a lot of different things, but there wasn't much, my experience, there wasn't much a delineation of different treatments because of the fact that we understood that we were all from the same culture, if that makes sense, right? And so although I knew I was much lighter skinned than my mom, I saw other Caymanians who were actually so light with freckles, blue eyes, and blonde hair, and did not have parents that were white, did not have grandparents that were considered white. Yeah. And so I think growing up around that kind of melting pot was really helpful, but at the same point in time, I kind of stood at the intersectionality of many different things too. So I was half Caymanian and half American. I was white and I was Black, I was hearing, but I was raised by, my deaf mother, and my father is deaf as well too. And so I think I kind of stood at the cusp of so many different things that made me feel like I didn't really belong to like one group or another. And I think when you're younger, it feels like death when you can't fully connect to a group, or a group can't fully connect to you. Well, you can connect to the group, but the group can't fully connect to you. And then when you get older, you kind of stand in that uniqueness and difference, and you go, yeah, like this is the thing that makes me me, and I love that. But as a kid, it's like literally like a death sentence, and you're like, but like, who do I look like exactly, and who do I sound like exactly, or and so that was a little actually difficult for me to grasp as a child.
Yeah. Let me just tell you something. When you started that answer, that whole Cayman Island dialects came out. Like
a little bit there. I just came back. That's why I literally just came back from Cayman. So I'm like kind of toning it back down, but yeah.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. But matter of fact, I was just saying recently about how later in life, probably later than I wished, like late 30s, early 40s, did I come to fully appreciate that rather than trying to figure out how I was similar to everyone else in the room, was to own the fact that I usually was the onlyest, the only one that looked like me, the only one with my experience, the only one whatever, like me in the room, and to use that to empower me to understand that then I had a voice and perspective that no one else in the room had nor could challenge, because they didn't have the same lived experience. And I wish I had realized that earlier in life. To your point, right? But I'm glad that it comes at whatever point it comes. But I'm curious, while I'm sure there were some disadvantages and challenges growing up as a CODA, I'm sure there's also ways in which it made you really more humane. like, I'm sure there are ways in which it made you really be in touch with the human spirit in ways that other people didn't get the opportunity to do. Talk about how that experience enriched your life.
Yeah, that's so good. You know, I think that it has afforded me one of the things that totally make me me, which is I'm a complete unapologetic empath. You know, I feel things deeply. I feel things very, very deeply. And it's probably my greatest strength and sometimes my greatest weakness, because sometimes I just can't turn it off. You know what I mean? When people are like, don't let that bother you, or don't let that steal your joy. Sometimes it's like, but it already did. And what do I do now? You know what I mean? So it's definitely a battle and a struggle, but it's so much more of a strength than anything else. And I just love to love. I love to love people. I love to show love. And so I feel all of the feelings very deeply. And I really have my mom to thank for that. And I think another thing too is that, you know, it would be one thing if my mom was ashamed of who she was and ashamed of, you know, the fact that she sounded different and she was different in a lot of ways. But, you know, even though she went through a difficult time with communities embracing her, she was always and is still just always unapologetic about who she is and encouraged me to be the same. And so I feel like in a way, all of that kind of indirectly helped my mom to help me, you know? So I think that's one of the beautiful things about that.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And I love the fact that you are using your platform and your voice to be such an advocate for other marginalized communities. And we get to see you in action a lot on social media, talking about, you know, and being very vocal about issues, advancing equity for women, and particularly for Black people and Black women, that intersection of, you know, Black women, I tell people, are often the first ones hired, but the last ones promoted, right? So everyone wants the twofer box, but then when it comes to real investment, not so much. So talk about what really prompted that advocacy and how you got started with that, and why you thought it was really important to lend your voice
to the Black cause.
Yeah, and women's causes and acutely Black women's equity.
Yeah, I think that you know, I think things are a little different for me sometimes when I go into certain circumstances and environments, because I am of a lighter tone. And so I think because people are it's difficult for them to place me, and I have a little bit of a racial ambiguity. I might not experience things in a severe term, but my mom has, and my mom did, and growing up with her, you know, it was really heartbreaking to see some of the things that she's had to deal with and go through, and even being in America now, you know, just some of the things that she's experienced. And so for me, it's like just the idea of being a Black woman and being someone who is not of a darker hue and seeing the divide in colorism. It's really, that was the motivating cause for me to say, this is our strength.
Yeah.
The fact that we all look different, and we have the same ancestry, that is our strength. And so if we can unify together as Black women and not let these things divide us, because not going into too much of a history lesson, but that's how we were divided in slavery.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we were the inside, you know, the house slaves, and then after we got land and a house after that.
Yeah. No, we all ended up on the right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like we still were slaves. And in addition to that, when we were sold on the block, we were sold for a higher price, right? And so that was already, all of these ideologies started to filter themselves into the mindset of even our people that says, oh, okay, the closer the ascension to whiteness, the more our worth, the more our literal actual worth. And so all of this needs to be taken down. And so for me as a Black woman, I'm just embracing the fact that we all look different. We all need to come together. We all have the same ancestry, and this needs to not divide us. And so that is like my platform and my advocacy to say, let's bring it together, y'all. Let's support each other. We don't need to be going back and forth about skin tone and this and that and blah, 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 blah within our own communities. We don't need to do that, because when we step out into the world and we get faced with, Caucasian people and European people, they don't separate us. You know what I mean? They may treat us slightly different because there are some things that, like I said, makes them feel like our closeness to whiteness makes them feel more comfortable. But you know what I mean? Even if we get a seat at the table, like you said, they're not promoting us first. I can't tell you how many roles I've lost to white women, and how the people continue to look at me over and over again and be like, yeah, but and there was one time, and I'll tell you this, there was one time a role that I was going for, all of it was like working towards my cause. They offered it to 8 white women before they would offer it to me. 8 white women, right? And so I was just like, y'all just don't want to tell me that y'all don't want to do it because I'm Black. You know what I mean? So we all have our different struggles. We all have the different experiences that we go through. But as long as we can stay together and unify and galvanize as one community, I think that that's where we will realize that our power lies in that.
Listen, I love that. And I love that for so many reasons. There were so many gems you dropped in there. One of them was the power of the collective of Black women. And I will tell you, Black women in Hollywood have been my saving grace. These have been the sisters that are like, let me open up my network to you. Let me connect you with who you need to know at this place. Let me share what I know with you so that you can skip 2 or 3 steps on your learning curve. And I so appreciate the camaraderie, the sisterhood, and the power that comes with that. But it's also understanding, right, that there's not a zero-sum game. Sometimes some people get so caught up, if I make room for someone else, that means less room for me. And no, listen, there's room enough for everybody at the table. We're just sending out dinner invitations where they have not been historically sent.
That's right. That's right. And my thing is that, like, there is just this perpetual, pervasive lie that says that, if I create room for myself, or room is created for me, then that it's that crabs in a barrel mentality. Yes. It truly is a lie. And I think that we have to lean into our own talents and knowing that we can produce, we can direct, we can write, we can act, we can create those circumstances and those projects for our people, you know what I mean? And literally open those doors. I mean, my husband literally just did that with his movie, The 24th, sat down, wrote with his writing partner, Kevin Wilmot, and opened the door for all these Black men to be able to step into it and show their power and their talent. And he's doing even more for Black women as well now as we speak. And you have Tracy Oliver doing that. You have Issa Rae doing that. And so there's so many people that are showing us that, no, if you are alive and you're living in this world and there is purpose, if you are alive and you are living in this world, there is purpose, there is passion and call on your life. And you don't worry about whether or not there's space for you. You actually worry about the opposite. Take up space. Don't worry about if there is space. Take up space.
And make room for others at the table. And I think that's another gem.
For others. Yes.
Look to care for someone else once you get to the table.
Please.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, if we're not doing that, and we know that we are living in a world and a system and all types of amalgamated mazes that are made up and made for white people, then we really do have to stick together as we continue to dismantle these systems so that we can truly do what we are put on this earth to do.
That's right. And I got to go back because there was another gem you dropped in that previous answer where it was a great example of being an advocate for others and you're right, using your privilege honorably. And I think that's so important, right? Because even if we wear marginalized identities, it does not mean that we still can't be an advocate and ally for another marginalized community.
Absolutely.
So I love how you're using your body, your voice, your resources, your power to uplift another marginalized community, whether it's dark-skinned people or whatever.
Yes, and that's the basis of empathy. You know what I mean? So it's like, we can't be so caught up in just our own, lives to the point where we're just like, as long as I'm good, I'm okay. It's like, it's almost like the snowball debt effect, right? It's like you pay off one bill and then you keep it moving and pay off the other and you pay off the other and you use the resources to continue to knock out debt. That's what we need to be doing with hatred. That's what we need to be doing with division and it's just snowballing. So it's like we get more people on our side, we work on that, break that down, and then we keep it going. And as long as we're doing that together as a community, this is what makes up the world. This is how we affect global change.
That's right. And listen, I know our audience, this session is called Know Your Worth, but I'm hoping you're catching this, because some of you out there listening to this right now are defining your worth based on how other people are looking at you, how other people are seeing you, how other people are valuing you. And Ms. Grace Byers is telling you, no. Define your worth by how you are using your own power to uplift others, how you are making space at the table for others. So I hope they're catching this.
Yes. And listen, I actually can relate to that. I was a full-time professional people pleaser. That was, you know what I mean? And so that's because when you feel like growing up, there was no communities that you could fit into, then you start going, what can I do to get people to like me? What can I do to prove to people that I'm good enough, that I'm smart enough, that I'm this, that whatever it is, enough, that I am enough, period. You know what I mean? And so it's like, it took me a very long time to tap into the fact that I was absorbing everyone else's everything because I was just so desperate to get people to like me, and you know what I mean? So it's about moving out of that and going, let me lean into my foundation. For me, it's a spiritual foundation. So let's lean into my foundation and understand that I am alive here today. There is purpose and call in my life. What am I going to do with that? Am I going to let people who have not fully tapped into that project onto me? Am I going to stop that? And then how can I in turn also inspire them and motivate them?
Yeah, but I think it's real, right? I think we all have had that moment where we have sat at the table and asked ourselves, am I smart enough? Do I know enough? Am I accomplished enough? Am I enough to be sitting at this table? And it's that imposter syndrome moment that all of us have had. And so I appreciate just the vulnerability and transparency that you're showing our audience today, because I think sometimes they look at someone like you who's been successful and think, well, she doesn't have the same problems I have. And we all have them, right?
No,
we all have them. But I also think we give it too much power because we don't name the boogeyman, right? We're afraid that if we do what you're doing by using your voice, being an advocate, speaking out, using your platform to uplift others, making a room at the table, that when we're those disruptors, when we're those agitators, there's sometimes a real fear of what the backlash could be. And most of the time I find with Black women, we don't even name the fear. We're just afraid of the boogeyman. What is the fear, right? And the fear is, I get fired. Okay, I'll go get another job. The fear is you choose not to rock with me. That's okay. I have a solid foundation of people that, are going to love me regardless. The fear is that you actually make change. And I think sometimes we can be afraid of our own power.
Yes. And what I'm hearing you say is that the fear is loss.
Yes.
We think we're going to lose something as opposed to gain something. But honestly, anything worth getting, you got to take that risk. You have to take that risk and trust that what your instincts, what your spirit, what your gut, what your heart are telling you, that it's going to keep you in the end. And I can't tell how many people that are out there in the world right now living their truths, where they spent the majority of their life with people telling them that they actually need to be the opposite of who they are. That's just a lie. That's just a lie that tries to embed itself in our minds and just, tries to be the fuel that we operate off of every day. But we ain't here to live in fear, y'all.
No.
It's not that we can't feel fear. It's that we ain't here to live in fear. You know
right.
what I mean?
And we will not be paralyzed by the fear.
No.
I tell people all the time, if you're not living life on the edge, you're taking up too much space. You got to lean into that thing.
I love that.
And do the thing that absolutely scares you. So, did writing a children's book scare you?
You know what? It did. It did a little bit, because becoming a children's book author was not something that was on my bucket list. I'm going to be honest. I always loved melody, rhythm, music, musicality, poetry. And so that kind of stuff came easier to me because I'm musical, like I play instruments, I sing, I dance, I do all that stuff. And so poetry I really love. And so when I was approached with the idea about a book, I was like, well, I feel like although my story is different and interesting, I still feel a little young. You know what I mean? Like this was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So I was like, I still feel a little young, you know, one day I might do that, but not right now. And so the more I spoke about my life, the more my literary agent, who I'm still with, Todd Schuster, he said to me, he was like, you know, what about a children's book? And I was like, I never thought about that. And he goes, you know, you suffered a lot of bullying growing up because of just being different. You know, what if you wrote a book to encourage other little children that are being bullied? And I said, wow, okay. And so we kind of thought about it. And he asked me if there was one thing that I could tell my younger self, what would it be? And I said, I'd want her to know that she is enough. I'd want to tell her you are enough. And he goes, that's a great title for a book. I'm just saying, right? And so I was like, okay. So I sat with it for a little bit and I really kind of prayed over it. And I just really thought to myself, you know, instead of making this about a little kid who's being bullied, why doesn't this be an affirmation book? So instead of an anti-bullying book, let this be a pro and self-love book. And so that's where I Am Enough came out of. And so I just sat with it and I just thought of images and little girls in particular to begin with. And, you know, just little images of girls who might be going through the book going, I wish I could find somebody who looked like me, and to see representations of themselves so that they would feel seen and then empowered.
And I think that's, you know, I remember growing up on the, you know, Dick and Jane books. You know, that didn't look anything like us.
Right.
And we never saw ourselves in those formidable years.
Yes, absolutely. It was always like the Anna Green Gables and the you know, I ain't got nothing against them books, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like I didn't see myself or my experiences in those books. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I love the fact that you wrote, I am enough and I believe I can.
Yeah. And so I Believe I Can was the sequel to that a bit, to also represent little boys, right? Because I was hearing parents go, oh my gosh, I love I Am Enough. But, you know, I have a little boy, I have 2 little boys, and, you know, like they don't really want to, you know, cause they're little girls. I said, okay, let me do one for little boys as well. And so there are images of both in the second book. And just, I sat with my amazing illustrator, Katora Bobo, who is also a Black woman.
Yes.
And that was very important too. You know, like when we were looking for an illustrator, I was like, I want her to be a woman and I want her to be Black.
Yes.
So, right. So she had never illustrated a children's book before either, but phenomenal artist. And what I loved about her was that she really captured just that plethora of us, you know, from as light as we can get to as dark as we can get. And she was really great at that. And I was like, let's do it. And so I got with her for the second one and I was like, what images are we missing? Right? So it's like, who else could be marginalized? Who else could be forgotten, ignored, neglected, picked on, you know? We want to represent those. And so I think between the 2 books, I think we have a large gamut.
Yeah, I think it's so beautiful. And, you know, I won't let you skip over, again, another gem about knowing your worth. Here you were, a brand new author, right? Who didn't have a long line of books behind you that you've written before. This was your first foray into this, but you still knew that you had the ability to ask for what you wanted and needed. And I think that's so important that as women, Black women, are sitting in these seats and someone is telling you you should be great. And a lot of times it's people who love us. It could be parents, it could be, you know, the neighbor who is just happy you made it, right? But like who are telling us to feel grateful for these opportunities. And we are grateful to God for these opportunities, but we also have power and agency in these seats. And I love the fact that you said, I want a Black woman illustrator, and was very intentional about that.
Yeah. And it's even happened on set as well too, you know, and I think this is important to mention so that we can continue to empower each other to speak up. But when I was walking into a television show that I did, you know, I really spoke with, you know, the showrunner and hair and makeup about what they were going for. And they really wanted me to have a hairstyle that felt primarily white. And I said, we can be like, what does that mean? But, you know, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like they wanted something that if I were to wear it, I would look more on the white side. Let me be real. Yeah. So I was just like, I'm not going for that. Right. And so I talked with the hair team and I was like, this is the image I'm looking for. And I'm telling you, it was a blackity black hairstyle, you know, and y'all would have to come and get some hair. And what was interesting is that he was wonderful, the head of hair, because he was a white male and completely understood the look and said, got you, I'm going to have to bring in a black woman for this. And I'm like, do it. And so you know, I remember like the bosses and all that were like, I don't know. I don't think this is and I'm like, this is what we're going with. This is what we're going with. This is what we're going with, you know? And they were like, okay, all right. And so that was a really great opportunity to like lean into, you know, the diversity that they were wanting to bring on the show and say like, if we're gonna go there, let's go there, you know? So.
And it probably introduced the show to a whole new audience that wouldn't have otherwise tuned in to watch.
Boom.
That part.
Yeah. That part, you know? So, and I think that's really important. So it's just about helping to create just what we talked about earlier, right? Like helping to create those opportunities for people of color and specifically women of color around us. We need each other, period. We need each other.
And if we can amplify each other's voices in the room, it also helps, right? So when we validate the experience that other Black women are sharing or request or whatever it is, I think it's also very powerful too in terms of amplification and helping people really understand our lived experience. I'm just curious. I know Hollywood is it's a brutal business and a lot of things are image driven and all of that. Does grown-up Grace ever have a moment where she is questioning, am I enough?
I wrote the book and all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And I really feel like we all need to hear this. You know what I mean? I remember when I was still, you know, even after I wrote I'm Enough and Believe in Yourself and Stand Up for You, you know, there were still moments where I needed to hear it myself and I would get frustrated with myself. Like, girl, like you wrote a whole children's book on this. Like, why you this is rudimentary, right? So it's like, you know, yeah, believe in yourself. You should know. Listen, we live in a world that makes not millions, not billions, trillions of dollars off of telling you in so many ways and in so many voices how much you are lacking. This is the narrative, right? So whether it's, you know, things that are aesthetic, all the way down to apps, all the way down to different types of social media, to there's all these things that are out there that tell us, hey, there's something that you're missing that if you were to have, you would be a better version of yourself. Now, I'm not coming against the things that we love to do, right? Like the little bits of makeup and the this and that. I'm not coming against that because we all love a little embellishment. But what I'm saying is that when we feel like we don't have our worth and our value without these things, then that is what's going to that I think is what makes us want to sit with ourselves and be like, okay, what's really going on? And so do not be hard on yourself. And this is for all my women out there. Don't be hard on yourself if you wake up more often than not feeling like you're not as worthy as you really, really are. And I think it's because all around us we're consuming things that we're seeing and we're hearing that are trying to tell us that. So my thing would be to go back to what you're consuming. I unapologetically put Apple News on pause. I love you, Apple News, but I had to mute it for a second because I could not have notifications, and social media too. Unapologetically will delete apps and be off of it for some time because I have to be careful as to what I'm consuming and how much, especially being an empath and feeling things deeply.
Yes.
It was a mess. The pandemic was just a mess, right? And so I really had to sit and go, okay, what am I choosing to look at? What am I choosing to listen to? And then what am I choosing to say out of these things that are creating the environment that I'm that I'm steeped in on an everyday basis. Not to preach, but our girl India Ari already said it. The words that come out of our mouth, we are the first ones to hear. So
That's right.
What are we telling ourselves, right? And then when we step back and actually evaluate all of these things, then we'll understand the culprit of what's making us feel this way, and then plug into the things that are fortifying our worth, right? Yeah. And that's a whole other conversation. But you know what I'm saying?
I do. I know exactly what you're saying. Our eyes and our ears are the windows to our souls.
Correct.
So what we're consuming, what we're watching, what we're listening to, who we're listening to, right? All of that are windows into our soul, and to your point about our words. And because we are created in the image of the Creator, our words give life
or death.
And so I think we don't often understand how even the smallest things we say, and we say them over and over and over, how they impact our emotional well-being, right?
Yes. And in addition to that, it also affects other areas of our lives, right? So it's like we don't even understand that desires unchecked will lead us to moments of depression and anxiety, right? So it's like there are things that our body and our mind and our soul, they need, they want, and we're not fulfilling those things, right? So instead it's like a bunch of scrolling, there's a bunch of TV, but we're not realizing that all these things are inherently having a control on the way that we walk, talk, move, eat, sleep, drink. You know what I mean? And so it's like, we really have to take a moment, and I'm doing it daily, I'm doing it weekly. I am no pro at this, but we have to take a moment to do a check and say, what am I doing? No, let me reverse that. How can I be intentional today?
Yes. Yeah. What have you found to be an effective self-care treatment that you like to exercise to help bring you back to center?
It changes depending on the season that I'm in, but I think a big one for me is breathing and meditation, because I'm always on the go. And so just like sitting down and giving myself the permission to literally breathe in and out, to check in with my body, to check in with my breath, to, allow myself to be present. It's very, very difficult because my mind always wants to go in different places, but I have to grasp those thoughts and bring them back to this very moment and almost force myself to take the time to breathe and connect with life. So I think right now that's my thing, but sometimes it's prayer. Sometimes it's a yoga practice. Sometimes it's drinking 60 ounces of water. It really is. Sometimes it's flushing out toxins, you know what I mean, in that way. Yeah.
I love that. One thing my husband and I have started doing, going back to your words, is every morning before we literally get out of the bed, we pray together. And so literally before our day starts to get hectic and the emails flow in and the phone calls happen and the whatever, it's like declaring who we are. Right? And declaring what we are going to accomplish that day, personally, professionally, spiritually, mentally, whatever. And I think that's been super important. But two other things that I have really come to love during the pandemic: 7-minute naps.
Sleep, come on.
Try it. 7-minute naps. It's just 7 minutes. You calm your brain, you close your eyes, and then you just rest and rejuvenate. 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Several times. And the other thing is 2-hour baths.
Unapologetically. Let's just go. Shall we? Yes. Now, are you like me where you will fill up the whole tub and you'll have a book and some music and a candle and do you go all out?
The whole thing.
Okay.
I have the tray, the whole thing.
Yes.
It's a Sunday ritual.
Yes, I love it. I love it.
So I'm going to hate that once the world opens back up and, we're going to be on the go a lot again. But it was nice, on Sundays to take that time to do that. And so
can I just add one more thing? Because I think it's really important too, is a lot of people say this and a lot of people feel like they're overrated, but they're really, really not. Gratitude journals. I mean, because what that helps me do, and it, more of like instead of like a gratitude journal, it's more of like a win journal. And this is something that my nutritionist actually introduced to me. And it's going like at the end of the day to write down your little wins, right? And they're small, right? So it's like, I took the stairs instead of the elevator, or I wanted to eat that whole Crunch bar and I decided to eat half and like go for a little walk, you know. And it's not, none of this is punishment. It's just little decisions that we make throughout the day, or little things that happen to us that we can document, so that even if we're having a difficult day, we can look at all those things and go, well, in retrospect, there were quite a few good things that happened too, and latch on to that as well.
I love that. I love that. So Grace, if you were not an actress and blessing us all on the screen with your amazing talent, what do you think you would have been, and not writing children's books, because we have to put author next to that too. What do you think you would have been doing otherwise as a profession?
You know, I think I'd probably do one of three things. So I think I'd either be a painter, because I really do love to paint, and I think I'm just like I'm just an artist, right? So I love to express myself in different ways creatively. So I think a painter, or I would be a gardener. I thought of this the other day because I just love the idea of making things grow. And just like in real life, like I have the blackest thumb. Like, do not give me your fake succulents, because I will find a way to kill them. You know what I mean? Like, they will not live with me. An orchid, forget it. Like in a week, I'm like, what happened? You know, so I'm horrible at it. But in another world, I would love to be able to be excellent at it. So I think that would be great. And then I think the third thing would be, I love tea. Everybody who knows me knows that I am a tea fiend. I grew up on tea. My sister loves tea. My mom loves tea. My dad loves tea. We all love tea, hot or cold. And I think I would want to open up a tea room. That's still something that I think I might do in the future. We'll see.
Listen, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Listen, your mother aptly named you Grace because that is exactly who and what you are.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you.
And I mean that. I appreciate just everything you've shared with our audience today. I appreciate you sharing your vulnerability. I appreciate you sharing so many gems that I hope the women who are listening to this really picked up on and understood how to apply in their everyday lives. And I'm so glad that I got to have this conversation with you, because, you know, I was upset with Boo Boo Kitty, and you played that role so well. I was like, listen, honey.
You know what's so funny is that let me tell you what, you ain't the only one, you know what I mean? And it was so crazy because it was my introduction to the world. And so like in real life, I'm just like not that. And so whenever I went out in public, you know, the number one thing I got from everybody was, you're so nice. Well, you're so nice. You're so nice. And I'm like, well, dang, y'all really thought I was this girl? Like, good Lord, you know? So, which is why I'm so excited for Harlem, because it gives me an opportunity to just show just the scope of what I can do. And so I'm really excited about it. But yes, Boo Boo Kitty girl.
but that's also, you know, a testimony to your acting ability, that people really believe the character and that you embodied her. And when we saw you, we saw her. So I too can't wait for people to see Harlem and see you there and all the richness. And honey, we're gonna be praying for your character and her love life.
Thank you.
But thank goodness that's not your real story. So
okay, exactly. Let me just be happily married. You know what I mean?
Yes. And we love that about you. We love watching you and your husband in Black Love. We think it's amazing. And you all are just a model. So again, we appreciate your work. We appreciate your craft. We appreciate your humanity and your beauty and talent. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me here. And just a shout out to all my women. Like, again, you are more than enough. You know what I mean? And let's continue to galvanize and unify as one, and just keep lifting each other up as we continue to unveil who we really are.
Amen. Amen.
conversation is a conversation you definitely want to be a part of. How many of you are building a business, but you are trying not to get burnt out, right? Oh my goodness, I just heard all the exhales. Well, we have three amazing ladies joining us today that are going to talk about building businesses and how they just stay on course, right? And maybe talk about their moments of burnout as well. So I'd like to welcome Bridget Coulter, who is also an actress and the creator, founder, and owner of Bridget, a full-service interior design studio. Also, Tanya Rapley, millennial money expert and creator of My Fab Finance, and Wendy Berry, co-founder of Condition Her, and a podcast too. So we're going to learn more about that. Hi, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi.
All right. Are y'all ready to jump into it? Now, this is really cool. I love, again, behind the scenes moments for me. All three of these ladies are on completely different sides of the country. We have Bridget, who actually is joining us from Hawaii. So Bridget, it's not fair. You should have brought all of us with you, okay?
Come on now.
Ooh, we are on our way, trust me.
Don't tip me, Bridget.
Yeah.
The water is warm.
Oh my goodness. Also, Tanya, who's joining us from Atlanta, right?
Yeah, and we don't have water here.
Just bottled water. And then Wendy, who is in LA, joining us from LA. So no, we really appreciate you guys. Everybody's on different time zones. So we're glad you're joining us today. So we're going to jump right into it. I'm going to let you guys tell us about your business and how you got started, and then we'll dig a little deeper. So I'll start with you, Wendy.
Okay, the business. So I am in what's considered, or my business partner and I are in what's considered an emerging market. We are in the intimate skincare space or sexual wellness, as we're starting to hear more and more. And so we had a harebrained idea back in 2013 to start an intimate skincare brand called Condition Her. And it's a daily use moisturizing cream for the most intimate parts on your body. Yes, ladies, we are talking about the vulva. That's external for all of those that missed that body lesson in the 3rd grade. That's the external parts of a woman's intimate area. So the vulva, the inner thighs to help fight chafing, and underarms because a lot of people have discomfort there. But first and foremost, it is really meant for the vulva area to help maintain pH balance, get rid of those pesky ingrown hairs. And I know Bridget is out there in Hawaii looking cute in her bathing suit because she does use Condition Her. Yes, and yeah, and it's to soften pubes if you keep them. And so, you know, we can get into where that came from later, but that's basically what it is. And we talk about the challenges of COVID. It has been very challenging. We actually had been sold out for 3 months. We make and manufacture in Europe, and we just, by the hair on our chinny chin chin, got our product in time for an in-store this weekend and for this event. So very happy to be here and excited to learn more about the other ladies and what they're doing.
And can we also talk about this Black Girl Magic moment where, I mean, Bridget just literally showed us, I mean, she supports the brand. I mean, that's so cool, right? It's just everything comes full circle. So I'll go to you then, Bridget. Tell us about your business and how you got started.
Absolutely. And first, I just want to say I'm so honored to be on here with Marty's team and Tanya and Wendy. I know this conversation is exciting to me because there's many places in this field that I'm failing, and there's many that I'm striving towards. And I think all of it is part of the journey. And I love just having these real conversations that help our up and coming entrepreneurs or existing entrepreneurs know that we're not alone. I am an interior designer. I started as an actress, producer. I've produced concerts. I'm a curious person who just always wanted to figure out how to do something. So I thought I could build a house. So I started building houses and from my design degree, and I started a design build business. And during that point, I realized there weren't a lot of us. And so we started kind of finding where are the other women of color in this field, people of color in the field. And ultimately, I started this collective called Blackbird, which is actually cross-industry. So it's cross-generational, cross-industry, and it's really for women of color and allies to come together to support economic, social change, be a network where we connect, grow, find each other, all the work that's going on. So we're really just a home to mirror and reflect the amazing other boss women out there, and the women who want to have life-work balance. So I started it partly because of this very conversation, wanting to understand how do I continue to grow and thrive and keep balance and bring other people along with me in this conversation. So our collective is Blackbird. It's based in Culver City. We also have a digital, and we continue to grow, and we're reopening too. Obviously, COVID, like Wendy, was a cliff that we fell off, which was challenging to pivot from, but it's also been an incredible opportunity to meet more people, grow, expand, and find and highlight so many people who are doing incredible social justice work, who are doing incredible nonprofit work, who are doing entrepreneurship. There's just, as you know, Black women are the #1 growing entrepreneurs for years in a row. Since 2019, we don't have the resources. Tanya can speak to this very well about how much it takes to get the resources to get to the place where she's arrived. And I think that all of us coming together and shining and growing together, we all float, and that's what our goal is.
I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Tanya, MyFab Finance, we're all trying to get our coins together. So I'm sure there are many followers out there. So tell us about MyFab Finance for those that don't know, and how you got started.
Yeah, so I started MyFab Finance because I needed to get my coins together. Now I'm at a place where I'm petitioning Bridget to open a Blackbird house here in Atlanta because I did live in Los Angeles before relocating here, and I absolutely love that space. If I could sleep in there, I would. So it's an honor to be here as well and learn from you ladies. So I started MyFab Finance out of necessity. I was living in New York City, working at a nonprofit job, making approximately, I think at that time when I started, I was making like $13,000 a year, living in New York City, working I had an AmeriCorps job. And one of the blessings of that job was I was responsible for bringing in programming. And I brought in a program for low-income women to help them with their finances. And I was sitting in the back of the room listening to the speaker, and I was like, wait a minute, you need to be applying this because you are them. You have a degree in everything else, but that's you. And so I started learning, like Bridget said, she's curious. I'm very curious. I started learning about money, learning about credit, learning how things worked, and realized I had a knack for educating people with these complex financial topics in a way that they could understand them, breaking it down for the everyday person. But also, I was also reading a lot of the frugal blogs and the people who were dumpster diving. And I was like, I'm still fabulous. Like, I want to have my money together, but I don't want to look like I'm struggling. And so MyFab Finance was born, and today it's evolved into a company. We have quite a few people that we employ or contractors, and our mission is to help 100,000 people make at least one financial decision that they're proud of. So we do that through our accountability community, and we also offer a boot camp 4 times a year and courses.
So it sounds like to me, Tanya, it wasn't by happenstance that you kind of found your passion. It was almost like your passion was bred out of somewhat of, I don't want to say pain, right? But there was a struggle, and you were like, if I need this, other women need this too. So let's talk about that, because many women that are watching today are literally praying for Lord, fasting. Can we talk about the fasting? God, what is my passion? How do I find my passion? How do I find my purpose? So let's talk about that, ladies. How did you find your purpose? And are you still looking for it? Because it's a possibility. It changes. It can change.
It does.
I'll jump in if you guys can hear me okay. I'm going to blame it on my Libra nature. I've always been one that was a little good at a lot of things. And we grow up in a society where you're told you're doing too much, or you shouldn't be doing all of those things. You should just stick to one thing and get good at that one thing. And that just never resonated with me. It never worked. For me, I played multiple sports growing up. I have multiple friendship groups. It's just always been a thing for me. And so, I am an employed entrepreneur. I work a full-time job as a TV marketing executive right now today, while I'm my business partner, and so does she. And she was unable to be here today, but she's a C-suite executive at her job. And we are pushing this business with all of our might. So, I think that it's just important to And I think it's okay to realize your passions may change.
Yeah.
And that it's okay to pivot and switch up and say, you know what, I'm really into this. For me, because I am a ideator and I'm a marketer, and I constantly have, and listen, they're all good ideas if you ask me. If I could activate them simultaneously, I would go for it. But there was a time around 2013, I had two big ideas, and one was Condition Her, and there's another that hopefully we'll see. Hopefully will be funded by Condition Her. But I had to have a come to Jesus moment, and I said, you know what? I'm going to focus on this one thing for now. I'm going to keep these things lined up. And if things happen, naturally and organically, to push the other things at the same time. But I am going to try and put some real attention on this. And I've never made, let me be clear. This is a product that was made in a lab by a chemist. My business partner and I are not doctors. We're not gynecologists. We're not scientists. We're women with vulvas and vaginas, and we care about them. We want to keep them well intact, especially as we get knee deep in these 40s and things start happening to your body that you just, aren't familiar with. But for me, I think that it's okay to make a list. It's okay to bounce around. It's okay to set timelines. Like, I'm going to dig into this, and if I can't get any traction, I'm also really excited about this. That's why when I meet a person, I actually don't ask them, so what do you do for work? I don't hate that question. A lot of us people feel funny about that. And I'm like, well, how else do you know? How else do you find common ground with someone unless you ask? But I tend to lead with, what are you passionate about? Because I know many people that are high-level executives, working a 9-to-5 and have a pizza company on the side. And I think we all saw a lot of that during the pandemic time, where how many news reports did we see where, someone who was working as a lawyer started a burger stand in his front yard with his wife, and now they're expanding to their first brick and mortar. And so I think that it's okay to just, sit with things that you're potentially passionate about, and don't be afraid to explore. And most importantly is find groups of other people that feel like you. I'm trying to get away from the term using tribe, but find a collective, find it like Bridget has put together a beautiful community. Like she said, one of the things I love about Bridget's community is that it is cross-generational. And sometimes we as Black women haven't always had a succession plan for each other, not just in business, but just in personal, So I think it's okay, make a list. Don't be afraid to try things. Find people that your own friends might be haters. They might not get that vibe. So find a different group. But if we didn't learn anything through the pandemic, life is short. Anything can happen that's completely out of our control, that has nothing to do with how much money you have, how well traveled you are, whether you're married or single. So it is time for us to kind of really sit in and decide, what makes us happy? What makes our soul shine? What gets you up at 4 or 5 in the morning, and you would do it for free?
That's so good. I think you spoke on that in your intro, Bridget, when you were saying you're a curious person. You like to try different things, right?
Absolutely. I think that I identify with everything that Wendy is saying in terms of especially being a person who wants to try a lot of things. And I have to say, out of 1,000 people that I've had a conversation with in the last year, that is a unifying factor to us. We don't just do one thing, and we don't have to. And I think that old idea that do this for the next 30 years, we know that's not what's happening with, I'm a Gen X. You guys are millennials or Gen Z, and
Gen
all
X,
of us.
Baby girl, don't count me out of Gen X. I'm up in there.
I don't know, I don't know. We're going crack, and I don't know what nobody is, but really the passion part of it. What I agree with is that you shift, and if you allow yourself to authentically shift to where you are in that moment, the you that was 10 years ago is not the you right now. Hopefully you've shifted and grown and changed and deepened and gotten more towards your authentic self. And I've been watching as I reflect, this year has been a year of reflection. And as I reflected over all of the things I've done over the last 20 years that led me to Blackbird, they all tie in. I did art shows, I did community, and think about all the things that you're doing. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work. The ones that didn't work taught me as much, if not more, as the ones that did. And that idea of perseverance and following your passion is two-part. Is your passion something that you do that fills you up for some other thing that you're striving for? Is that passion something that you can pursue and share with others? Maybe there's a balance of those. Maybe they don't all belong in the same bucket, but don't close yourself off. And funny, I just posted a Billy Porter on Instagram was just talking about how they wanted to box him in and say, pick one thing. And he's talking about how now after all these years, and I felt so aligned with that because I feel like all the things that I've done where I'm gonna have another idea, I got a new business. The only thing that didn't work was to coffee, but I still have hope for it. It's tequila and coffee. I made it. I have little droppers. I put vanilla and but it didn't work. But all of the other things that you put together, you can see and resonate with that. And the other thing that I'll say, maybe even other than passion, is intuition. We all have this truth, this voice in us, and you have it. Every one of you watching this right now has that thing that tells you what's right for you, and you know it. And there are times when you listen to it, and there's times when you don't. Both are okay. But when you listen to it, I have found 99% of the time, it's telling you the right direction and the right truth. So trusting that, trusting you, the outside voices are telling you something, your friends and friends are for different things. You might have your friends that are just for fun, you go dancing, that's cool, keep them. They may not be the ones to bring into your business, but there may be other people you meet or colleagues or aligned. Everything that you do puts you in a position to be where you need to go. And it's just about what path you're gonna take by the decisions you make in the moment.
That is so good. I appreciate that. Even for you, Tanya, you've pretty much, your brand is finance, but there have been transitions since you started, right? You kind of maneuvered around a little bit. So it's still the passion of financing and educating, but there was a shift, right?
Yeah, there was a shift. There is a shift. There probably always will be a shift as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm breathing, because we're multi-passionate individuals. And I think that in order to fully take on the life experiences that are available to us, we have to have that courage to pursue these other passions. But one of the things that MyFab Finance has enabled me to do is it has given me the resources and the network to pursue my passions. I look at MyFab Finance as my bridge. And I think that if you're a multi-passionate person, it's okay to have multiple passions, but you want to have that bridge. What connects you back to home or your stable source if you need it? And then what takes you down the roads that you want to go on? And so outside of MyFab Finance, I have my nonprofit Maternal. After I had my son, I realized that I had a very privileged pregnancy and I wanted other women to experience pregnancy and postpartum on their own terms. So we provide funds for doulas, midwives, and postpartum care for women and just other things to support mothers. But then me and my husband bought an e-commerce company, Club Loofah, a few years ago because I realized that I wanted to expand beyond personal finance. And then I also built out my personal brand because one of the things I realized that I was leaving money on the table. And I wanted to build a personal brand so that I could relate to brands that might not want to connect with finance oriented topics, but wanted to work with me. And I will state for anyone who, like, okay, well, Tanya has all these brands or Tanya has all these interests. I also have support teams in place for each of them. And that's critical too. Before I moved on to the next thing, I made sure, okay, do I have at least my social media manager here? Do I have an assistant here? Do I have someone making sure the community is taken care of in content and looking at operations? So I have those in each of those, well, not as developed in Club Loofah because it's not bringing in as much money as MyFab Finance, but having that in MyFab Finance allows me to take time off to focus on Club Loofah. It allows me to take time off to focus on maternal. And so if you are multi-passionate, figure out what that bridge is for you and then build around it and build the support so that you can move into different passions if necessary or desired.
I love that because each of you have given women that are watching today permission, right, to have multiple passions. And like you said, I think that has been one of the things where it's like, in society, no, you need to literally focus on this one thing, and it's like times have changed. So I appreciate the permission that you've given. You are mentioning, Tanya, you're mentioning funding. Bridget, you talked earlier about the lack of resources. So let's talk about it. Let's oof, Lord, this is the one, y'all. This is the one. The money. Yes, the money. So there are so many women. You have a vision, but funding and the resources. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the difficulties and what they can do when they're discouraged in those moments.
And I guess I'll start kind of kick that off as the money person and being honest and transparent. So we have not taken outside funding for any of our entities, but that's because I don't take it lightly. Like, I'm like, no, these people, they have to get paid back. Those are relationships at stake if they don't get paid back. And so I felt like the businesses that I had weren't at the place where we should take on someone else's money. But I think that there are so many resources available, and our community in general has shied away from leveraging other people's money when a lot of other communities are doing that to leverage them into the next phase. And one of the things I'm happy that I'm seeing more of is people educating on business credit, people educating on how you build your business finances, accountants on how you manage your books so that if you do go for funding, your books aren't crazy, which happened to a lot of entrepreneurs and generations before us, or kind of those mom and pop stores. But one thing we did do, or one thing I did, was leverage my personal credit. And so if I needed to take out a business loan, I could act as my personal guarantor so that we could have access to funds that my business needed. And so, one of the things that even if you feel like, it's a little further down the line for you to take other funding, like focus on your personal finances, because your personal finances do matter, and they do look at them sometimes to determine your credit worthiness or if they're going to lend to you and your business.
That's good. Personal finances, personal finances far stretch beyond just how much money you have in the bank. It's that credit score too, right? I'm hearing that from you.
Oh yeah. And you can have a good credit with no money in the bank, or not having, not having a lot of money in the bank. Credit is about your relationship with debt. So if you're properly managing debt, you can have a good credit score.
That's good. That's good. Okay, Bridget, I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you about to say?
No, I was just vibing on what Tanya was saying so deeply, because money is such an important conversation. And I've even found that I think there's a change, and that we're getting more comfortable. People don't want to talk about money. They don't want to talk about that. And I'm like, let's level this. This is real. We know. And also the myth. So I built a very successful design build business. I bought houses way long time, 15 years ago, when you could get something for a really ridiculous price. And because of my design background, I was able to build and get a 20 to 25% return on my own. I took that money after years of, I have somebody who I'm not responsible for my family's bills. So my money, I can keep putting it back into the business. Mm-hmm. And like Tanya, I didn't take outside money, but I reinvested my own money because I'm investing in myself. I invest in other people as well, but I also thought, if I'm giving all these other people money, I'm going to give myself. And so Blackbird was my pilot location to go, a pilot, proof of concept, to make sure I knew that I could make this work, because I didn't want to take other people's money either and mess it up. And, even with all best intent, that happens. And investors, angel investors, seed investors understand that. But I wanted us to be set up so that first of all, keep as much ownership as you can. And when you go in to fundraise for anyone fundraising, be profitable, or at least be operational break even, so that you can say, hey, I actually only need you to scale and grow, not to make my business work. And we got to, with Blackbird, frankly, we got to operational break even in 7 months. And that's because the community, the collective, we needed this space. No one had it for us. In Los Angeles, there was nothing other than focus on women of color, but there's amazing Reparations Club and Vector 90 and all of these groups doing it, but not enough to cover us all. So there's so much room for more. And so for a couple of other things, I'm not a finance person, so I would actually love to hear Tanya's intake. But one thing that I've been learning lately, which is really different, I grew up almost like put your money in the mattress, don't let nobody touch it, hide it. So I put it all in real estate, but because it felt real, it's like, that's real, I can see it, I can't see the stock market. But if there is a thing called good debt, and I am still trying to understand that. And that's what Tanya's talking about, leveraging your own credit. I have incredible credit. I've spent all these years building this for 15 years on my own, outside of anything else, because people often look and think they don't know what the real picture is, and they don't know how hard all of us in here work. But when you have that and you leverage it, you can get your money to make money. So I can take a loan against my investments at a lower percentage than I can take a business loan, and then my investments are paying dividends. So my loan interest is less than my dividend interest, and so I'm making money by borrowing money. And that is the thing that is still taking my brain a long time to get to. But it's when you've built yourself to a certain point, start thinking about using our money better, because I don't think we were taught this. And these are things that other corporations and businesses have been doing for eons, and we're just getting this information in the last couple decades, right? Tanya, do you want to?
I actually wanted to jump in because I have a lot.
Oh, yes, jump in. Yes, come on.
Building a business from nothing, building a business in an industry that didn't exist. There were no moisturizing creams for the vulva on the market when we had this idea in 2013. And we literally had, so your question was, how do you not only have an idea, but then go from actually getting it funded? We had to go from having the idea, but how do you even make this? Thank God I had background working at Fred Siegel. Shout out to my former colleagues at the old Fred Siegel and Melrose, but I knew the term private label, you know, and so when you see that lipstick in the store and there's 50,000 lipsticks, most of them aren't Chanel, they're not MAC, they are private label. They go to a lab that already has a lipstick base. They have little colors, just like, you know, when you go get your nails done and they have the nails, then you can pick the colors. It's kind of like a la carte. You pick what you want, you pick what you think you want in it, and they basically loan you the formula. You don't own it. One of the things that was challenging for us was that it took us 3 years. Mind you, we had the idea in 2013. We did not launch till 2019, and it was all rooted in money. It was the research and the money. We did a lot of research to start. We did not meet our biochemist, who's also a woman. We're a Black woman-owned company and a company that's operated by a diverse group of women. Our publicist is Filipino. Our chemist is Turkish. Our attorney is a white girl. Eugenia and I are Black. You know, so our social media young lady is Haitian. So we're very diverse group. So one of the things that we learned right away is that men control the money a lot of the times. So imagine us going to investors and saying, you know, basically, you know, for the laugh of it all, you know, sir, can you give us some money for a coochie cream? Because that's what we were asking in essence. You know, that's what we were asking. And they, you know, they were very embarrassed. A lot of the men didn't even know what a vulva was. And a lot of women too, a lot of education that needed to be there. And they would hear our whole spiel. And the first, mostly heterosexual men, they wanted to know, first, was it edible? Everything went to sex. It wasn't, they didn't understand the health and wellness of it all. Getting money was challenging. And having this idea for 3 years and really being passionate about it, finally meeting our chemist who says, okay, I'm a PhD biochemist. I'm come from a long line. I can help you with this, but it's going to cost this kind of money. You know, and at the time, I think I was an assistant when I had an idea in my job. And so we didn't know where we were going to get the money because, like, I think Bridget, I think you alluded to this early, like, and it's not just Black people don't talk about money. We don't talk about our salaries, what we're investing. You know, a lot of times we'll get things and we get kind of showy. And so what we did is I borrowed against my 401k. It's something my father told me never to do. You know, I'm still single. My dad, you know, he was like, wait till you get a house, wait till you this. And I'm like, Daddy, listen, I'm not buying a house right now today at the time. And I didn't even know that was a thing. Thank gosh. And my employer allowed 3 loans against your 401k. That's how we funded this business. We are self-funded right now. We are in a space where we're just starting to look at things like convertible notes. And those are things you should look up and learn. That's different than asking someone to invest for equity in your business. So I'm blessed to have a business partner that is a finance executive and a finance expert. So our business plan, if it wasn't for her, I'd just be a girl with a good idea. She helped put it on paper, get the business plan done. A lot of us have these ideas, but we don't know how to do a business plan. We don't know, what needs to go into that. And so if it wasn't for that 401k, we may be struggling. And then you think, oh yeah, our friends are gonna, we're gonna crowdfund and our friends are all gonna give us money. That didn't happen. And you learn because sometimes those closest to you are also those that are like, they think they know you, so they assume she don't know what she doing. She doesn't. So it's been very interesting to see strangers. It was when we got our social media and it was growing and we were making sales and our friends and family saw strangers that they knew we didn't know commenting on how great the product was. So, I agree. It's best we are working to keep as much equity. I always say I'm trying to Sarah Blakely this thing. And if you don't know who that is, the owner and founder of Spanx, trying to Sarah Blakely. Sarah, if you hear me, girl, come help me. But I'll say that with the help. I saw this in social recently and it really hit me. Mentoring is not greater than money. And a lot of Black women out there's a lot of programs out there that are cohorts and they're mentoring and telling what to do, but we need the money. A lot of my white counterparts are able to be like, okay, so we blew off the $100,000 we got. Okay, we had $1 million, we had $2 million. It didn't work. On to the next. We don't even get the opportunity to have the money to make the mistakes The mentoring is great, and yes, we need it. And I'm so grateful that Tanya is out there doing what she's doing because it's necessary. But we really need the money to actually make the difference. So those are my
gems. Those are gems. I'm so loving it. Yeah.
Definitely, ladies, can y'all believe that we're like running out of time? I have like 90 more questions to ask. I'm like, no, because you all are dropping gems. But I do want to touch on, before we get out of here, I want to make sure that the women stay connected with you that are watching today. But real quick, if you give me about 30, 45 seconds, each of you, about the burnout. Some of our ladies are completely burnt out. They are tired. They are frustrated. They want to give up. They want to let go of their passion just because, like you said, from funding, from all of the walls that they've been hitting. And you all can definitely attest to those. What do you say to that woman that is burnt out? How does she keep pushing past that feeling? I'm going to start with you, Bridget.
I experience it. You're not alone. I think entrepreneurship, foundership, going out on your own, getting your side hustle, whichever part of it. I consider mine a side hustle because I have a full-time design job as well. Just like everybody on here, we all have multiple things. Know that it is okay to say I've had enough. It's okay to say today is the day that I'm not doing anything. All those emails, all those people you're supposed to connect to, all that stuff, that panel you're supposed to do, everything that you're supposed to do is going to be there the next day. And take care of your mental health. That is so important. And know that it's real. You're not alone. And I will share that I every day have some moment of doubt. And I act as if instead, in even because of, and know that that is real. It's constantly, as you're burning a new bridge. You're burning a new road, a new path. You're chopping through uncharted waters for yourself, and that can be difficult. Surround yourself with, whether it is a tribe, a friend, an online community, somebody that you can reach out to. And get that support, get into nature, take the breaths that you need, and then get back on your path, because you're on a great path and you will make whatever you need to do. And you learn from this, even if that doesn't work, it's going to lead you to where you need to go. Just keep following your truth and know that burnout is real, and get the support you need, whether it's therapist, church, a sorority, whatever avenue you need. Give yourself people to just chime in and say, hey, I'm not doing so great today. And I just wanted to admit that. I'm a little embarrassed to admit I was feeling really, really low. And I feel like I don't know what I'm doing this for, and then reconnect and then come back and keep going.
I love that, Bridget. Thank you for that transparency. Wendy, really about 60 seconds, 45 seconds.
Yeah, really quick. Bridget said it all. I mean, like, find your community, tap in, find the podcasts you need. Take the breaks you need. There are days that I feel like I know exactly what I'm doing. And the next day I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Who am I to think I can do this? It's an ebb and flow, find the music. If you make yourself a playlist, get your pump up playlist, that chick, shout out to Shakari. You are that chick. You can do it. Find your girls, dress yourself up, grab your favorite glass of wine, toast to yourself, and just keep pushing, keep pushing. Every day is a new day, and there's going to be something that lets you know, girl, you own it. Keep going, sis.
Amen. All right, Tanya?
I would say take time. You don't have to do it all yourself, so lean on your tribe. I'm a mompreneur as well. And one of the things that was really helpful, my mom was like, you need time for yourself. So once a quarter, I leave my son with my husband or with my parents, and I go away and I'm only responsible for me. I leave my laptop at home and I'm only responsible for what I want to eat, what I want to do, if I want to sleep, whatever I want to do. And I give myself at least 48 hours a quarter to do that. And that really does help me beat burnout, because I was experiencing health challenges because I was burning out. And for me, it was a matter of health and making sure I created that space for myself to rest.
You all have been so amazing today. Again, like you said, dropping gem after gem and giving women permission to mess up, to burn out, and all that good stuff. So I just want to say thank each of you again from 3 different sides of the world that have joined us today. And we have to make sure to continue to support these ladies in their business, because they are entrepreneurs and boss women and all that good stuff. So make sure you follow them on Instagram. Bridget, what's your Instagram real quick?
@the.blackbird.house.
All right. Wendy, what about you?
Okay, at Conditioner, and we've given you guys a 15% off discount. You just use Boss Women at checkout, and shipping is free in the US, and we do ship internationally. At Condition Her, everywhere you can find it. We'll help you take care of her.
And Tanya.
And we're My Fab, FAB Finance, and we're uniformly branded on all platforms, so you can find us.
Sounds good. I love it. Ladies, they're killing me because I went over there so much I want to talk to you about. But thank you all for joining us, and y'all enjoy the rest of your day. We have so much great information coming up next, guys.
Happy Saturday.
Bye. Appreciate y'all.
Hey girl, hey! My name is Maxine Gray and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Small Business Empowerment Team at Amazon. The Small Business Empowerment Team is focused on supporting Amazon's small business partners around the world. I'm excited to share more about Amazon's Black Business Accelerator with the Black Girl Magic Summit community. We launched this bold initiative in June to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses, and are deeply invested in helping accelerate that advancement in the Black community. We have committed $150 million over the next 4 years to help thousands of Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs reach our more than 300 million customers. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator provides access to financial assistance, strategic business guidance, mentorship, marketing, and promotion, providing sellers in our store with the tools needed to take their business to the next level. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator is a step towards ensuring more Black-owned businesses have the opportunity, resources, and support needed to enjoy this success. We are thrilled to welcome many more Black business owners and entrepreneurs and boss women to the opportunity of selling on Amazon. To learn more and join the program, visit amazon.com/BBA. Hey girl, hey, I hope you are enjoying the 3rd annual Black Girl Magic Summit. My name is Maxine Gray and I'm a Senior Program Manager on Amazon's Small Business Empowerment Team, where I'm focused on our recently launched Black Business Accelerator. This session is presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator, launched on June 15th, where we are investing $150 million over the next 4 years to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses. I am honored to be the moderator of the Upgrade Your Wi-Fi Online Hustlers Brands Who Are Driving Real Revenue session. And I hope your Wi-Fi is upgraded because you do not want to miss this conversation. Today, we are in the presence of greatness, of 3 women who hold many titles, from wife to mom to sister to aunt to entrepreneur and community leader, and embody innovation and grit, customer obsession, and passion and purpose as they lead 3 very different businesses that are collectively driving millions of dollars in sales revenue. To my left, who I have the pleasure of being here with today, is Danielle Surrency Jones. She's the co-founder of Power Hands and co-founder and president of the Power to Give Foundation. Toyin Kolawale is the founder and CEO of EA Foods, and Tracy Richardson is the co-founder and CEO of her family's specialty food company, Lilies of Charleston. Ladies, I would love it if you could take a moment and introduce yourselves and your businesses. And Danielle, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you. Maxine, first of all, I am so honored to have a seat on this couch with you for the Black Girl Magic Summit. Ladies, I can't wait for us to engage in this conversation. My name is Danielle Surrency Jones, and I am the CEO of Power Hands and the president of the Power to Give Foundation. We are a global athletic training and rehabilitation product tech company. So we design innovation that help athletes, youth athletes, all the way to professional athletes and fitness enthusiasts overall improve their performance. We've created patented and patent pending products that we sold in over 87 countries. Wow. And I am so humbled because what we do every day is we improve the statistics for health and wellness in our country. I'm so proud. I am a mom of 2 amazing children. I have an amazing husband of 8 years, and I'm just so proud to live my authentic self and embrace that and pour it into Power Hands every single day to impact our country.
Well, thank you so much. I am honored to be on the couch with you as well.
Thank you.
Next up, let's hear from Toyin. Toyin, tell us a little bit about who you are and your business, EA Foods.
Hi, everybody. My name is Toyin Kolawale. I am the founder and CEO of EA Foods.
I was born in Nigeria, moved to the United States almost 20 years ago, and I run EF Foods, a company that sells spices, flours, and baking mixes inspired by African ingredients and African superfoods. You know, growing up in Nigeria, food, family, and entrepreneurship was always a part of my everyday life. So when I moved to the United States, I have two amazing children myself. And every day I would cook everyday American foods like pancake, waffles, chicken, jollof rice, which some of you may be familiar with African ingredients. And then I decided to launch that into a business to offer everyday American foods, but that are made with very nutritious and very tasty ingredients. And that's how the business started. We started about 5 years ago, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing online, but just to give you a little bit of what we do, it's dry ingredients foods inspired by African ingredients and African superfoods.
Thank you so much for sharing, Toyin, about EF Foods. We look forward to diving in more with you a little later. Thank you so much. Tracy, tell us a little bit about Lilies of Charleston.
Sure. Thank you. I'm so excited to be a part of this panel and to be here with Maxine and Toyin and Danielle. So my company, Lilies of Charleston, I'm the co-founder and CEO along with my sister, Kelly. We founded the company in 2001. And our family recipes are based on the recipes that my dad originated, and he served in his restaurant called the Rib Shack in the mid-1980s. And my sister and I would work in the summers in the restaurant, and we were always, help him out, and he would be giving the sauce away. And we thought, oh my God, that's like money walking out the door, because people are still asking for it, and they wanted it even when the restaurant was closed. So that's how we started bottling it in 2001. And it got the name Lilies because growing up, we would spend our Sunday dinners at my Aunt Lily's house when my dad was in the service in New Jersey. And so people were always talking about how you never left Aunt Lily's house feeling unwanted, unloved, or hungry. And we named it after her. And that became our company motto: may you never feel unwanted, unloved, or hungry. And we, like Toyin, we our names for our products, like Hissy Fit, Have Musty, Finger Licking, is plays tribute to the Gullah culture that is prevalent here in the Low Country in South Carolina.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I look forward to diving into that a little bit later as well. I love hearing about a family business that's been in operation nearly 2 decades. So thank you for sharing that, Tracy. All right, so we're going to get started with how you all became entrepreneurs. So we know that there's a journey to entrepreneurship. So we want to start with you, Danielle. Tell me a little bit about your journey to entrepreneurship. What did you do before you started this business 7 years ago?
It's interesting when people ask the question, how did you become an entrepreneur? I think that some people feel like you wake up one day and you decide to be an entrepreneur. That was not my journey. I was in corporate America for 16 years, working with Fortune 500 companies in the medical device space. And when I look at my history and my journey, I took so many stretch roles and lateral roles from sales, marketing, operations, inside the U.S., outside the U.S., sales training and development, because it was preparing me for this. I also faced certain things when I realized that I was being innovative and I was being labeled as too innovative. I didn't realize at the time that while I was creating emerging markets in corporate America and my ideas weren't being accepted, it was simply preparing me for my journey to build my own company and legacy. So after 16 years, based on the gap that existed in the marketplace, my co-founder and myself, we decided to create Power Hands and create innovation that didn't exist for youth athletes to help improve their performance. And then we saw this gap with fitness athletes. And so that's how we birthed Power Hands. But truly, the reason that I leaped and I jumped is because I decided to trust myself more than I feared my own fears. And so that's pretty much how I became an entrepreneur.
Interesting. I think what I'm hearing is every part of the journey matters. And it's contributing to where you're headed next. I love that you embraced it and you recognized in the moments that it was probably preparing you for something bigger and better.
It was. And I often talk about don't fear your next, because what you're doing right now is not your destination. Your next is preparing you truly for your purpose and your passion.
I hope y'all were taking notes and that Wi-Fi is working well. This is everything. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your journey, Danielle.
Absolutely.
All right, so next up, let's hear from you, Toyin. So I know that you have come around the way, all right? You've come around the way. You went to business school. You've had quite the journey. And you were an entrepreneur, and now you're an entrepreneur. So tell us a little bit about your journey to EF Foods.
Okay, like I mentioned earlier, I was born in Nigeria. And, growing up in Nigeria, entrepreneurship is sort of different from at least the way I'm used to seeing it in the United States. In Nigeria, entrepreneurship was something that was born out of a necessity. Because there's significant underemployment and significant unemployment, a lot of people have to start businesses to make ends meet. And my family was no different. So growing up in Nigeria, we sold water. Literally, people would come and buy water in buckets. We sold kerosene. My mom was a nurse by training, so she had a small pharmacy, not a pharmacy the way you're used to seeing in CVS, was literally like a small shop, almost like a 9x10 shop where, she would help people who couldn't afford to go to the hospital. And then eventually my mom opened a small food shop. There I would wake up in the morning, make pies, make buns, make chicken. So I was the one who would wake up, clean the place, make the food, sell the food, and then close up shop. At the end of the day. So that was kind of like my upbringing in entrepreneurship. And then after that, I studied management and accounting in my undergrad in Nigeria before I went to Northwestern here in Illinois, where I went to Kellogg and I got an MBA in entrepreneurship and innovation, analytical consulting, and of course, marketing. So after Northwestern, I went to Bain & Company. Bain & Company is one of the larger consulting firms in the United States, where I would consult for really large Fortune 500 food CPG companies. And that started to open my eyes to kind of like the possibilities in America, at least for me as an immigrant. When I hear the American dream, I started to see companies that we all know, companies we all buy. And I started to learn their stories about how they started from scratch. So that was kind of like my, I want to say, American career path in food, and especially for consumer packaged goods. But also, I just love to eat. I love to food. I love to cook. I have 2 young sons. My oldest is 15 right now, and my second son is going to be 13 in November. So I would cook a lot of American foods, but using ingredients I had grown up enjoying and loving in Nigeria, because I wanted them to have, a stronger connection to their Nigerian roots. And from there, I think the business side of me, the private equity side of me, the entrepreneurship in me from when I was a kid, started to recognize a gap in the American place for African-inspired foods. So EF Foods was kind of like a solution to that, where we took African ingredients and African superfoods, and we created everyday American foods that every American could use. They could use for pancakes, they could use for waffles. We have spices you can use with chicken. We have spices you can use with rice. We have spices you can use with steak. And that's how the business started. And the idea behind it was, let's test the market and see if people are ready for this type of product. And I'm grateful to God and to customers that it's worked out. But that was kind of like the journey from entrepreneurship. It's something that had started from when I was young, and EF Foods is actually my 4th company. I don't know if we're going to get into that a little bit later, but entrepreneurship hasn't always been an easy journey. The first one I closed it within 6 months. The second one I closed it after 8 years. The third one I think lasted a year before I finally found a business model that works, which is EF Foods.
Wow, so much to unpack there. Thank you for sharing that, Toyin. I'm also hearing that even though you came from entrepreneurship, you saw it modeled growing up, right, with your mom and your family. You still decided to take another path, but then you came back to it. But even through your process of having multiple businesses that didn't work out, that you stuck it out, and I call that grit. And so you definitely have that. So it's great to have you on this panel. All right, so next up, we'll hear from Tracy. Tracy of Lilies of Charleston. We'd love to hear your story to entrepreneurship.
Sure. So I think, like you said before, it's everything kind of plays into your journey. My background, I didn't start off with as an entrepreneur, but entrepreneurship was something that was really ingrained in my family. My dad had several businesses. I had a business before this, the Black greeting card business, but my degrees are in the creative industry. So my undergraduate from Hampton is in arts and advertising, and then my master's degree at Carnegie Mellon is in public policy and arts management. So I worked in sales, and I worked some corporate for a while, worked in sales at Unilever, Lipton Tea. And then I went over into, after I got my master's, I moved into nonprofit and worked in arts management for museums and different things, because exercising that creative bone. And I think that played a lot in my journey for having my own CPG company, where we produce hot sauces, mustard, barbecue sauces, seasoning mixes, because we get to develop the recipes, we develop the labels, all of our marketing materials, any advertising that we do. So that, I think, like you said, that really kind of helped build me up for my journey. And then food was just something that, being a Southern girl, that surrounds my own whole personal life. So we, always loved condiments, always cooking, always grilling. And so that played a lot into how we got to where we are, besides the fact that we took my father's recipes to develop them and started bottling them. So I think that's, how we got to this stage. And like Toyin said, this wasn't the first venture, but this was the one that we've landed on and really, really are finding success with, and enjoy hopefully building a continued legacy that will go on to my nephews and, future family members.
Great. Thank you for sharing that story, Tracy. Again, it's great to hear about a family-owned business, and I know you have a lot of stories on your journey over the last 2 decades. All right, so Danielle, I have a question for you.
Me again?
So I absolutely love the mission of Power Hands to improve outcomes for athletes, coaches, fitness enthusiasts, and rehab patients around the world. Yeah. And you shared that you're selling products in more than 87 countries. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've sold in over 87 countries.
Okay.
Yep.
So you've touched a large part of the world, I would say.
Yeah.
And you continue to expand your brand through partnerships like your most recent with LaMelo Ball, who's now a general partner, board member, and brand ambassador. In a previous conversation, you mentioned that sports and fitness are an international language. So I'd love to know how you have built this global, powerful brand, and how the fact that sports and fitness are this international language, how has that played into your ability to reach so far into the world?
Yeah. So one, I will say, right, I always like to be transparent about my journey and my lessons, because I don't want people to think that we woke up and we said, we are going to sell in over 87 countries. We're going to have over 221 countries look at our website on an annual basis. Wow. I don't think I realized how many countries there were in the world, right, until I started looking at analytics. I might have passed that part for my geography class. But we are so glad, right, that when I compliment the ladies, right, from an education standpoint. I think that's so important. So I was able to take my experience from Fortune 500 companies where we operated with excellence, my MBA, my Wharton leadership degree, and say, let's look at the analytics. Let's stop having a haphazard approach to selling into these countries, and let's really see who's buying our products. So then we started seeing the Philippines, right? An influx there. Africa, an influx there. China, over in Europe, Canada, and we realized people were paying more for shipping sometimes to get our orders than they were for our products. So it is humbling to us that because sports and fitness is an international language, that we're able to serve in all of those countries and help with, from our weighted patented glove collection, help improve overall hand speed, strengthen agility, hand-eye coordination if you're a basketball player, football player, soccer player, lacrosse player, etc., to our 10-pound weighted patented suit, right? That whole collection. And then I'm a woman that's in technology, right? So when I think about our reach and where we're going globally, our technology app is certainly going to help us train and teach better. They're going to be able to see people like a LaMelo Ball, like trainers that train such athletes as Patrick Mahomes, Trey Young, etc. Because I believe in those who teach, right? I think it's amazing to focus on a professional athlete or a fitness enthusiast that has over 1 million plus followings, but you've got to focus on the people that really teach the science and really enjoy helping with that piece. So my partnership with LaMelo Ball is an example of what we're going to do together, from 1, creating a collection, 2, expanding in other countries, and 3, creating a technology roadmap that is going to be groundbreaking.
That's amazing. I will just say really quickly, if you ladies are not following these 3 ladies, checking out their products, checking out what they're doing, you better take a moment and do that as well. Don't miss that opportunity to connect. So Toyin, so you've mentioned that your Nigerian upbringing is really important, right? You've shared why that's important to your story. How has that really impacted your opportunity to continue to grow this brand of EA Foods, and what you shared earlier around your ability to continue to bounce back, right, from what some would say is failure, right? Having to close a business, some would say it's failure, but I have a feeling that for you, that was just more fuel to figure out what that next thing was for you. So tell us a little more about your upbringing and how that has influenced who you are as a person, your business, and your impact on your community.
Oh, well, growing up, my mom had a lot of businesses, and I would see her literally recognize an opportunity and put together a small business really quickly. When I talk about these things, people assume that we were rich. It wasn't that we were rich. In Nigeria, hustling is like a part of the DNA. It's part of what everybody does. I was just talking to my kids about it earlier this morning, how people would just find different things to do in order to get through the day, the week, or the month. And my mom was no different. I mentioned we sold water. We probably had 20 different small businesses that we started. My mom would sell chickens. She would literally buy chickens, earlier on, and then grow them just in time for the holidays, and so people could buy chickens for the holidays. I mentioned we sold kerosene. She had a maternity ward. We did different things, and we're able to pivot from one thing to another just to make ends meet. So that kind of instilled in me a sense of power in a way. Even though we're trying to make ends meet, it instilled in me a sense of power, how you could take control of your ability to create value, your ability to earn a living. And that's something I was always a part of. So that helped me, I think, when I moved to America, to not just recognize opportunity, not just recognize gaps in the marketplace, but to create solutions to feed those gaps. And that's something I've carried with me in all the 4 businesses that I've owned. And that has definitely been something I always look back on. And I appreciate the upbringing I had, and kind of like the environment in which business thrives in Nigeria. There's always a saying, is that you can make it in Nigeria, you can make it anywhere, because the business environment is really tough. It's really tough. And the reality is you don't have the infrastructure across board, the same infrastructure that you have in the United States. So when you're in an environment where you literally have to make everything stretch and create something out of nothing, when you come to an environment like America, where at least some things work, you have power, you have a business environment. I can register a business on my laptop and get an LLC registered literally in 30 minutes in Illinois. When you come into that environment, it really, with your grit, with your hustler mentality, it really sets you up to be able to try different things in the hopes that one of those things work out.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing, Toyin. So much in the story. We talk about Black girl magic, but I think the magic part is not always magic, right? I think we see it, we experience it, we're able to push through, we're able to put that innovation and grit to work. And so I think that's what the magic is. So thank you for sharing a little more about your magic and where that came from. Tracy, so happy early anniversary. So I heard a little birdie say that in September you'll be celebrating 20 years of Lilies of Charleston. So happy early anniversary for you and your family. You shared that your dad had a restaurant in the 80s, and after it closed, you and your sister decided to bottle the sauces in 2001. So you have a family-owned business. A lot of people have questions about that. What does it mean to co-operate a business with your family members? And you also talk a lot about generational wealth and how your business is going to empower. You're not even thinking about yourself. You're thinking about future generations. So tell us a little bit about what it's like to cooperate your business with your siblings, and then also how you are planting the seeds for this generational wealth that you talk about.
Sure. So I think it's all about like history, knowing your history. Other CPG companies are really have been successful, like the Heinz family and, Bird's Eye and Post. Those are all family-owned companies, or that's how they started anyway. And for us, I think it's, being able to work alongside family is really special and very meaningful. And I think it just creates a deeper, deeper for you to be successful, because this is my dad's recipes. We want to make sure we represent him well and make sure we represent how these recipes can translate to your family, what you can do. So I think it just gives us a little extra special magic in the sauce, as you might say. So for us to be able to say, from our family to yours. And I think it's important for us because, as African Americans, we really want to make sure we pay homage to our ancestors, pay homage to my, father, pay homage so that I can pass it on to the next level of, generations to come, which are my nephews. It's amazing. We have pretty much all boys in the family, so it'll be my nephews and one niece, hopefully taking over the business. And that's what other people do, and so we want to make sure we can do the same thing.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I know that, so for those who don't know, that the Black Business Accelerator was launched in June and is committed to building sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses. These three ladies have been a part of the pilot. So for those who don't know, we had been piloting the program before we launched publicly last month, in June, excuse me. But I wanted to know a little more about Amazon and your strategy for sales and reaching customers and building your brand. And how does Amazon play a role in your ability to reach your customers? I'd love to know a little more about that. And let's start with you, Toyin.
All right, so my Amazon story started in a way that I think is so powerful, especially given that we're talking about Black Girls Magic. There's something I heard Ava DuVernay say one time. She talked about how when, the door is shut or you don't get a seat at a table, build your own table. So my Amazon story started kind of that way. I remember when we launched EA Foods, I went straight to buyers from grocery store because that's what I was used to seeing, right? When you want to shop, you go to the grocery store. So I went into food shows trying to put my goods in front of buyers, and buyer after buyer would say things to me like, well, we don't know how many Nigerians or how many African Americans or how many Africans, are there enough Africans or Nigerians to create a market for this in our grocery store? So even though I was holding everyday American foods like spices, baking mixes, all they saw was Nigerian food. And that was really frustrating to me at the time. And initially I would get pretty pissed off and I would say, well, you have Greek yogurt. Did you ask them how many people from Greece, were going to shop your store? So that would be my reaction at the beginning. So Amazon came. So I decided to go to Amazon when I realized that it was going to be an uphill task to get into those stores. Amazon is a place where you can go and create a seller account, regardless of who you are, regardless of your background, create a seller account and have the opportunity to present your products directly to the consumer. So that's how my story started on Amazon. And one thing I like about Black Girl Magic is we're not just talking about success stories, we're talking about people who have beaten every challenge, every bias, every systemic door that has been shut in your face. Somehow we still rise from it and we still manage to create sustainable businesses. So for me, Amazon was a response to that because I knew I could go to Amazon and create my seller account, create my EBCs. For those who don't know what EBCs means, it's your enhanced brand content. Basically, you take pictures, you take videos, you use description, and you try to compete in the market. That is how we started to sell at EA Foods. And we're able to take that data pivot to greater success in the grocery stores. And I know there's a question, we can talk about that a little later, but that's how our Amazon story started. And every single month we've grown based on the data, trying to understand the consumers. And again, another great thing about selling on Amazon was the feedback. So we first of all started, we had people who were, who were competitors in our category. So I would literally spend hours every day reading their seller reviews, both the positive ones and the negative ones, in a way to build kind of like a strategy around what works and what doesn't work. And after a while, as we started to get more customer reviews as well, we started to refine our products. We started to refine our information. We poured all of that data into product R&D to develop products that customers actually really wanted within our category. So in that regard, Amazon was a door that was open. It's pretty much open to everybody, right? You can go in there and open an account, and you can make use of the tools that are on there to try to sell. And also you have all this data that comes from Amazon reviews and customer reviews to try to do better and try to make your customers happier. And that's how our story started in Amazon. It's been about 4 years, and it's been a really powerful opportunity and a powerful medium for us, not just to reach more customers, but I talk about this a lot in terms of how we've developed products, in terms of how we've done our packaging, in terms of how we've done our advertising, literally everything we do that is customer centric. A lot of that data from Amazon has actually helped us not just get into brick and mortar grocery stores, but also to be able to compete more effectively with competitors within our space.
Thank you, Toyin, so much for sharing that about your business. We're so happy to have you a part of the Amazon family. Danielle, can you share briefly the role that Amazon has played in your ability to reach your customers, your global customers?
Yeah, it's been a dream come true. I mean, truly. We started with Amazon based on very similar to Toya. I'm not going to try to continue to sit at a table that I'm not welcome at. I'm going to build my own table. I was told no over and over and over again because a buyer is not used to a story like Power Hands. They're used to those multi-billion-dollar companies saying, here is what my forecast is going to be, send me the PO, and this is how I'm going to occupy the shelf. So to get to know a company like Power Hands, you had to knock down a lot of inequalities, and I decided we're not going to do that. We're going to go and build our e-commerce platform, and Amazon decided and was very smart at the same time that they were going to compete in the sporting goods space. So while we were migrating over, Amazon started competing in the sporting goods space, we built our own platform, and because of these ingredients, this is why it works for us. Because of the fact that our customer base, parents shop and they price shop on Amazon. They shop for quality first before they go to anywhere else typically. So because we have, one, a store that has amazing marketing, which I'm very proud, we get a lot of organic content. So because of that, and we get, of course, intentional content, we attract customers to our store, as well as your algorithms. We're able, based on the amount that we use from a pay-to-play model, I mean, we're seeing 5 to 8 times revenue sometimes with our advertising, which is huge, and we know we can increase that. And the last point that I'll say is, I don't think that people realize that having access to Amazon helps you reach a global population. We are now selling Amazon Canada, selling to Canada through Amazon. We are selling, opening Europe. We're going to Philippines and other countries, etc. So now, not only do I have a retail distribution model, but Amazon is helping me with an e-commerce model. And you know, you guys are the master when it comes to logistics. And that's the most scary part for a Black-owned business is logistics in other countries.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Danielle. You know, your story is very inspiring, as well as Toyin and Tracy. Tracy, really quickly, can you share with us?
Our path is just a little bit different from everybody else's, where because Charleston, South Carolina is a huge tourist attraction, people would come and they would try our sauces in restaurants and buy it in gift shops. They were all over town. And so when they got back home, they would call us and they would ask, you know, can you ship us more sauce? We really, really like it. And so we were doing a lot of the fulfillment and shipping ourselves. And it got to a point where we were like, okay, we cannot keep up with this. We need a better fulfillment center. And so we were like, okay, we need to get on Amazon. and we do the FBA fulfillment by Amazon. Like Danielle says, that helps with us in terms of logistics. Being able to be a Prime member, people can get our stuff in one day. So Amazon helped us fulfill a need because we were building a customer base, building a great following, but now we could get like everywhere in a day because we had a large customer base in California. People in Alaska are ordering us, even at home, you know, and as soon as I tell people, where can I find you? And I name a couple of stores and I say, but you can always find us on Amazon. You can get us in a day. People here locally will order on Amazon just so that they can get it, you know, delivered right at home. So Amazon's been a great partner with helping fulfill orders and making us, like you all said, a national business.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much for sharing your story. I have one more question before we wrap. The one question is, in one word, how would you describe Black Girl Magic? Just one word, and we'll start with you, Danielle. What does it mean to you? What does Black Girl Magic mean to you? Just one word.
Legacy.
Legacy. Toyin, what does Black Girl Magic mean to you?
Dynamic.
Dynamic. All right. And Tracy, what does Black Girl Magic mean to you?
Undefeatable.
Amazing. You heard it from these ladies. So first, I would like to thank all the ladies for joining us. Danielle, Tracy, and Toyin for taking the time to join us out of their busy lives. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining this session. I hope it was educational and empowering to you. And as I shared, these ladies are a part of Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. And if you're interested in learning more, please visit amazon.com/BBA. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
We met Dana Bolden through the Boss Women Media community and were inspired by how she's built and sustained her finances. Dana started with Capital One's Journey student credit card and then graduated to our Spark small business card when she became a small business owner. In the next segment, Dana will tell her story and share how she uses her influence to educate, inspire, and empower her community.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessica Pumphrey and I'm on the corporate communications team at Capital One. I'm here with Dana Bolden, the CEO of Bolden Creative Media and a digital content creator whose mission is to inspire women to not only dream, but to go after their dreams as well. She's focused on sharing authentic and relatable content to her community that will empower and inspire them to live and thrive. Dana, tell me a little bit about your financial journey. How are you leveraging your finances to help build your business and your brand?
Honestly, my financial journey has come a long way. Like when I first graduated high school, started college, I got a Capital One credit card. And girl, I didn't know anything about credit. I just knew I needed a credit card. And I got the student credit card. And throughout my college career, I just kind of, leveraged it for a little bit, buying a little here and there. But once I became a real adult, graduating college, getting a job.
Do you ever become a real adult?
I know, a real adult.
Every day I'm like,
with bills.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when I was like, okay, I started using my credit card and building up my score. And after I launched my business, Bolden Creative Media, I knew I immediately wanted to make my business legit. And I tell women all the time, it's like, okay, make your business legit, get your LLC and get your business bank account. And the first thing I did was get a Capital One bank account because I had such a great history with Capital One. I was already familiar with Capital One. So I was gonna go to Capital One to get my business bank account set up. And it was such a great process. I applied to get a business credit card.
Wow.
And the rest was history. And I've been able to build my business credit and everything all through Capital One. I pay myself through my Capital One bank account, and it's just been a good partnership with Capital One and my business throughout the last few years, and I love it.
Why do you think it's so important to have a bank that you can trust as you're building your business and your financial journey?
It's so important, especially as an entrepreneur, because we work hard for our money and
Yes.
we want to know that a bank is standing behind us and helping us to be better within our business. And I feel like for me, throughout the past 5 years of being a full-time entrepreneur, that I've had a bank that has really been supporting me. My business credit is A1 now. Like, I have been able to do some really good things within my business because I've had a bank that really has been by my side throughout this whole time. So it's been a really good journey, and I think it's so important for us as entrepreneurs and just as women in general to get our money right and get with a bank that is going to align with that.
Absolutely. And I know that when we met July 2019, I love to tell this story because we met through Boss Women Media. We were in the hallway and just stumbled upon each other and had one of the most authentic conversations where you were really just authentic and vulnerable and such a light in terms of sharing your story, sharing what inspires you, sharing how Capital One helped you grow and get to that next stage in your business and brand. And I knew back in 2019 that you were someone special. And so we are so excited to partner with you as a company to have you share your story with your audience, because we know that if you can benefit from our products and services, we know that others can as well. And again, we're all about empowering Black women through our partnership with Boss Women Media and beyond.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, it's a true blessing to be sitting here with you. And I don't even want to get emotional because, you know, in 2019, when we did met at the Boss Women Media event and I met you and you said you worked for Capital One, I was like, oh my God, this is my time. Because for me, I knew that this has been one of my dream brands to work with because, like I mentioned, partnering with brands that really align with who I am, my business is so important to me, and also to bring it to my tribe of women because I know they look to me for inspiration, but also as an example. And for me, Capital One has been such a amazing part of my life as my business. So when I met you, it was like, oh my God, this is God. Because I really wanted to work with Capital One and I wanted to be able to show my audience, my community, my tribe, how much it has helped my business. And people see me killing it online and like, how are you doing it? How are you doing this and that? And it's because I've been able to manage my money. I've been able to build a great business, but I have great support. And I feel like within the brands that I work with, within the business operations of my brand, it's been because I've aligned with amazing brands like Capital One. So I'm blessed to have met you. I'm blessed for Marty for putting together Boss Women Media because it's been the funnel for me to live out my dreams and to work with amazing brands like Capital One. So thank you.
And on the corporate side, for me as a Black woman in a corporate space, when I meet women like you, I'm always looking to find connection points. Connection points in terms of how can we work together and partner to drive even more impact. And this conversation is about influence, and I see your influence across your social media platforms, but I also see the lives that you're changing. And when we think about the last year and all of the many things that were in place that discouraged our community, how did you view the circumstances, and how did you respond as a brand, as a woman who is watching our economy go through changes while seeing your audience also struggle with the circumstances at hand? What was your response to that?
It was definitely a hard time. I know, like, I've been through my ups and downs within the last few years of like trying to be optimistic for my community, but also feeling how I feel as well. And it is hard being in, a public limelight to always be positive. But I think for me, it has been important as a leader and as a voice to be that voice for my community and stand up and use my voice for good. So for me, I think it's so important to be able to be influential, not just an influencer, but be influential in my voice and show other Black women that they can too, and that they're able to stand up, use their voice for good, but also like impact change. So that has been something that's very important for me, and something that I've noticed has evolved within my brand, is being that voice and standing up even when it's uncomfortable, because there's been a lot of uncomfortable moments in the past year, but I think it has made me a better woman to be able to stand in that uncomfort and still stand by my word and stand by my community.
Absolutely. Well, Dana, thank you so much for the time. Again, we met, and I knew that you were just someone who just had such a great light and you were driving such a positive impact in our community. It's so important for Black women when we meet and there's a positive exchange to keep each other's names in our mouths.
Yes.
And we all have that testimony where someone has said our name in a room that we were not in. And your name has been in my mouth because our exchange was just so authentic. And so I just wanted to let you know that it's been an honor to carry your name and your brand forward at Capital One, and we are so excited to work with you.
Thank you.
And I'll stop there.
You're gonna get me emotional because, like I said, it has been, you know, a dream to work with you guys because it aligned, and I just want to continue to, again, inspire and encourage other Black women like me, especially in business. You know, we aren't in the rooms as much. So the fact that you kept my name in your mouth for 2 years and that we're here is a blessing. And I want the audience to see the genuineness of this partnership and the fact that I stand by Capital One as a bank. This isn't just, you know, for this, but this is real. And I'm so honored. I think that has helped my brand grow to where it is today. So thank you. Thank you for Capital One.
You, sis.
We got each other. And that's what I love about Black women. And that's what I love about these spaces that we're creating for each other to be able to win. So thank you. Thank you, Boss Women Media, for the opportunity. Now our makeup is ruined, but it's been good.
We're gonna get it together.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to partner with Capital One because of my positive experience with the brand. I'm excited that we are now working together to launch 2 new student cards. The Savor One student card and Quicksilver student card, which are 2 student versions of the Capital One's awesome premium rewards cards.
Hey girl, hey! My name is Maxine Gray and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Small Business Empowerment Team at Amazon. The Small Business Empowerment Team is focused on supporting Amazon's small business partners around the world. I'm excited to share more about Amazon's Black Business Accelerator with the Black Girl Magic Summit community. We launched this bold initiative in June to help build sustainable equity and growth for Black-owned businesses and are deeply invested in helping accelerate that advancement in the Black community. We have committed $150 million over the next 4 years to help thousands of Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs reach our more than 300 million customers. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator provides access to financial assistance, strategic business guidance, mentorship, marketing, and promotion, providing sellers in our store with the tools needed to take their business to the next level. Amazon's Black Business Accelerator is a step towards ensuring more Black-owned businesses have the opportunity, resources, and support needed to enjoy this success. We are thrilled to welcome many more Black business owners and entrepreneurs and boss women to the opportunity of selling on Amazon. To learn more and join the program, visit amazon.com/BBA.
Hey ladies, I am Brandy Nellums, a small business evangelist at Amazon. In my day-to-day work, I have the privilege of sharing the many ways that small businesses are enabled, empowered for success through partnership with Amazon. And that means that I have a front row seat to building relationships and hearing the stories of powerhouse women like the 3 that you'll meet here shortly. I am honored to sit on this couch and have this conversation about Let Me Upgrade Your Beliefs as we reimagine the modern working woman, presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. So join me today in welcoming these 3 amazing women. I'm going to start with you, Crystal. If you would please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Crystal Swain Bates. I'm a best-selling author and the owner of Goldest Carrot Publishing. Through my publishing company, I write books and create products that normalize Black girl magic and brown boy joy. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you, Crystal. Karen.
Hi, I am Karen Blackwell. I am the CEO and founder of Sage and Alms. And Sage and Alms has 2 brands. We have Candid Chocolates and Dewburst, but Candid Chocolates is really the flagship of my company. It's a bean to bar made in Ghana chocolate, and we're fair trade, and we're really proud of the work that we do between Ghana and also in the United States. So Canada Chocolates and Dewburst. Thank you, and so excited to talk to you guys today.
Thank you, Karen. And rounding out the pack, Corey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Corey Gordon, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Cortiu LLC, a logistics company based here in New York. I'm also the youngest Black female entrepreneur to partner with Amazon to deliver on their behalf to customers in Brooklyn and Staten Island.
Yes, yes. Well, let's start here with defining modern woman. Karen, I'll start with you. What does it mean to be a modern woman?
So for me to be a modern woman, it means to break the mold, really. And it really means to be feminine and boyish, be assertive and passive. It really means to be authentic and live in your own skin. I mean, it's literally no longer saying that we have to be one way or the other. It's whatever you wake up and you're comfortable being, that's how you should be accepted in anything that you're doing. So that's how I define the modern working woman. Modern means current, and we should be in the current times of accepting ourselves. So let's do that, ladies.
Yes, love that. Corey?
Well, first of all, to me, the modern woman is navigating conflicting messages of who she should be and redefining who she wants to be, sometimes redefining herself multiple times in her lifetime. She is uncompromising in her pursuits of her passions and her goals, yet she is collaborative because she recognizes the importance of networking and connecting with other people.
I love this. Crystal, add to that.
For me, I would say that being a modern working woman means working within your zone of genius and not being afraid to enter and to take on and thrive in non-traditional roles. There are so many different roles that women have not played a part in, but now we're stepping out, we're stepping up, we're becoming visible, we have leadership roles. And I want all women to know that don't let these traditional models limit you in reaching your career goals and living your best life.
I love this. Like, what are roles? We have no roles. We are making our own roles. Yes. So you are all very successful entrepreneurs across various fields. Karen, you talked about Canada Chocolates earlier. The ladies who all have their boss boxes with them have your Dewburst product, and you're selling these products on Amazon. Crystal, you are a literary rock star, also partnered with Amazon through our Kindle Direct publishing option. And Corey, you just mentioned you are in logistics and making history and headlines as one of Amazon's youngest delivery service partners. Corey, how do you juggle it all?
Well, that's a great question. Well, if you think about the sport of juggling, it requires manipulation of objects, and it requires you to be concentrated on what you're doing and trusting of the objects. And it also requires you to think strategically. So in my world of entrepreneurship, I juggle all the components of my life, work, friends, family, personal, by prioritizing and concentrating on what's most important and demanding, and then entrusting my teams to support me and also have all the resources that they need to operate in my absence, so I can take a break and I can do the things that rejuvenate myself and reflect on what I can do to improve all aspects of my life.
I love that. Crystal, in this circus of life, how are you juggling it all?
It's so funny because I don't even know that I even try to juggle, just to be perfectly honest, because you can never give any one thing or any three things equal attention. So I don't even try. So when I'm really working hard, that means my house is probably dirty. When I'm spending a lot of time with my friends and family, that probably means I'm not getting my work done. And so for me, I just try to do what feels right when it feels right. And I feel like as women, we try to be super women, and when you're trying to be a superwoman and do all the things and do them perfectly 24/7, it's tiring, it's dangerous to your mental health. And so I just try to give myself grace, and I just try to do the things that I can do. And I just try to keep the lines of communication open between my friends and my family, my work colleagues, so that they know, hey, this is how I'm feeling. I'm overwhelmed, I'm overwhelmed. I need to take a break. I'm sorry I haven't been able to spend time with you recently, but I'm definitely going to catch up with you. We'll have a girls' night out next month, So for me, it's important to just keep the lines of communication open and just give yourself grace and know that you don't have to balance everything perfectly. It's really impossible to do that.
That's great. Yes, give yourself grace. For a long time, we have been asking for a seat at the table. Black women have been looking for finding where they fit. Our great ancestor, Shirley Chisholm, was quoted as saying, if they won't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Now, you ladies have gone way beyond pulling up a folding chair and have built your own tables with these businesses that you're running. And so, Crystal, starting with you, how are you advocating for other women to have a seat at the table?
Oh my goodness. So I'm a huge advocate for greater diversity when it comes to publishing. When I started publishing books, I didn't know anybody else, especially nobody who looked like me, that was publishing. So I didn't have any sort of a blueprint to follow. I didn't have a model to follow. I didn't have a mentor. And so once I figured all of that stuff out and I started to see real publishing success, I said, okay, I need to reach back and help the women who were just like me and who have no idea how to do this. And so now I help women self-publish their books using Amazon's KDP program, which is actually the publishing platform that I've been using since 2013 to self-publish my books. And it's just like you said, Brandy, I mean, I don't even really advocate for women to take a seat at somebody else's table. I teach women how to publish their own books because I want them to build their own table.
That's awesome. Corey, what about you?
Well, I am starting with women from before they even enter their adulthood. I have a mentorship program where I'm working with young kids who are in high school and those who are transitioning even from the secondary level into high school to figure out what they want to do with their lives. And I'm not only working with Americans, but I'm Jamaican, as some of you may know, and I'm working with kids who are in Jamaica to figure out what they want to do with their future, hone skills that are going to be transferable from one job to the next and that they can market on any marketplace, whether that's in the Caribbean or Europe or America. And I'm using the skills and expertise that I've garnered over the years of my professional career to help these young kids create a life of opportunities for themselves so that they can in turn have their own seat at any table that they choose to be a part of. And then in adulthood, in my current company, Cordiu, when we're recruiting, we are prioritizing women who have the professional experience and personal traits that we think will add value to our teams. And I'm definitely giving them first preference over everyone else.
I love that. I love that. Karen, tell us a little bit about how you're reaching back and how you're opening up seats at your table.
Yeah, so, and I'm feeling so poured into by Crystal and Corey, but so thank you, ladies, for what you're doing. So my company is a benefit corporation and we are focused on the environment and humans. But in that human piece, we actually had an opportunity to make a choice. And we actually said, instead of focusing mainly on environmental justice or focusing, heavily that area, we chose social justice. And in that comes the Black woman. And so that's that's our foundation of our company. And then beyond that, we actually look, as we have in our policies, we actually have diversity and we say we hire diverse candidates. We have a policy to put them ahead of others. Just to make it equitable, right? And then even beyond that, though, and what I also want to add to the conversation is whenever I'm connecting and on this platform, so Crystal and Corey and I, we will connect, and Brandy, we're connected. But beyond that, every single time I meet a woman, a Black woman that's doing her thing, I'm connecting on social media, I'm hyping her up. People have different opinions about social media, but those likes matter. Likes and comments matter. And so you want to engage with people, have a community. And so connecting with other business women owners and, just reaching out and really connecting and making a new tribe, if you will. That's something I've also been focused on. So whether it's reaching back and helping others or talking to people that we're both equal, we're both entrepreneurs, but how can we each hype each other up? That's been, such a godsend throughout this journey. And I just want to encourage that. So that's definitely something that I'm hyping up at this time.
That is awesome, ladies. I'm going to stick with you for this next question, Karen. Black women exist at this intersection of both racism and sexism. And I think a very clear example of that is August 3rd this year is Black Woman Equal Pay Day. And so what that means is that it takes a Black woman on average 1 year plus about 8 months to earn what her white male counterpart would have earned just in the previous year. And so we also know that Black women are amongst now the fastest growing set of entrepreneurs. And so I can't help but connect the disparities that women in corporate spaces are feeling in pay and in equity with the fact that, you know, they're leaving the boardrooms and corporate spaces and building their own tables. Karen, I know you come from corporate. Can you share a little bit about what made you make that pivot and step out on your own?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've shared this, we've heard this term, but go where you're celebrated. And I was in corporate America. I had run the President's Club. I was chair of the African Descent Network. I was getting promotions. I, you know, beat the records, led an all-male team and traveled the country every day and answered phone calls in Disneyland. Okay. I'd be on Disneyland on vacation and the boss would say, I need to have a conversation. And I'm sharing this because I want you guys to feel, anybody that's in corporate America, feel that I've been there and I gave it my all and gave it everything I had. And then as soon as the leadership switched, and it switched many, many years over and over again, but there was that one switch where I was just exhausted because then I had to do it over again. And it wasn't just do it over again. It was prove myself as a Black woman, both as a woman and then as a Black woman. And I just became so exhausted with that cycle that I decided to go where I was celebrated, which was me starting my own business and having an opportunity to celebrate myself. So if anybody's in corporate America, I always advocate it's okay to stay when you're being celebrated. But when you're not being celebrated, then I'm like, maybe it's time to go to another company or start your own thing. And Brandy, I mean, you literally gave a statistic and I'm hearing 30 to 60% of Black women in corporate America right now are considering leaving their jobs. So I'm adding that statistic because the pain is real. I see it in my friends. So people in my own tribe are like, I'm not going to take this any longer. So I'm really passionate about this topic and it was a really hard decision for me, but it was the best decision I ever made. So it literally came out of, I wasn't being celebrated anymore, but I'm still the superstar that you saw do all those things. And so it was time for me to leave. And so I was gone.
That's right. We're definitely adding superstar to your resume and your LinkedIn profile. Crystal, do you have anything to share on that topic?
Well, my experience is a bit different. I mean, I came from the federal government, worked for one of those super secret 3-letter agencies, i.e. the CIA, if you look at my bio. But I didn't start my business because I, felt any sort of pressures at my job. I started it because I just had a calling. I noticed the lack of diversity in children's literature. And when I really started looking into it, which was when my brother was about to have my little niece, Olivia, and I started looking for books for her. And I was so disappointed by what I found. And so I started looking more into the industry and I saw that, okay, the publishing industry is dominated by older white males. And so the books that they put out reflect that. I decided that although I had never published a book before, instead of being the person that just complained about it and posted on social media about it, I wanted to be the person to change that. And so that's what I did. I made a plan, I set it in motion, and then every single month I took a percentage of the money I made from my job and I put it towards my publishing business. So my job, and I left the CIA and I went somewhere else just because I needed something to hold me over. And so that job was my silent investor. They had no idea that they were the ones that were paying for all of everything that goes into running a publishing company, but they were my silent investor for 5 years. And then once I was making the same amount from my publishing company that I was making from my job, I quit, became full-time. And I'm so glad that I did it because although I had different reasons for leaving, seeing how my books resonate with kids and with the parents, it's my motivation to continue to launch new things and expand my line. And I've been able to meet some amazing entrepreneurs, just like the women on this panel. It's amazing to see so many other women that are starting businesses. And I'm glad that I took that leap of faith.
Yeah, we're glad you did too, Crystal. Corey, a question for you. We've talked before, and as you talked about what the modern woman is and how you're juggling everything that you have going on, you mentioned a lot about self-care and ensuring that you're taking care of yourself. Can you share a bit about how you're taking care of yourself as a modern woman?
Yes, sure. So I don't like monotony. And I love variety and adventure. So I go on a lot of trips. I'm also very spontaneous. So there are many times where I'll plan things for my friends and I'll say at the very last minute, let's do this. And it doesn't matter if it's something really creative or small and intimate where we're gathered and just talking and not doing much, enjoying time in the park, listening to a new podcast. I also really enjoy music and love getting into the composition and the instrumentation of it all because I grew up singing and that's still very much a part of my life. So I spend a lot of time listening to music, composing my own music and singing and annoying my friends with that. But I spend a lot of time creating adventures for myself and my friends. And I really don't do anything I don't enjoy. And for me, that's one of the best ways I can take care of myself.
That's great. Crystal, how about you?
Yeah, I'm like, Corey is about to be my new best friend because
I need an invitation to this trip too. Yes.
Literally travel is my self-care. Like a lot of people want to do the bubble baths and stuff like that. I just want to get on a plane. So for me, I love to travel. I like to sleep. So I get my sleep in for real. When I can wake up at 2:00 on a Saturday and not think anything of it because I deserve the sleep. I earned it. And then I also agree, like I literally will do the things that I really enjoy. So I love to read. So I would love to just grab a book and get under a blanket and just spend some time reading and just kind of relaxing and then spending time with my family. These are all things that make me happy. These are all things that force me to put the phone away, get off of social media, get off the computer and email. And that's what I need in order to practice self-care for myself.
Yeah. Karen, how about you?
So one thing that I love that I took from corporate America is we used to block off our calendars to check email because you'd be so busy in meetings all day that you needed a block of time to do emails or communicate. And so I actually took that, put it on my calendar, but it's not for emails. It's actually for personal time. So I have it from, if anybody ever tries to schedule with me, it's from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. So I'm not taking meetings before 10 a.m. And then at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Those are my workout times, my prayer times. And I love how Crystal and Corey are so authentic because yes, whether it could be getting away for a travel moment or at 6 a.m., I have woken up to watch an episode of something ratchet that I shouldn't be watching or whatever. And I wake up at 6 and I'm like just laying there and it gets me all hyped up. I'm like, I'm ready now. I saw this good show. Let's go. Let's get the day started. So it literally just depends. But I love that it's really whatever I want to do. So if it's prayer, it's prayer. If it's my gratitude journal, it's my gratitude journal. And if it's some ratchet TV, bring it on. Those things all happen between 7 and 10 in the morning. But what I'm not doing at 7 and 10 in the morning is working. So that's what's not happening.
Yeah, ratchet TV is good for the soul. Okay, so this Black Girl Magic Digital Summit centers around sisterhood. I mean, we are here laughing and joking, and you all are dropping gems on this panel. There is an African proverb that I love, and it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And so as we center sisterhood and we talk about community, can you tell us a bit, Corey, starting with you, how do you navigate managing those relationships and ensuring that you have a strong community of women and otherwise around you?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be completely honest. When I first started working professionally, I was very self-sufficient. I was very proud that I was independent and I didn't want to connect and collaborate with many people. It was easier for me to rely on my own resources and my own skills because I could trust myself to get the job done the way I wanted it to be done. And so I didn't really collaborate very often when I first started, and that's just the truth. But I learned very quickly that that's exhausting. And like the proverb says, it gets you, you go fast, but you don't really go far enough. And that's not the extent of what you can do when you rely on yourself. And so in the last, I'd say, 3 to 5 years, I've really taken that to heart and I've started collaborating more and I've leaned into my network of women and also men, and I've relied on them to fill my gaps because I've now realized that I have blind spots. I don't know it all. And there's a wealth of knowledge and information that's out there that I can tap into if only I allow myself to be guided and advised by other people. So now that I'm a little bit more understanding of the importance of collaboration and I'm not so self-sufficient and hard-headed, and this has come through humbling myself. I'm nurturing these relationships by making sure I'm expressing my gratitude to my mentors. And my mentors aren't just my former employers, they're also former employees who have had great experiences in life that I can learn from and have learned from. And I'm really excited and happy that I've had this mental shift where I'm not just reliant on myself, but I'm collaborating and I'm allowing people to guide and advise me.
Yeah, that's so important to lean into community and let people guide you and lead you, even if you're the leader. Karen, how about you? How are you cultivating community?
So I heard this term from Glow Graphics, Instagram, sorry, plug. And it was called multi-hyphenate. And I was like, wow, I love this word. And it literally says, I'm a woman and I do multiple things. But how does that lead back to me having a tribe? It's because I'm a woman with multiple interests. And so I have friends of all different backgrounds, races, cultures. And I find that I'm able to balance it by letting them know, like, hey, I like to hike, and I'm going hiking with the friends that like to hike. I want to go to Yellowstone National Park. Trust me, Black Girl Magic ladies, I have friends that do not want to go with me, okay? So I do go with the friends that do want to go. And, if it's a concert or if it's shopping, but what I'm trying to do with my tribes is just basically continue to add to them and accept myself authentically and say, all of these pieces of me exist and that I need all these different people to keep me going and to go further. And so if it's business, if I want to have a Black Power talk about Malcolm X, then I have a friend for that. I mean, whatever it is, I literally am all those people and I keep feeding those different things. That's how I manage my tribe, by being authentic, sharing with them that they all exist, letting them know, hey, you can all come together, but you probably don't want to go to Yellowstone, but that's okay. And just hanging out and just feeding them and also receiving back. So being able to be grateful for what they give me and making sure I pour back into them. Those are my important ways of maintaining my tribes.
Yeah, pouring in and pouring out. Crystal, how about you? How are you managing your community?
Wow, these are all so good. So I'm in several business groups. I'm in a business mastermind that's over 100 Black businesses in all sorts of different industries. And so for me, I've been in mastermind groups. This is my third year, I would say. And it's helpful because, I used to be like Corey. I felt like, okay, I can do everything, right? I'm very smart. I can figure this out, and this out. But it is very exhausting. It's very tiring when you can literally, if you have a community of people, call somebody up and say, hey girl, can you tell me what app are you using on your website to make it do that little thing? And they can tell you in 5 seconds, instead of you trying to Google and trying to look all over the internet and figure it out. You had somebody that you could ask. So it's really important to me. And I love the saying, I don't know where it originated from, but let me make sure I say it right. Your network is your net worth. Mm-hmm. I love that because I think it's so important to make sure that you're spending time around people who are hopefully doing better than you. I think a lot of us are so used to, if we're, overachievers, we're used to being the person in our circle that got the best grades, you got the best job, and everybody else looks up to us. But when you are that person, you don't have anybody that you can look up to and get information from. So I always think it's important to try to hang around with people who are smarter than you, who have reached the levels that you're trying to get to, because then that will help you grow even faster.
I love that. One thing that I really love about your network is your net worth, is that it's not just financial riches. It's also that the rich in friendship, rich in love, rich in community. That's so great. Okay, so we are going to tie this with a very pretty bow, ladies. And we're talking about the modern working woman. We've talked about juggling everything. And all of this conversation has led up to, and I'm going to start with you, Crystal. Can we have it all?
Yes. Absolutely. We can have it all, but you have to define what all is. So all is going to be different depending on who you're asking. People that are watching, there could be somebody where their all is they want to have the most luxurious designer bags and purses and shoes, right? But then there could be somebody else and their all is having a spouse and having 3 kids and a dog. My all is being able to travel, having time freedom, and financial freedom. And so you have to determine what all means to you. And you can't let what you're seeing on social media decide that for you. You have to really sit down, look at your life and see what is all to me, and then create a plan so that you can design your life around your all.
Yeah. How about you, Karen?
So I love Crystal for defining what does all means. That's so relevant. So I'm going to define it for me like Crystal did and just say it means having personal and professional balance. And so, yes, I absolutely believe that every person, every woman, every Black woman can have personal and professional balance. And, you know, for me, it's literally going to come down to being, again, we've been talking a lot about being authentic on this call. If you're authentic, then you'll say, hey, I cannot pick up my child today. I need someone else to do that. Or I cannot make it to this meeting. Or I'm sorry that my niece is climbing in the background, or my cat, or whatever. It's what I'm saying is you can have it if you show up as yourself and you're comfortable with yourself. Then I think you can have it and you can be happy in both areas, and it's not going to be perfect. So that's that acceptance of where you are and who you are, and not looking for perfection, but balance, and allowing both of them to seep into each other. I just love the new world that we're in, where I can see someone's child in the background, because that is real life. So all of that is where we can have it all. And if we continue, by the way, to promote that for one another, then it will become the norm. So we have to be more accepting of people who have their cats or their kids, whichever one it is, climbing in the background, because that's real life. Let's be real with ourselves. So,
Yeah. Corey, can we have it all?
Yes. And I concur with everything Crystal and Karen said. One of the things I would add is that as Black women, we should remind ourselves that having it all doesn't necessarily equate to having it all at once, right? Like, we have different phases in our lives, and Crystal spoke about grace. And we've got to make sure that as we navigate our lives, that we're giving ourselves the grace that we need to change and to accept the things that we want in those specific phases of our life. And what I really love about what's happening in society today is that Black women are redefining what it means to have it all, like Crystal and Karen said. And to me, having it all is autonomy over my life. It's having space to be as creative and as expressive as I want to be. It's also having time to invest in the people that I want in my life, and changing my culture so that my family has a different life than what we saw our grandparents have, right? So it's different for all of us, and we have to make sure that we are not pigeonholing women into one definition of having it all, which is to balance our corporate life with raising a family, because that's not what it means to me. So we've got to make sure that we give women the opportunity to diversify what it means to have it all.
Yeah. Ladies, we could go on for hours. I want to thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us, for sharing more about your partnership with Amazon with us. And for all of you beautiful boss women watching, thank you for joining our panel, Let Me Upgrade You, Reimagining the Modern Working Woman, presented by Amazon's Black Business Accelerator. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Today's session is around identity and the shift of paradigms that stop you from feeling like you are not enough and help you become the person that you want to be. I am so excited for this conversation with Melanie Parker, a true boss woman. I'm gonna let her intro herself in on all of her accolades and everything that she's gonna share with us today. Super excited to have you, Melanie. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Marty. I'm super glad to be here with you.
Tell everybody, Melanie, who you are and what you got going on.
Absolutely. So I'm Melanie Parker. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer at Google, and I'm actually such an unlikely person to be in this role. So I'm really excited to have this conversation today. You know, I'm a proud mom, a grateful daughter. I'm a sister, a wonderful friend and partner. I'm a small town girl. So I grew up in High Point, North Carolina, and I grew up in actually a predominantly Black neighborhood. I went to an HBCU, so proud Hampton University alum, and that really so shaped my experiences that when I went into like the corporate sector, it actually was a big shock. And so unlikely when you think about tech, someone with my background. And so I'm truly excited to talk with you about all of who I am and, you know, how I really arrived at where I am today.
You know, when we talk about roles, right? Roles and identities and titles and roles making our identity, right? And you think about the shifts that can occur in so many spaces, especially sometimes being the only one, right? And we've been talking about that all day. You know, how do you distinguish between your role and your title and who you really are? And how have you grounded yourself in that?
It's such a great question. I'll tell you, Marty, I've grown into that. So my identity is who I am, like personally, my values, what I believe in, what I stand strong for. And my goal is to really do that across all the spaces in my life, including work. And one of the shifts that I made last year at the start of the racial equity movement that we're in across the world is I stopped code switching. And so I used to check a part of myself, that safe spot at the door, and I would neatly pick it back up on the way out. But I realized when we started, you know, really in this movement, and it wasn't just a series of episodic events, we're in a movement, that I can't separate Melanie the Black woman from Melanie the Black woman that happens to be the Chief Diversity Officer at Google. And if I did do that, Google and people would miss something really special, and I would miss an opportunity to bring humanity to Black women, women of color, Black people, and marginalized communities across. And so I really leaned into what I was feeling. And we don't talk about that enough, because when we're code switching, we're checking that fragile part of who we are, and we bring our identity forward, and we're defined by who we are and what we stand for. That's just more fragile.
You know, listen, I could go on and on about code switching, right? Like, I remember there was so many times when I was in corporate America, I had to code switch. I would say I would badge in and I would be Marty, but outside I was my real name is Marshita, and I couldn't even show up as her at work, right? So much that I had to change my name on my resume so that they could identify with a Marty versus who I truly was. Or if I badged in from vacation, I badged in and took my braids out and got a blowout, right? Like, I'm so sure you have those experiences, right?
Me too. I do, or I would build time to get the braids out so I could get my blowout before I went back to work. I had to build it into the vacation time, so I went back to work with straight hair.
It's so crazy how we've really allowed these norms, this systematic norm to be our identity because they're not comfortable with our culture, right?
It's a part of the oppression, and it's a part of when we talk about systemic discrimination, structural barriers. These are all the things that are a part of the system and feed into, like, really Black girls, Black women, not understanding how we add to the spaces that we're in.
And so when we think about that, how have you really been able to work through shrinking in spaces when they've told you to shrink, and really being bold and honest and vulnerable in spaces when you've been allowed? And how have you navigated between the two to show up just as Melanie?
I've grown into it. So first, I don't put labels on myself. It doesn't mean that someone else or something else won't put a label on me, but I don't walk in the room as a Black woman or a Black person or a woman of color. I walk in the room as Melanie, but that has actually taken a lot of work. And then my own personal grit and self-determination, I won't allow other people to put a mantra on me that doesn't fit. And I get angry enough or determined enough that I'm going to work past that. But, you know, that takes time and maturity, and we have to really pour into younger Black women and surround them and really lend our power to them. So until they're able to harness that on their own, that they have this community, because there's a fallacy that we come alone and we're the only one. In truth, we don't. We come with community and we come with others. We're just representing those people, in the isolated rooms that we happen to be in. And so we got to switch that narrative up in the narrative that we tell ourselves.
Which is amazing, because that's like a great segue to being too Black or being Black enough. Are those issues that you faced and that you've had to face not only with the white community, but with the Black community?
Absolutely. So I face these issues since I've grown up, and we don't talk about colorism a lot in the Black community and what that really means and how we navigate that. So colorism and being Black enough or too Black is something I've navigated since I was in preschool, and we learned that language. And my father was really key to being very real with me about colorism and about how other people put labels on me, and not to pay attention to that and how to walk in my own power without that way, because people prejudge you without knowing you. And so that's something that I have faced, and I really try to talk openly about that with other women so that we can operate in each other's spaces a lot more supportive.
When you would say, through that, I mean, I definitely have faced colorism too. And I often say, sometimes I've been in spaces and places because my ambiguous skin has made people feel comfortable enough for me to be in those spaces, right? And so, listen, Melanie, I know we kindred spirits. We sisters right here.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But I try to use those spaces to open up the room and to expand and to unabashedly talk about what it means to be a Black woman. So no one is ever twisted about who I am and what my identity is, and to really give humanity to being a Black woman and to open those spaces up.
So I know you mentioned that you went to Hampton, and we're doing HBCU watch parties as a part of Black Girl Magic, where we're popping up on 5 campuses and doing this pitch competition. Share with the audience that's listening, what advice would you give your 25-year-old self? What would you say to her?
I would tell my 25-year-old self, it's not about the spaces that you fit into. It's about the spaces that you add to. And I was so heartened recently when Yami Shalsindor gave this shout out to Nicole Hannah-Jones on Twitter. And she said, go where you're valued, go where you're embraced, go where you're supported, and do not go into places that marginally accept you. And she added this tagline and said, even those spaces where you're beloved, if they only marginally accept you, don't go to those spaces. And that's what I would tell my 25-year-old self, is to look for those spaces so that I can expand and broaden and contribute and help bring impact.
Listen, showing up as yourself, that can be uncomfortable though, right? Like, how did you even get through navigating putting yourself in uncomfortable spaces?
I give all credit to my parents. My mother intentionally put me in spaces outside of our neighborhood and outside of my comfort zone when I was growing up. So I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood, went to predominantly Black church. The church is where I started speaking and learning to find my voice. But my mother put me in primarily white or majority environments. In speaking contests, I was in the forensic club, I played soccer, because she knew more than I knew what I was going to have to face and navigate in the world. So I learned at an early age how to navigate different spaces. And one of the myths or the lies that somebody told me, for all you HBCU grads out there and students, is somebody told me, hey, Melanie, if you go to an HBCU, you're going to lose your competitive edge you're not going to know how to navigate when you come out. And that was a lie. I will tell you that Hampton University is one of the most competitive environments I have ever been in. And if I personally wasn't successful, it wasn't because I was Black. And so it really sharpened my edge. And we have to recognize the national treasures of these institutions and what they really do to our development and how we're mentored and coached and groomed.
How and who are you bringing to the table with you? How are you bringing that next generation to the table, that next storyteller to the table? How are you making the impact through them?
Our stories are critically important. It's one of the critical parts of my role that you wouldn't think about as the Chief Diversity Officer at Google, is that I get to amplify the voice of Black women. I get to sit in spaces where not very many people who look like you and me sit. And I know that a real critical part of my role is to tell the story, like to stand in the traumas that I've had and to openly share them. Because when I say it happens to me, or this is what I've experienced, people are like, oh, I don't want Melanie to hurt. I can't believe that happened to her. So they may not know what happened to the person that they see on social media or on the news. But when I say it happened to me, it brings humanity. Otherwise, it could look like we're talking about numbers or faceless people. And so I try to bring and center and prioritize Black women and other women of color so that I can bring humanity to that story. And this year, if you look at Google's Diversity Annual Report, you'll find a video in front of each one of the progress metrics that we have so that we're telling you who's doing the work, how we're doing the work, so you can really see we're talking about real humans, real people.
You know, how have you been able to just occupy that space, right? You're occupying spaces, you're sitting at the table, but as a Black woman, I just think it's so critical that we not just share Melanie Parker who's doing it, but tell us how you've navigated this, because it's a system and so oftentimes that's not necessarily been built for us. So how are you occupying these spaces and still showing up as you?
Yeah, so one, I recognize, like I said earlier, I don't occupy by myself, that I represent the collective. But I also know that when I'm in these spaces, one, it's a language I didn't grow up with in terms of political savvy, how to navigate that. I didn't grow up with the social networks that are represented there. I don't necessarily come with my own network. So I open these spaces up. So I find ways to bring other Black women, other voices to that table. So as an example, when we started really deepening our racial equity work at Google, I brought in our Black Leadership Advisory Group. They met with the CEO, talked about their stories, and the leader of our Black Leadership Advisory Group, Marion Croak, the story that she shared in that meeting, it actually was published in the Wall Street Journal. So I look for every opportunity to put people in spaces where they have access and networks that they normally wouldn't have, because often that's the real differentiator, is that as Black women, we don't have the access or the networks. And so people don't get to know us. So I'm curating environments to put people together that ordinarily wouldn't do it. I also do events external events where we bring in Black executives from around the world, and we bring them into, when we weren't in COVID, we bring them to our Mountain View, our main campus in California. This year we did that virtually, and we had a wonderful conversation with Ken Chenault, because it's about bringing people together and curating events for the access, for the network, and really for the opportunity.
Listen, this is exactly what Black Girl Magic is all about this weekend. And it would not be, who we are if we did not, or if we omitted this question. But Google had a hashtag and had the most searched of Black Girl Magic. I remember when they came out with the Black Girl Magic commercial during Black History Month and Women's History Month. Tell us how, Melanie, you are serving Black Girl Magic.
I've served Black Girl Magic by recognizing my own power, that I not only matter, that I matter first, and prioritizing self-care and sitting still from the inside out long enough to hear myself think. And then I'm lifting as I'm climbing, and I'm bringing others with me every day.
Listen, it was such a joy to connect with you. You are a breath of fresh air, Melanie. Keep sitting at the table. We need you to be at the table. Keep fighting the fight. We need you to fight the fight. And thank you for the impact that you're making at Google and beyond, and showing all women across the world that, yes, they can be head of D&I at Google also. So thank you so much for being with us. Now that was Black Girl Magic at its finest. Every speaker shared a story. They shared tools, they shared resources, they inspired you to keep going. And I want to encourage you, sis, keep going when it's tough. Keep going when you're lonely. Keep going when you are scared. I just need you to keep going. And I need you to remember that you are Black Girl Magic. You embody every single thing it takes to create the business or career of your dreams. To my startup hustlers, keep hustling, keep dreaming big, and most importantly, keep creating. Consistency eats talent any day of the week. And to my corporate queens, we need you. We need you, we need you, we need you. We need you to stay in the fight. We need you to demand your seat at the table and to know that there is no ceiling too high for you to reach. We are cheering for you. Stay connected with us on IG at Boss Women Media, and for upcoming events, head over to our website, bosswomen.org, to find out what we have coming and viewing for the future. To stay connected with me, I'm Marty McDonald. Follow me on IG at Marty Motivates. Thank you for tuning in. Until next year, this was Black Girl Magic 2021.
Other Black women want more. They just don't know how to get there. How do they get there?
You wake up every day, every morning, and you decide, I'm gonna try. And I'm gonna keep trying until I get the outcome that I want. And I'm not gonna stop until I get exactly what I want. But it has to be a grit and a determination inside of you that decides, I am not going to quit when I hear no, when it doesn't go my way, the way I thought it was going to be. I'm going to keep going.
And joining me now is Marty McDonald. She is the CEO and founder of Boss Women Media.
It's so often that people celebrate the birth of babies. I just had a baby. We had a really big baby shower. And of course you want to celebrate new life. But not often do people celebrate businesses and the birth of businesses. Just like when having a baby, you need Pampers, formula, bottles. When you're having a business, you need support, you need resources, you need tools, you need funds to take your business to the next level. So this summer, we are bringing you from Boss Women Media, Boss Business Showers. Yes, you heard that right. Boss Business Showers. We want to celebrate women who are starting businesses, who have ideas, who need support. Head over to our website, make sure you sign up so we can hear your story, hear the support you need, hear the funds that you need so that we can take your business to the next level.